Chapter 12. Gravitation and Radiation. Gravitation is the generative force, and radiation is the degenerative force of the universal constant. These are the opposing powers, which within all mass seek an equilibrium zone of pressure for the potential of that mass. Gravitation is the generative force of increasing potential, and the regenerative force of decreasing potential. It is the power within the electric force of action to attract the electric force of action. It is the contractive power within electricity to divert the universal constant of energy into centripetal vortices, of closing spirals, of increasing speed, thereby attracting similar states of motion into an accumulation of mass, the pressure of which increases toward its centre. It is an expression of the power of electricity to accumulate by induction, and by doing so to force magnetism to increase its resistance to that accumulation. It is the inductive force. It is the desire within the electric force of action to integrate into the appearance of form. It is the power of electricity to associate by displacement. Radiation is the power of magnetism to dissociate by replacement. Radiation is the degenerative force of decreasing potential. It is the power within the magnetic force of reaction to resist the electric force of action. It is the separative force which repels, spreads, separates, diffuses, and redistributes that which has been assembled by the collective force. It is the conductive force. The attraction of gravitation and the repulsion of radiation is nature's simple method of distribution and redistribution of all masses, so that each mass will find its proper position. It is not proper to conceive either of these apparently opposite forces as two forces. The south wind and the north wind are not two winds. They are the same wind blowing in opposite directions. It is more correct to say that gravitation and radiation are processes. The one motive force which directs these processes is equally divided into opposite effects, but these opposite effects are unequally balanced. The unequal divisions of the two opposites total together constitute an equilibrium. The one force never subdivides into any minus expression of force without counterbalancing that minus with an equal and opposite plus. Gravitation is a synthetic process of putting things together, and radiation an analytic one of taking them apart. The chemist uses these processes in every action and reaction. Consider, for example, the reduction of iron oxide at high temperature by passing a jet of hydrogen over it. What happens? The hydrogen falls toward the higher potential of the oxygen of the iron, which is sufficiently expanded by the high temperature to absorb the hydrogen, and the hot iron is sufficiently expanded to release the oxygen. This is an effect of gravitation in respect to the oxygen and the hydrogen. They unite, they mutually integrate, and freeze into amorphous crystals of such extended orbits that they assume the liquid state known as water. On the contrary, it is an effect of radiation in respect to the iron and the oxygen. Both the iron and the oxygen have been brought to such a state of expansion that their ability to hold together is gradually weakened until their pressure preponderance is reversed. Attraction has changed to repulsion. The iron expels the oxygen, which falls toward the proper pressure zone for so expanded a state of motion. The oxidization process is an effect of the electric pressure of gravitation. The reduction process is an effect of the magnetic pressure of radiation. They exactly balance. The reduction in valence pressure, temperature, and other dimensions of the iron is balanced by an exact increase of the dimensions of the hydrogen oxide. The plus of gravitation in any mass is always balanced by the minus of radiation in some other mass, in accordance with the pressure laws. Every pressure develops an equal and opposite pressure, and the degeneration of any mass is exactly balanced by the regeneration of any other mass. All mass is constantly in motion. This is a universe of perpetual motion. The universal constant of energy is expressed by mass in motion. Every mass is continually changing its dimensions in accordance with its relation to every other mass. Change in the position of mass causes change in every dimension of that mass. All mass is potential out of place, and all mass constantly seeks the proper pressure zone for its changing potential. All mass constantly runs the entire gamut of every dimension of the wave of energy, of which it is a swirling part, until it has run the entire cycle represented by that wave. No mass can remain fixed in position, not even that which has been apparently arrested in its motion. The apple, obeying the laws of gravitation, falls to the ground to seek the pressures for its relatively high potential, where it is apparently arrested in its motion. In reality it never ceases to fall until it has reached the centre of the planet. It merely changes its dimensions. The disintegrating apple rises in the air to seek the proper pressures for the relatively low potential left behind by the electric stream, which continued to the gravitated centre of the planet. Like all mass, the apple is simultaneously accumulating and distributing its accumulation of energy. It is both charging and discharging. The interruption of the apple's fall to the Earth's centre and subsequent reversal of the charge within the mass of the disintegrating apple does not alter the opposite directions of motion, either for the charge or for the discharge. The accumulated electric potential continues spirally north by way of east in the electric stream to the planet's centre, and the disintegration emanations continue south by way of west in the magnetic stream of the Earth's ecliptic. The bound energy being released by the disintegrating apple exchanges its power time preponderance for speed time preponderance. The balancing opposite of greater power time is within the planet. Consider familiar effects of gravitation and apply that observation to others less readily understood. The apple falls to the ground, the gas rises into the air, the planet floats in space. The apple and the gas are potentials out of place. When released, one falls, the other rises. One gravitates and the other radiates toward the pressure zones of their respective accumulations of potential, and they pass each other going in opposite directions. A planet is potential in place for a moment, but it is constantly moving radially toward the position of its ever-changing lowering potential. The planet therefore floats in space, in a defined though changing orbit appropriate to its own changing potential. For simplicity's sake, consider all mass as constantly falling. Consider the rising gas as falling toward the lower pressure, which has sufficient generative strength to attract and hold a mass of that particular density. Consider the planet as ever falling toward a pressure which is in equilibrium with its changing potential. For purposes of analogy, consider the effects of a stone dropped into the depths of the ocean. The stone, being potential out of place, falls toward the gravitative centre of the mass of which it is a part, until it arrives at a place where the opposing pressures are in equilibrium. It then does exactly as the planet does. It floats. After oscillating up and down for a bit, above and below its proper pressure zone, it finds its orbit and also revolves around the generative centre of its system, just as a planet revolves around its generative centre. Also it rotates upon an axis, the north pole of which dips toward the north magnetic pole of the Earth, and its equator is practically in a plane, cutting the Earth's centre. And so also do all the objects of the ocean's bed, if the water is of sufficient depth, fall up to the respective positions of their respective potentials. Furthermore, their revolutions and rotations conform to those of the planet itself. And so also do they find their respective orbits, and begin to revolve in them from west toward east, and rotate upon defined axes, also from west to east. Imagine some giant hand picking up this planet and removing it as far away relatively from the pressure zone of the orbit of its potential as the stone heretofore was removed before being dropped into the water. If suddenly it were released from out beyond Neptune's orbit, what would happen? Assuming that it held itself together and did not explode in so low a pressure zone, it would fall with increasing swiftness toward the Sun in a line ever slightly curving northeasterly until it reached the orbit from which it had been removed. Arriving at the plane of its former orbit, it would sink below it toward the Sun with decelerating speed. Then, after oscillating above and below for a time, to lose its impetus and to find the inertial equilibrium position of its potential, it would eventually proceed in approximately the same orbit as before. It would have been somewhat damaged by expansion and surface ionization. Its potential would be slightly lowered as a consequence of this adventure in lower pressure zones, and therefore its orbit would be slightly farther from the Sun than before its removal. Once more, imagine the giant hand picking up the planet and removing it in the opposite direction, toward the Sun instead of away from it. If suddenly released within Mercury's orbit, for example, what would happen? For the purpose of analogy, let us forget the fact that its low density in comparison to that of Mercury would cause its surface to become white hot and its oceans to disappear in a tenuous vapour. It would fall away from the Sun, curving southeasterly towards its orbital plane of pressure at an ever-decreasing speed, exactly as an atom of gas would rise from the Earth and fall at an ever-decreasing speed, in an ever-curving southeasterly line toward its proper plane of pressure. The dimensions of this planet would not permit it to remain in Mercury's pressure zone any more than the density of a wooden ball would allow the ball to remain underwater in the pressure suitable to a stone. It would approximately find its former orbit, but because of the increased potential absorbed during its adventure in higher pressure zones, its orbit would be slightly nearer the Sun than before its removal. This universe of motion is one of equilibrium, from the beginning of motion to maximum motion, during which progression stability exchanges its reality for an illusion of stability. There is a true position for every potential. The true position must be found for the exact dimensions of the universal constant of energy, which is stored up as mass. The desire of mass to find the position appropriate to its changing potential is the cause of all motion of mass. All mass seeking the true position for its changing potential displaces other mass which is also seeking the true position for its changing potential. All mass displaced must be replaced by its exact equal and opposite. The present theory that the moon would fall to the earth if it were not sustained by its motion is a mistaken one. The moon is not sustained in its position because of its motion, but because of its potential, which demands its own equilibrium pressure. The Earth and the Moon push each other away by their preponderance of expansion pressure with greater violence than they pull each other together by their contraction pressure. The Moon is assisting in the replacement of displaced energy and is ever on its way toward inertia, following its spirally curving path through such aeons of time that its successive orbits appear exactly equal in dimension. If the Moon were detained in one position for a time, it would race to the place where normally it would have been had it not been detained. Just so with the planets. The Earth would not fall into the Sun if motion ceased, any more than a balloon would drop to the Earth, or a cork sink in water. The hydrogen expelled from the Sun cannot drop back to the Sun. The expansion pressure of the Sun's radioactivity will not permit it. The expulsion of the planets by the Sun and the impossibility of their return is based on the same principle. The difference is only one of relative potential. Mass in motion cannot cease its motion. Mass is an unstable condition which cannot remain unchanged for 1 second. Instability cannot become stabilized. The motions of the planets and their satellites are not continuations of an original impetus, nor are they continued because of the non-resistance of the ether. They are revolving in their orbits and rotating upon their axis because they are floating in the flowing streams and whirling vortices of their own particular waves of energy accumulation. They cannot do otherwise than follow the direction of the pressures from behind and the suction from in front. They are ever seeking a place of rest and never finding it, so long as they are burdened with the form of concept. Rest from ceaseless motion can only come to them in inertia by total redistribution of their accumulated mass. Diffusion and disappearance in inertia is the lot of planets, as it is of men and all evolving things. Slowly changing their dimensions, they are all completing their centrifugal journeys south by way of west to their havens of rest where they await their regeneration. Slowly expanding, they are drawing away from the sun, assisted by the sun in their recession. The sun of the system is pushing them all slowly away to cool, and drawing unto itself new light units for its regeneration, which will enable it to replace the ejected planets and to continue its own potency. The planets are the finished product of the sun's fashioning, and the regenerative light units are the raw product from which the planets are fashioned. As the sun is preponderantly pushing the planets, so are the planets doing likewise with their satellites, the grandchildren of the sun. When the planets left the equatorial plane of the sun, they were even then preponderantly radiative masses of such dimensions that their expulsion was imperative. As the sun's desire to push them farther and farther away exceeds its desire to attract them, their dimensions gradually adjust themselves to this desire. The nearer a mass is to its sun, the denser the mass, the higher its freezing point, the higher its equilibrium pressure, the smaller its volume, the faster its revolution, the slower its rotation, the more nearly parallel its plane of revolution to the solar ecliptic, the greater the positive charge. The greater the eccentricity and the higher the potential, the greater is the ability of mass to attract the positive charge of other mass and to expel its negative discharge. The farther a mass is from its sun, the more tenuous the mass, the lower its freezing point, the lower its equilibrium pressure wall, the larger its volume, the slower its revolution, the faster its rotation, the greater the angle of its plane of revolution to the solar ecliptic, the less its eccentricity, the weaker the negative discharge, and the lower the potential, the less the ability to attract other mass and to assist its own expulsion from other mass of higher potential. To expect this planet to fall to the sun if its motion were checked is equivalent to expecting an inflated balloon to drop to the earth. If these statements are demonstrable, then the Newtonian law cannot be true, for every change of dimension whatsoever in any mass alters the ability of that mass to conform to the requirements of that law, either by exceeding these requirements or by falling short of them. Every change of dimension in a mass changes all the dimensions in the mass. This universe of dimension is divided into pressure compartments of states of motion, which vary in orderly ratios. Between the compartments are inertial walls, which readjust their positions with every changing dimension of motion in the universe. A ball falling to the ground simultaneously displaces every atom in the universe and changes its dimensions. Something must simultaneously rise from this planet toward inertia to replace the falling ball. Mass expanded to greater volume must rise to the proper pressure zone for that increased volume. Low potential must rise to replace high potential, which has fallen. The farthermost star must contract or expand to adjust its density to the changed potential thus caused. All of the planets and satellites of any system owe their positions of the moment to their dimensions and respective relations of the moment. They are all constantly falling toward the violet of disappearance, in positions appropriate to their expanding dimensions of decreasing potentials. In the same way, all of the generative light units which are regenerating any system are constantly falling toward the yellow of maximum incandescent appearance in positions appropriate to their contracting dimensions of increasing potentials. Dimensions are as relative as the state of motion which they measure. All dimensions of mass simultaneously contract and expand with its changing potentials. The inertial planes which lie between any two masses or systems are relatively closer together in dense compact systems than in expanded systems of more widely separated parts. If opposing dense masses are forced into closer proximity, the four pressure zones which lie between the gravitational centres of the masses and their inertial planes are more restricted. The more restricted the pressure zones of a system, the more restricted the orbits of all planets and satellites within the four pressure zones of that system. Restricted orbits demand an orderly acceleration of all masses revolving within them. Accelerated mass revolving around the nucleus of a system increases the generative power of the vortex of that system, its maximum increase being at the perihelions of the planes of revolution of all the masses of the system. Accelerated revolution charges. Charging bodies attract. Accelerated rotation discharges. Discharging bodies repel. The ability of a mass to attract increases as the speed of revolution increases. The ability of a mass to repel increases as the speed of rotation decreases. Increase of generative power of a system means increase of the centripetal force of the system. Increase of the centripetal force of a system means increase of the potential of a system. Increase of potential means increase of positive charge. Increase of positive charge means increase of power to attract. The ability of one mass to attract another depends upon the relative positive charge of each and its relative position in respect to other masses. Increase of speed of revolution of the planets of a system means deceleration of rotation of the planets of that system. Deceleration of rotation of the planets of a system means decrease of the centrifugal force and consequent increase of the centripetal force of that system. The ability of one mass to repel another depends upon the relative negative discharge of each and its relative position in respect to other masses. Let us repeat the first law of gravitation. Every mass has the relative apparent ability to attract and to repel every other mass, its relative ability depending on its relative potential. Increased centripetal force due to an increased speed of revolution of masses revolving in restricted vortices, together with the lessened centrifugal force caused by retarding the rotation of the masses revolving in such vortices, necessarily raises the potential of a system. All dimensions of such systems change with the increased ability of the system to generate. Volume decreases, orbital areas decrease. Decrease of volume is exactly balanced by acceleration of revolution. Equal areas must be covered in contracted orbits as in expanded orbits of equal mass. In a contracted orbit, 30 trillion revolutions per second may be necessary to balance the area covered by an expanded orbit, making one revolution in 10 years, but an equilibrium of the universal constant must be maintained. Melting points are higher in contracted orbits. All standard units simultaneously change, just so with all other dimensions. Their change would be purely relative and always in balance. The coefficients of all changes of dimensions of given masses would be in equilibrium at all times as equal totals of the universal constant. The attraction of gravitation in favouring the generation of energy is enabling electricity to accumulate as mass. All mass consists of energy accumulated by the attraction of gravitation into the appearance of form. All form is held together more or less closely by the relative force of gravitation, which accompanies mass of various dimensions and relations. The law for big mass is the same as that for little mass. The law of gravitation, which maps out the orbit of the light unit within the atom, is exactly the same as that which maps out the orbit of a planet of our solar system. In considering the effects of gravitation, it is difficult to project one's mind beyond the confines of this solar system. In fact, one's observations and experiences are so purely local that one's mind is rather closely bound to the effects of gravitation upon this planet alone. It is difficult to realise that this solar system is, on a large scale, but a repeative effect of an atom of iron or manganese. It is difficult to realise that the planetary masses within the atom of iron have as relatively great a variation of ability to attract and to repel as have the planets of our solar system. It is also difficult to realise that a whole solar system is subject to the gravitational pull of the north overtone point of the wave, of which it is but one atom. Science considers the attraction of gravitation of the solar system as an entirely different effect from the effect of motion within an atomic system. Atomic motion is presumed to be non-subject to the laws of gravitation. Science names one gravitation and the other an electrical effect. Both effects are the same, also both effects born of the same conditions. Within an atom, the planets move in the planes of the orbits of their proper and changing pressures, in a constant endeavour to find the proper pressures of their changing potentials, exactly as do the planets of a solar system. Until it is very near the nuclear sun, the charging light unit of a generative atom does not take a short-cut across lots through higher pressures to fall crashing into the sun any more than does the charging light units of a solar system. It contracts gradually as it falls spirally toward the sun, and its potential equilibrium pressure and melting point constantly rise as it falls. Nor does the discharging light unit of a degenerative atom take a short-cut across lots through lowering pressures to break suddenly and explosively into a tenuous cloud at the inertial plane of disappearance, at the farthermost bounds of its wave cycle. It leaves its nuclear sun with great force until it finds its proper potential. Then it expands gradually as it falls spirally away from its sun, its potential equilibrium pressure and melting point constantly lowering as it falls. If the movements of planets and satellites are effects of gravitation, and the same effects in smaller mass are electrical effects, why do smaller masses exactly follow the laws of the larger masses? The light units of an atom seem independent of the Earth's gravitative centre, but actually they are not. All are revolving true to the planes of their respective potentials. The moons of Jupiter do exactly the same thing in respect to the solar gravitative centre of this system, yet they are not considered an electrical effect. They fall toward the sun and away from it with the same apparent disregard that light units of a system evidence in respect to other masses outside their own systems. Even their accelerations and decelerations are affected by causes other than by whether they are moving toward the sun or away from it. A later volume will precisely chart the swirling drift of the so-called ether of space within and outside of the solar ecliptic area. This drift carries the planets of the solar system with it as relentlessly as particles are carried in the swirling eddies of a rushing stream. All effects of gravitation are electric effects, and all effects of radiation are magnetic effects. All effects of motion are electromagnetic effects. All mass has a series of gravitative centres toward which it evidences its allegiances in the order of its potential relation. As a private in the army takes his orders from an under-officer, whose group in turn moves as a unit under command of a higher officer, and so on until the entire army is coordinated under the command of one supreme officer, so does low potential obey the gravitational commands of low potential, and various states of accumulated potential obey the gravitational commands of accumulated potential, and so on until the entire mass is coordinated under one supreme gravitative centre. Every wave of energy constructs resisting pressure walls between its south and north planes, and no mass can disregard those pressures. Within each wave of energy, all mass moves from low to high, and back again to low potential, as a marble follows a groove, or as a train follows a track, or as a brook finds the sea. Let us consider each effect, that of falling and rising, as both gravitative and radiative, also electric and magnetic. An apple falling to the ground is an inductive electrical effect. It falls to the ground because gravitation attracts it to the ground. The positive charge of the apple seeks the greater positive charge of the earth. The falling apple charges the planet by induction, which raises the planet's potential. The greater proximity of the masses also raises the planet's potential. The induced positive charge of the apple continues centripetally in the gravitative flow toward the centre of the planet. The resistance to the assimilation of the apple's positive charge by the planet registers itself in the exact amount of heat which left the apple. The absorption of the apple's heat, contraction pressure, potential and electropositive charge is an electrical effect of discharge of the apple and an added charge to the planet. It is an exothermic effect in respect to the apple and an endothermic effect in respect to the planet. The absorption of the apple's electric potential by the planet is the gravitational effect, because the apple and the planet mutually attract each other, and it is also an electric effect because of the absorption of the positive charge of one by the other. Both apple and planet fall toward each other. If the apple were as large and as dense as the planet, both would move toward each other with equal speed. The apple is so small and the planet so large that the deviation of the Earth's path is negligible. Not so with a body like the Moon, however, which materially affects the Earth's orbit, as the two unequal partners whirl in their celestial dance. Returning to the apple and the planet, as the positive charge of the apple continues its centripetal journey toward the centre of the planet, the negative discharge of the apple expands toward disappearance in the opposite direction. One falls and the other rises. It is the positive charge which falls and the negative discharge which rises. The positive charge falls toward positive charge, expelling negative discharge as radioactive emanations. If positive charge falls towards positive charge, it is logical to say that the principle which governs positive charge alone has the ability to attract. The disintegrated apple rises from the ground because radiation repels it and positive charge expels it. The negative discharge of the apple seeks the greater expanse of low potential. Its rising is a radiative effect in respect to the planet, from which it is centrifugally rising to seek its own potential. As it rises, it expands until it finds its orbit in the pressure zone of its potential. It may impact against the inertial plane of another mass toward which it would centripetally fall and become regenerated. This would be a gravitative effect in respect to the mass toward which it fell. Its regeneration by impact against the inertial plane of another mass causes it to contract. It becomes electropositive. Its positive charge is attracted by the potential of the mass toward which it falls, and by which it is absorbed as nourishment, and finally discharged once more as radiative emanations. This is the manner of assembling and disassembling of every form of idea. This is the manner of accumulation and distribution of all energy. This is the manner in which all bodies are nourished and famished. This is the process of vitalization and devitalization. All effects of motion are gravitational and radiational effects. Also they are electric and magnetic effects, just as they are likewise chemical effects. Let us now consider the various gravitational and radiational expressions one by one. Fortunate it is that all these expressions have dimensions, and that all dimensions are measurable. Let us briefly consider them in their relation to the subject under discussion, which is the apparent power to attract or to repel. Let us then consider ways and means of measuring them, and see if by doing so some of nature's long-guarded secrets will not become simple to comprehend and to utilize. Chapter 13. Expressions of Gravitation and Radiation. Universal Direction. The cycle of a wave is an orderly progression in the universal direction from south to north by the way of east, and back again to south by the way of west. All masses revolve from the west toward the cast around the nuclear centres of their systems, throughout the entire cycle of their waves. All masses rotate upon axis, throughout the entire cycle of their waves, from the west toward the east of their masses. To these laws there are no exceptions. Numerous apparent exceptions, such as the retrogression of Neptune and her satellite, the moons of Uranus and the outer moons of Jupiter and Saturn, are thoroughly in accord with the absolute laws of universal direction. All direction of motion is universal. Motion implies direction, demands direction in which to move. In the dimensionless universe of motion, direction is non-existent. In the universe of the illusion of dimension, direction is one of the necessary illusions which creates the appearance of dimension. Direction is therefore an illusion which we familiarly call an effect of motion. All effects of motion are expressed in apparent opposites. It is well to recall the fact that the concept of motion is universally simultaneous and its expression sequential. The attraction of gravitation and the repulsion of radiation are instantaneous and continuous. Time is not consumed in transferring the concept of any intended expression of energy throughout the dimensionless universe. The action which is an expression of the intent has dimension and therefore consumes time. In other words, the concept image of all idea of thinking is universally simultaneous, but the production and reproduction of the form of idea through motion is a series of events which are sequential. All opposite effects are positive and negative, or more and less, or plus and minus. Like all other effects of motion in the universe of dimension, direction has its opposites. In this universe of more and less, the opposites of that effect of motion, which we call direction, are north and south. All direction begins at the pressureless plane of south and ends at the opposed pressures plane of north. North is the electropositive plus direction of the more, and south is the electronegative minus direction of the less. The plus electric force is always away from the south toward north, and the minus magnetic force is always away from the north and back to south. North begins at the south, at the point where energy expresses itself by impact against the inertial plane. At this point, energy simultaneously measures the intensity of its concept in harmonic circles on inertial planes over areas which become the bases of opposing cones of energy. It also measures the intensity of its concept at the intersection of the primary and secondary vertical inertial planes at altitudes which become the apices of those opposing cones. The axes of those cones then become the charging pole areas of all mass and the line of its forming wave. Energy simultaneously measures its volume intensity by connecting the circular inertial bases of conceptual cones with their apices. The harmonic circles which measure the bases of cones are the octave conceptual dimensions of the energy wave of measurable dimension. The apices of the cones are the overtones of the wave. The line of increasing force is from the magnetic base following the northerly electric stream to the apex of every cone of energy. Conversely, the line of decreasing force is from the electric apex following the southerly magnetic stream to the base of every cone of energy. South is the direction towards stability and the force of non-motion of substance in inertia. South is the plane of inertia, where every expression of energy begins to gather its force from the expanded area of its harmonic circles, with the intent of overcoming the inertia of substance by concentrating it into harmonic spheres at its overtone points of north. All energy expresses itself in spiral waves. The inertial plane of every wave is its south. Every direction away from the inertial plane is north. South is the plane of inertia, which apparently divides as inertia is overcome into two series of opposing planes of motion, the positive and the negative series. Each series of opposing planes of motion tilts spirally away from inertia on opposite sides until the harmonic circles which define their areas have not only attained angles of 90 degrees to it, but have turned halfway around. This process can best be visualized by placing two discs together and viewing them edgewise as lines, then simultaneously tilt and rotate these discs away from each other on opposite edges until they are seen as two circular planes. South is the birthplace of motion, where inertia is overcome, and the wheels of the universal machine begin slowly to revolve. South is the birthplace of all effects of motion, where reality ends and illusion begins. South is the birthplace of idea, which becomes more defined in ever-increasing solidity as the form of idea contracts towards the north into harmonic spheres, which are diffused into tenuity as they expand toward disappearance on the south inertial plane of their birth. South is the birthplace of time, which accelerates all effects of motion in relative ratios as it contracts toward the north, and decelerates them as it expands on its return to south. South is the aphelion point of all masses, moving in orbits around a point of north. South is the birthplace of all other dimensions of motion, which contract all their standard units of measurement as they concentrate in the electric stream flowing north, and expand those same standard units of measurements as they decentrate in the magnetic stream flowing south. North is the direction of instability and of the force of motion in opposition, where the opposites of every expression of energy meet their maximum of expression. North is always the vortex of the whirlpool, at which every opposite expression of energy meets in bisexual union. North is the point where sex meets sex, where sexes meld as a bisexual one sex. North is the point of self-reproduction of the energy of its wave. North is the perihelion point of all masses moving in orbits around a point of north. North is the point where generation ends, degeneration begins and reproduction repeats. Generation is a journey to north from south, and degeneration is a return. Reproduction is the repetition of that journey to mass from plane. North is the meeting point of all of the positive, negative, plus, minus, male-female pressure balls, which have been erected toward northerly overtone points of every wave, to help sustain the illusion of stability which this universe of motion constantly produces. Form in motion is a reflection of concept in inertia. Form is conceived in harmonic plane circles of non-motion, and reflected in harmonic spheres of motion. North is the point of maximum instability, where the maximum gyroscopic motion of the universal machine lends its assistance in supporting the reflection of stability. The bisexual plane of the overtone of every wave is the flywheel of the universal machine, revolving with gyroscopic perfection of balance at an angle of 90 degrees to the inertial plane of concept of its wave of energy. In this reflected position, its resistance planes are parallel. There are no bevel gears, no precisional motion, and no intersecting planes. Gyroscopic imperfection of motion lies in precisional motion of wheels with bevel gears, and in intersecting planes of resisting pressures. No better example of gyroscopic imperfection of motion could be found than our own solar system, in which all of the planets revolve in planes of some variance to the solar equatorial plane, where resistant pressure walls intersect, and where precessional motion necessitates bevel gears for every wheel. The overtone plane of gyroscopic perfection is the plane where north meets south and east meets west in bisexual unity. The overtones of gyroscopic perfection are where the electric poles are contracted to a point, and where the ever-shortening positive cones of energy turn their outer positive contours to inner negative ones by expanding their bases to the planes of their apices. The planes of gyroscopic imperfection are the opposing planes of pressure walls, ever moving tonally in locked potential positions toward the ultimate north of their waves of energy. These planes of gyroscopic imperfection are the tonal positions of the elements of matter, in which various states of energy are locked within their contracting pressure compartments of the cones of their waves. The opposing planes are the positive, negative, equal and opposite actions and reactions, which constitute the more and the less of positive and negative action and reaction. At these planes, reproduction of motion is only possible through union. These planes are the planes of sex, male and female, which constitute the division of all effects of motion into the opposites of motion. North is the direction of the action of effort, as south is the direction of its reaction. North is the point toward which electricity apparently attempts to gather the universal substance together into one solid inert mass. But failing in this, it gathers an illusion of the substance into innumerable separate harmonic spheres through motion of the thinking process. All direction is an effect of gravitation and radiation. All gravitative effects are electrically dominated. All gravitative effects are a result of inhalation. All radiative effects are magnetically dominated. All radiative effects are the result of exhalation. Electricity moves always in the direction of north by the way of east. Magnetism moves always south by the way of west. Nature divides these pressure compartments into octaves, 4 of which are contracting pressures, which she gives to electric control, and the other 4 are expanding pressures, which she gives to magnetic control. Between the 3rd and the 4th pressure walls in the 7th, 8th, 9th and 10th octaves, the opposing pressures become so great that nature creates mid-tonal pressure compartments, where storm centres are much more concentrated and velocity of revolution is multiplied. Nature accumulates intensity of energy expression in every wave, from the southerly inertial line of the inert gases to the northerly carbon line of maximum motion. The cones of energy, within which all expressions of motions are contained, are ever changing their positions, so that their apices are ever moving spirally away from points of concept and returning to these same points. The accompanying charts of the mechanics of motion will more clearly demonstrate nature's process of energy accumulation and distribution. The spiral direction of all motion is the cause of the two other opposites of direction, known as east and west. East is the contraction of the inertial south of concept and memory of form toward the north of reflection of concept through motion. The west is north's expansive return towards south. Motion cannot express itself in the direction of a straight line. Newton's first law of physics, which states that a moving body left to itself moves on forever in a straight line with a uniform velocity, is not in conformity with the laws of motion. In this universe of varying pressures, all masses floating in space constantly move in the direction of their changing potentials. This direction is always spiral. All motion being spiral, all direction being curved, and all pressure planes being conic sections, electric action cannot proceed directly north from south in a straight line, but must progress toward north in a spiral direction. As electropositive action proceeds northerly, it contracts. The direction of contraction is north by the way of east. East is toward least rotation at the gravitative centre of any mass. The maximum of east is where east meets north, following the charging areas of mass. As electronegative action returns towards south, it expands. The direction of expansion is south by the way of west. West is toward greatest rotation at the surface of any mass. The maximum of west is where west meets south, following the ecliptic plane of any mass. The minimum exertion of the easterly force of contraction must therefore be in the plane of the equator of any mass, and its force directed toward the gravitative centre of that mass. In every mass, the maximum exertion of the easterly force of contraction is within the charging areas of the generative cones, of which the pole of rotation is the axis. In every mass, the maximum exertion of the westerly force of expansion is within the discharging areas of the radiative cones, of which the equator is the base. In every mass, north meets east at the pole of rotation, the axis of the generative cones of energy, of which the northeasterly electric stream and the southwesterly magnetic lines of force are the opposing contours. It may well be to recall the law of generation. All mass is generated and regenerated by a contractive pressure exerted in the direction of its gravitative centre. Its minimum of generative pressure is exerted from its equatorial plane, and its maximum pressure from its pole. South meets west at the axis of the radiative cones of energy, of which the expansion of the equatorial plane of revolution into the isoclinal planes of magnetic force are the contours. Thus may we repeat the laws of radiation of mass. All mass is radiated and diffused by an expansive pressure exerted in the direction of its surface. Its minimum of radiative pressure is exerted from its pole, and its maximum from its equatorial plane. East contracts toward north, and west expands toward south. Contraction is centripetal, and expansion is centrifugal. The increase of centripetal force of any mass is in the direction of generation, and the increase of centrifugal force is in the direction of radiation. Centripetal force accumulates and centrifugal force dissipates. Mass is accumulated in the direction of its generation and dissipated in the direction of its radiation. Centripetal force decelerates rotation and accelerates revolution. Centrifugal force accelerates rotation and decelerates revolution. The deceleration of rotation is in the direction of generation, and the deceleration of revolution is in the direction of radiation. All vortices turn from west to east, and their apices point to north. If the above laws are well founded, the directions of east and north must be related to the attraction of gravitation. Also, the directions of west and south must be related to the repulsion of radiation. Also, if deceleration of rotation increases in the centripetal easterly direction of contraction, decelerated rotation must, in some manner, be related to the attraction of gravitation. Conversely, if acceleration of rotation increases in the centrifugal westerly direction of expansion, accelerated rotation must, in some manner, be related to the repulsion of radiation. Also, if acceleration of revolution increases in the centripetal easterly direction of contraction, accelerated revolution must, in some manner, be related to the attraction of gravitation. Conversely, if the revolution decreases in the centrifugal westerly direction of expansion, decelerated revolution must, in some manner, be related to the repulsion of radiation. Chapter 14. Universal Mathematics, Universal Ratios. Universal mathematics are basically simple dimensions in ratios of equal and opposite tonal actions and reactions of opposite expressions of the one force. All expressions of force is either plus or minus equilibrium of motion in inertia. Universal mathematics are based on the plus and minus relationships of tonal pressures due to the opposition of sex force and motion. Opposition means plus and minus. There can be no expression of force without the evidence of that expression in pressures. All dimensions are tonal. All expressions of force is tonal. All pressures are tonal. All effects of motion are tonal. All tones are definite relations. All definite relations are in accord with the simple formula of the lock potentials. All direction is either toward the electric force of higher potential, which is increasingly resisted, or toward the magnetic force of lower potential, which is increasingly assisted in the universal ratio. All directions are pressure directions. This universe of motion is a universe of varying pressures which cause that motion. All pressures are either the contraction pressures of charging mass or the expansion pressures of discharging mass. Let us add to the pressure laws a dimension law. All dimensions contract in the direction of electric force and expand in the direction of magnetic force in universal ratio. Equilibrium of motion in inertia is represented by zero. Zero in sex force and motion means an equilibrium of pressures. 4 means maximum pressure opposition. The intermediate 2's and 3's, plus and minus, are the comings and goings between the cold zero of expansion in the violet of inertia and the hot 4 of contraction in the yellow of opposed motion. Zero in force does not represent nothingness, nor does plus mean more than nothing, nor minus mean less than nothing. Such a concept of mathematics is not in accord with the universe of the illusion of motion. The one substance is a tangible substance. It is something. This is not an empty universe. It is not a void. Non-dimension does not mean nothingness. The universe of the one thinking substance is not one of quantity or dimension. It is a substance capable of causing an appearance of quantity through the life principle of substance, which we term energy. The universal constant of energy is x quantity. X quantity is apparently divisible. This divisibility of quantity and its dimensions are relative and measurable. The relations of its dimensions are in fixed ratios. These ratios are simple and absolute, but their apparent variability is complex. The universal constant may be added to or multiplied by, but its accumulation never varies in its relative dimensions. The dimension x is unimportant, for it represents the illusion of a total of apparent motion, which disappears in the equilibrium of inertia. The dimensions of relative ratios are important, for by knowledge of these relations one will be enabled to assemble divided quantities in any desired multiple to produce any desired effect. All dimensions are relative. All dimensions are either more or less than equilibrium. This is a universe of more and less. Every effort of motion which is added to must be equally subtracted from. Mathematics are bounded by the absolute limits of effects of motion, measured by adding to or by subtracting from in universal ratio. Mathematics cannot transcend universal limitations. Multiplication and division are but ratios of more and less. This universe of dimension is limited in its expression to more and less. All units are either plus or minus. Therefore, all systems other than the double tone unit systems, 504 plus and 100 equals, are either plus or minus in their pressure totals. Every plus pressure total must be balanced by a minus one to maintain a system in equilibrium. No mathematical conclusion, the product of which does not yield an equilibrium, can be a correct conclusion. The product of every mathematical conclusion must balance as an equilibrium in order for it to be a correct conclusion. The correct conclusion regarding effects of motion are mathematically demonstrable. They are also mechanically demonstrable. Also they are chemically and electrically demonstrable. Also they are measurable as dimensions in their potential relations of plus x or minus x. The universal seesaw is ever tilting above and below its balancing point in inertia. Both movements are simultaneous and exactly balanced. The wave is the universal seesaw within which all dimensions are measured. Many times in these pages it has been stated that a change in any dimension causes a simultaneous change in all of the other dimensions. A sphere which is doubled in its radius is squared in its plane area in section and cubed in its volume. A mass which has expanded to the cube of its former volume, freely floating in space, could not have so expanded without changing its potential position to one appropriate to double its former distance from its gravitative centre, but in its same plane. In such a position the constant of opposing pressures is 1/8 of that of the original position, for the same constant of pressure has been spread over 8 times the volume. In such a position the constant of temperature has also been expanded to cover 8 times the volume. All temperature dimensions of expanding mass increase in their expansion dimension, registering greater cold, and decrease in their contraction dimension, registering greater heat. It must not be forgotten that all effects of motion are expressed in their plus and minus opposites. All plus effects of motion have been clearly defined as generative, contractive effects, and all minus effects have been defined as radiative, expansive effects. It must not be forgotten that all mass is either preponderantly charging or adding to, or it is preponderantly discharging or subtracting from. For this reason, all effects of motion in mass must be measured in both of their opposite dimensions, their plus and their minus dimensions. The plus dimension shall herein be called the contraction dimension. The contraction dimension is the charging dimension of the electropositive force, which winds the cosmic clock. The minus dimension shall herein be called the expansion dimension. The expansion dimension is the discharging dimension of the electronegative force, which unwinds the cosmic clock. To illustrate, consider an expanded mass at B, or double its diameter at A. Assume A to be 60 million miles from the Sun, and at B it would be twice its former distance, or 120 million miles. At B, its expansion temperature dimension, as registered in cold, would have increased by 8 times, just as its volume would have increased by the cube of its former volume. At B, its contraction temperature dimension, as registered in heat, would have decreased to 1/8, because the heat units have become spread over 8 times its former space. At B, rotation, the speed-time expansion dimension would be the square indirect ratio of the position at A. Conversely, at B, revolution, the speed-time contraction dimension would be the square in inverse ratio of the position at A. Just so with all its pressure dimensions and effects, from density to ionization, and from ionization to time, sex or crystallization. The chart herein printed clearly show the tonal relations of all potential positions in the wave. It has heretofore been written that all effects of motion are expressed in 7 equal tones of 4 units. The 7 tones of the universal constant are consecutively removed, one from the other, the square of the distance to the next highest potential. The energy of each of the 4 units is exactly equal to that of each of the others. 1 plus, for example, is removed from 2 plus by the square of the distance to 3 plus, which is the next highest potential. By a study of the accompanying dimension charts, one can readily see that any change in the expansion or contraction dimension of any effect of motion is in either direct ratio or inverse ratio to the square of the distance, area or plane dimension, or to the cube of the volume dimension. All dimensions are pressure dimensions. All dimensions simultaneously expand and contract in opposite directions of the same ratio. All effects of motion are measurable either in distance, area or volume ratios. Also, all are measurable in both the ratios of contraction and of expansion pressure. The ratios of contraction and of expansion pressure shall herein be termed the universal ratios. Expansion pressure is in the direct ratio to the square of the distance, area, plane, orbit, or time unit, and to the cube of the volume. Contraction pressure is in the inverse ratio to the square of the distance, area, plane, orbit, or time unit, and to the cube of the volume. Every mass in the universe occupies a measurable potential position. With distance, plane and area dimensions given, any planet or satellite in the solar system can be measured in all of its dimensions by contracting or expanding the standard units of this planet in universal ratios as a comparison. Let us consider some of these effects. We know the diameter of Jupiter, its plane of orbit and its distance from the Sun. From these we can easily determine its potential position and rotation period. Let us roughly demonstrate the principle and check the results by our actual knowledge of its rotation period. For simplicity, let us bring Jupiter back to our known potential position and give it a standard unit of rotation from our knowledge of our own position. By calculating in inverse universal ratio, it is an easy matter to determine that the diameter of Jupiter was about 17,000 miles when it was in the Earth's potential position. With more than twice the Earth's circumference and rotating at the speed of the swirling spiral discharging ecliptic area of this particular part of the solar vortex which we occupy, it would take more than twice the time the Earth would take to complete its turning. Roughly its day would be about 50 hours. That being ascertained, its rotation period, if it were in the Earth's plane, would be about 11 hours. Allowing the difference of about an hour in greater speed for the slight difference in plane, its rotation, if precisely calculated, would check with the known rotation of 9 hours and 55 minutes. In calculating Mars' rotation, its difference of plane would retard rotation so appreciably that its day would be lengthened by about 9 hours, more than it would be if it were in the Earth's plane. For another example, let us calculate what the rotation of the Earth will be when it is 360 million miles from the Sun. Let us assume an even 24 hours as its present standard unit, and even 8,000 miles as its diameter, and 90 million miles its distance from the Sun, ignoring the fractions and loss by radiation. At 180 million miles its diameter will be 16,000 miles, and at 360 million miles it must be 32,000 miles. At 180 million miles its day must be 12 hours, and at 360 million miles it would be 6 hours. When in this position, its density would be 1/64 of ours, and on its surface iron would melt at about 22 degrees. It is hard to realise that molten iron would, in that position, be bitter cold to our touch. If we similarly work the other way toward the Sun and calculate the longer periodic day of Mercury, we should find that Mercury, if in our plane, would rotate in about 11 days. Mercury is about 7 degrees removed from us in plane in the direction of higher pressures. It is in fact in about the plane of the maximum expansion pressure opposition of this solar tornado. So by calculating the increasing pressure resistance in that position, we find Mercury's day to be approximately 800,800 of our days. This means that the positive charge of Mercury is so preponderant that its day must be practically a continuous one. Let us for a moment consider the vast, unsuspected range of temperatures and densities of this solar system. The temperature of the sun's crust is presumed to be about 6,000 degrees. In reality, it goes into the inconceivable pressures of hundreds of billions of degrees. This is easily demonstrated. Consider for this example the melting point of iron on this planet as 1,500 degrees. In the higher potential position of half this distance, or 45 million miles, iron would freeze at 12,000 degrees. At 22,500,000 miles, its melting point would jump to 96,000 degrees. By continuing in the universal ratios for pressures, the figures leap so amazingly fast that it is over 200 trillion degrees when still 187,500 miles away from the Sun and 8 degrees away from its plane of high pressure. Considering this, one need no longer wonder at the tremendous speed of hydrogen expulsion from the Sun or be mystified by its corona. Density, being measured by pressure laws, would place its dimension in the Sun at more than 1,000,000 times the density of this planet instead of less than 1/2. Mass would correspondingly increase into the hundreds of billions instead of 332,000 times. Conversely, iron would melt on Jupiter's surface at about 2 degrees above our zero. With a few simple facts of position, rotation periods, and other dimensions can easily be calculated. The astronomer of today must necessarily find markings to measure the dimensions of rotation. He can find none that are definite on Uranus, Neptune, or Mercury. Hence his conclusions must be conjecture, and therefore unreliable. By the aid of the laws of motion herein contained, conjecture is removed from the science of astronomy, thus making it now possible for it to live up to its intent as an exact science. Any relative dimension in any position within a mass can be determined by applying to that position the laws of universal ratios. Chapter 15. Expressions of gravitation and radiation. The electric charging poles and magnetic discharging bases. Every particle of matter in this universe is connected with every other particle of matter by electric charging poles, which are the controls of opposing electromagnetic cones of energy. The apices of these opposing cones meet at the gravitative centres of every particle of matter. The bases of those opposing cones meet at the inertial planes, which lie between any two masses. The gravitative centre of every particle of matter is the telegraphic centre of communication, and the electric poles are the channels of communication. By means of this connection, every particle of matter in the universe is gravitatively and radiatively informed of any change of dimension in any other mass. All mass simultaneously responds to these communications by a sympathetic contractive or expansive readjustment of its own dimensions. The electric poles are vortices which control the northerly flowing electric stream and determine the southerly flowing magnetic stream. All energy expresses itself in motion. All motion is expressed in waves. All waves are sequentially evolved by electric actions into accumulations of mass around minute whirlpool storm centres. All whirlpool storm centres are formed by resistant magnetic reactions. All waves, all effects of motion, and all dimensions of motion within the wave are measured by the opposition of the electric poles and magnetic bases. Opposition between electric and magnetic flows begins on the south inertial planes. The two flows pass each other at 180 degrees, and the opposition reaches its maximum at an angle of 90 degrees to the inertial planes. During this progression, the 180 degrees of opposition is rigidly maintained. The electric pole measures the northern opposed distance limitations of the wave at trough and crest in points of wave altitudes which we shall call the overtones. The magnetic base measures the southern opposed area limitations of the wave which we shall call the harmonic circles. Thus are distance and area the first two dimensions of motion born of inertia. By connecting the overtones with every point of the harmonic circles, opposing cones are produced. Thus is volume the third dimension of motion, born of inertia. Energy is simultaneously conceived in inertia and sequentially expressed in motion away from inertia. All dimensions of energy, both gravitational and radiational, are simultaneously marked off in inertia and sequentially transferred in expression to the wave, which records sequences of motion. Thus is time the fourth dimension of motion, born of inertia. By the expression of concept in opposing cones of generation and radiation, sex, the fifth dimension, is born of inertia. Within the opposing cones, by reproduction through sex union exerted in sequence, and in opposing pressures and potentials, the sixth and seventh dimensions are born of inertia. By resistance to the opposing electromagnetic flow temperature, the eighth dimension is born of inertia, and so are all the dimensions born of inertia, by overcoming it and expressing their opposition in alternating oscillations. And so also are all of the opposites of each dimension born of their relative positions in the opposing cones of energy. The nearer to the axis and to the apex of the cone, the greater the density, temperature, pressure potential, power time, and all effects of electropositive preponderance. This is the direction of areas of increasingly high contraction pressure. The nearer the base of the cone, the greater the tenuity, the speed time, and the tendency to ionize, and the lower the temperature, pressure potential, and all effects of electronegative preponderance. This is the direction of areas of increasing low expansion pressure. The equator of all mass is therefore the dividing plane between the opposing plus and minus pressures of the electromagnetic forces. It is the plane where expansion pressure is preponderant in the maximum expansion of the mass. It is the plane of least density. The pole of rotation of all mass is the line where contraction pressure is preponderant and culminates at the point of north, the point of maximum density and rigidity. All electropositive actions are produced in all mass by contraction of the generative cones of energy toward the high contraction pressures of their poles of rotation. All electronegative reactions are produced in all mass by expansion of the radiative cones of energy toward the high expansion pressures of their equators. This action and reaction of contraction and expansion supplies the electromagnetic motor force for the construction of the little corpuscular pumps of which all mass is composed, and by which its mechanics are coordinated. In the process of accumulation of little mass into big mass, the little pumps meld into one big pump, each working as a unit, but all working for the whole. This is as true in the accumulation of mass into the form of man as into a planet. Big mass is but a multiplication of the power of little mass. The desire of electricity is to accumulate mass toward the north. The desire of magnetism is to dissipate mass toward the south. Electricity attempts the expression of its desire for action by opposing inertia, and ends in non-motion of its speed-time dimension at the ultimate gravitative centre of all masses and systems. This effect is counterbalanced, however, by its opposite effect of increased speed of revolution in power-time dimension. Magnetism attempts the expression of its desire to suppress motion through opposing it, and ends in expressing great motion at the equators and ecliptic areas of all masses and systems. This effect is in its turn also counterbalanced by its opposite effect of increased speed of revolution in power-time dimension. Electricity strives to simulate inertia by gyroscopic perfection of motion. The farther north the position of any mass or system in any wave, the more stable is the gyroscopic perfection of its revolution, and the more elusively unstable its precessional progressions. Magnetism, in seeking to suppress motion, actually assists it by drawing the harmonic circles of its area dimension gradually into the plane of the electric north, thus creating a new south plane of zero latitude around the point of north at the overtone position of each wave. This plane is reflected at the equator of each mass of each wave. This new reflected image of the south inertial plane in mass or system will be called the ecliptic plane of mass or system. The ecliptic plane of mass or system revolves by revolving mass or system. The eclipses of all elements between the inertial harmonic circles and the overtones vary in their expansion and contraction according to their positions and the relative expansion and contraction of the opposing cones of energy. At the overtones, the ecliptic is the plane born of the melding of both contours and bases in the plane of the melding apices of the opposing cones. From the overtones toward inertia, the ecliptics of all wave systems and masses expand as the base of the generative cones expand. The apparent relative ability of mass to attract and to repel is governed by the contraction of its polar magnetic bases and the expansion of its ecliptic. The greater the expansion of the ecliptic, the greater the diameters of precessional orbits, the less the ability of a mass to attract and to repel. The less the expansion of the ecliptic, and the less the diameters of the precessional orbits, the greater the ability of a mass to attract and to repel. In any mass, the diameters of its polar magnetic bases and of its axial precessional orbits increase as the mass recedes from and decrease as it approaches its nuclear sun's equatorial plane. In any mass, the expansion of its ecliptic, the diameters of its equatorial precessional orbits and of its polar magnetic bases increase as the mass recedes from and decrease as it approaches its nuclear sun's equatorial plane. If these laws are well founded, the expansion of the ecliptic, the diameters of polar magnetic bases, and the dimensions of precessional orbits must be related to the attraction of gravitation and the repulsion of radiation. Let us consider some familiar effects of the above principles in relation to this planet and solar system. Consider the great expansion of the ecliptic plane areas of the outer planets of low potential as compared to those of the inner ones of high potential. Consider the tenuity of the outer planets where the precessional orbits are extended as compared to the density of the inner ones where the precessional orbits are restricted. Consider the preponderance of centrifugal force, which counteracts the gravitative power of the very much decomposed outer planets, as compared to the preponderance of centrifugal force, which assists the inner planets in holding themselves together. Consider the outer planets' charging poles, which are far removed from their poles of rotation, as compared to the inner planets' charging poles, which are closer to their axial poles, the nearer the planet is to the Sun. The charging poles are wrongly termed magnetic poles. Consider the slight attraction and repulsion power of the outer planets, which float in extremely low pressure zones, as compared to the great attraction and repulsion power of the inner ones, which float in the higher pressure zones. To remain as close to the Sun as Mercury requires a potential approaching that of the Sun itself. Consider the low melting and freezing points of the outer planets, where our gases are their solids, as compared to the high melting points of the inner planets. To remain frozen as close to the Sun as Mercury requires a pressure equilibrium approaching that of the Sun itself. Let us now consider the charging poles in respect to their apparent relative ability to attract. It is commonly supposed that the north pole of a magnet is the positive pole, which attracts, and the south pole of a magnet is its negative pole, which repels. The apparent ability of the positive pole of a magnet to attract the negative, and the negative to attract the positive, has been one of the evidences which has built up the theory that opposite charges attract and like charges repel. Further deceptive evidence in support of this theory lies in the fact that the north positive pole of a magnetized bar of iron will appear to repel the north positive pole of a compass needle, and on the contrary the south negative pole of a magnetized bar of iron will appear to attract the north positive pole of a compass needle. The evidence that like charges repel is as convincing as that the moon keeps pace with moving man, or that the earth is flat. It is the evidence that one can really see, like other illusions of motion. The truth is that the north is the apex of a cone into which the supernormal electric stream is spirally flowing due to electric excitation. The reason that the south pole of the bar of iron appears to attract the north pole of the compass needle is that the electric stream is flowing through both the iron and the needle in the same direction, from south to north. To expect them to do otherwise would be equivalent to expecting two water pipes, through which streams are flowing, to continue their flow as one stream if the water pipes were joined together in such a way that the streams were flowing in opposite directions. Just as the two separate streams of water would apparently repel each other if the pipes were so joined, so would they appear to attract each other and flow as one stream if the pipes were joined so that their streams were flowing in the same direction. One may demonstrate the truth of this by cutting a magnetised bar of iron anywhere between its opposite poles. It will then be seen that the new north and south pole will appear on each of the two separate bars. This process may be repeated indefinitely, always with the same result. The so-called magnetised bar of iron is one in which a strong electric inductive current has so greatly contracted the generative and expanded the radiative cones of energy of the atoms of iron that their polar magnetic bases and their ecliptic expansions have been vastly reduced, and the speeds of their generative and radiative flows correspondingly increased. Atoms of iron, not so treated, leap toward the faster flowing streams. The term magnetised is given to iron so treated because iron exposed to the magnetic field of a generative coil always causes this effect. The magnetic field of a generative coil is the radioactive emanations or discharge of an overcharged coil. It is the degeneration of a generating charge when it leaves the generative coil. In other words, it is the leakage or overflow from an overfilled receptacle. Not so, however, when it impacts against the iron. It then becomes regenerated. The negative discharge becomes a positive charge. The iron bar becomes electrified, not magnetised. The bar of iron and the so-called magnetic poles of a revolving, rotating mass, such as this planet, are two different effects. Every mass, such as this planet, is supposed to be a magnet. It is, but not like a magnetised bar of iron or a compass needle. It is a double magnet. Its two charging poles meet head-on at the gravitative centre of the planet, and the oppositely flowing electric streams meet there exactly as oppositely flowing streams of water would meet if water pipes were opposed as above described. In any mass, when these two streams meet, they oppose and spread against each other's force in the direction of the ecliptic plane area of the mass. It is commonly supposed that the magnetic pole of this planet is analogous to a bar magnet, being one continuous bar extended from the negative Antarctic south to the positive Arctic north. A compass needle nearing the south magnetic pole dips so violently that it seems desirous of plunging arrowhead first directly into the sea. This apparently supports the theory that opposite poles attract. From here the north attractive positive pole of the compass is attracted to its south supposedly repellent negative pole. Carry this experiment farther and approach the north magnetic pole with the compass. Upon nearing it, the same effect is produced as that at the south pole. The magnetic needle seems to desire to dive vertically into the sea. This appears to be the opposite effect from that cited in the magnet bar and compass experiment. The north attractive positive pole of the planet appears to attract the north attractive positive pole of the compass, and the south repellent negative pole of the planet appears to attract the north attractive positive pole of the compass. The explanation lies in the fact that the one north direction of attraction in the bar of iron and the compass is continuous, while the two north directions of attraction in the planet are opposed. They meet at the centre of the Earth at the apices of two opposing cones. The magnetic bases of these two cones are respectively in the Arctic and Antarctic regions. As mass generates, the magnetic bases disappear through the poles and reappear at the equator. The diameter of the bases extend from the known major charging poles through the poles of rotation to the unknown minor charging poles situated at equal distances on the opposite sides of the poles of rotation. It has previously been explained that the north of any mass is its gravitative centre. The direction of north is along the electric axis of the contracting cones of generation from the bases of their apices. North is always in the direction of genero-activity, high pressure and high potential. In any mass, north is the gravitative radiative centre, where the apparent ability to attract and repel is at its maximum. On the contrary, south is always in the direction of radioactivity, low pressure and low potential. South is an extension of the equatorial plane which divides any mass. It is that part of mass where radiative emanations are at their maximum. It is the plane of disappearance of the contours of the expanding cones of radiation. It must continually be borne in mind that electricity contracts and attracts from within, and that magnetism expands and repels also from within. Consider the isoclinal lines which girdle this planet approximately parallel to its equator, according to very careful surveys for terrestrial magnetic charts, at every 10 degrees of latitude between the equator and the poles. If that portion of the planet between any of these isoclinal lines and either of the poles were lifted out, one would be looking into one of the gripping cone clutches of the universal machine, or one of the slipping disc clutches, the apex of which reaches somewhere near the equatorial plane of the planet. The contour of the cones thus exposed would give the direction of the magnetic lines of force which emanate from the planet and seek their regeneration at the pole of the hemisphere from which they emanate. This same effect of magnetic lines of force may be reproduced by the well-known experiment of causing iron filings to find magnetic lines of force by placing them on a piece of paper, which is vibrated rapidly over a magnetic bar of iron. Some will always follow the direction of the outward flowing magnetic stream, and some will find the direction of the inward flowing electro-regenerative stream. The current within a bar of iron, flowing from south to north, is an electric flow, and the current is an induced current. The discharge current which flows outside the bar of iron is a magnetic flow which is conducted by the more expanded surrounding medium to a lower potential, or is deflected and regenerated by the resistance of the surrounding connecting medium. When so deflected, it is again attracted to the south pole of the bar of iron, where it re-enters as an electric flow. Science describes this effect as magnetic induction. Magnetic induction is impossible. Induction is an evidence of regeneration through sufficient resistance to degenerative conduction. Induction is an effect of generation or regeneration. Induction is centripetal, its flow is northerly. Conduction is an effect of degeneration. Conduction is centrifugal, its direction is southerly. If this is true, then induction must be related to the attraction of gravitation and the conduction of the repulsion of radiation. If it is true that these are so related, it must necessarily follow that the strong inductive effect is always simultaneously accompanied by a strong conductive effect. If this latter is true, it must necessarily follow that increasing induction, which means increasing positive charge, must be accompanied by an increasing power to attract. It must also be accompanied by an increasing negative discharge and an increasing power to repel. It is easy to test these statements by applying them to any known inductive or conductive effects. Consider a storage battery, for example. Increase its charge and its discharge also increases. Electric bulbs connected with its conductive outlet will brighten. Consider the sun. Its ability to radiate and to repel is great because of its great ability to generate and to attract. Consider each planet in the order of its potential position in its system. The ability of each to discharge and to repel lessens with the lowering of its potential position in its system. Just so with all mass. As its potential is lowered, which means that its polar magnetic bases are enlarged and its ecliptic expansion is increased, its ability to generate, charge, attract, radiate, discharge and repel is also increased. When a bar of iron is magnetized, it is in reality electrified. The magnetic bases of the iron atoms have been contracted. Let us now imagine the charging poles of this planet as two immense bar magnets turned positive end to positive end, and placed so that they meet at its gravitative, radiative, attractive, repellent, charging, discharging, genero-radiative centre. Let us see what is the potential position of the Earth and what relation the positions of its so-called magnetic poles and the expansion of the Cancer-Capricorn belt have to its ability to charge, attract, discharge and repel. Let us see why its orbit is inclined over 7 degrees to the solar equator, and why the space allotted to it is defined as a distance as 92,900,000 miles, beyond which it cannot go without increasing its polar bases and ecliptic expansions, and within which it cannot trespass without decreasing them. Up above Hudson Bay on this planet is a shifting point known as the North Magnetic Pole. This is the planet's point of maximum electric charge. This, and a corresponding shifting point near the South Pole, are the 2 points of maximum generation. At these 2 points, our nameless planet, the universal force, connects its charging wires to its storage battery, which we call the Earth. These points shall therefore be termed the charging poles. The charging poles are practically 20 degrees away from the pole of rotation. A circle drawn through them would define the polar magnetic base of this planet. North of the equator, 23 degrees 27 feet and 8 inches, is a line indicating the northerly limit of the intersection of this planet's ecliptic plane with itself. South of the equator, at the same distance, is the southerly limit of intersection. If the planet were a perfectly true sphere, the charging poles and the axis of rotation would coincide. There would be no magnetic base. There would also be no Cancer-Capricorn belt, for the plane of the ecliptic and of the equator would coincide. Furthermore, the plane of the Earth's ecliptic and its equator would coincide with the plane of the solar equator. This planet's ecliptic is inclined over 7 degrees to the plane of the solar equator, and its equator is inclined 23 degrees 27 feet and 8 inches to the plane of its ecliptic. This results in a very low potential as compared to Mercury or to Venus, and a high one in respect to the outer planets. It also results in a low freezing point and a rigidity that would be impossible in a position 10 million miles nearer to the Sun, or in a plane 2 degrees nearer to that of the solar equator. The potential position of this planet necessitates a small percentage of oblateness or flattening of the poles. The oblateness of the planet accounts for the difference of about 3 degrees in the extension of the polar magnetic bases and the ecliptic expansion. To flatness at the poles is ascribed 1.5 degrees, and to the bulging at the equator is ascribed the other 1.5 degrees. As a planet finds a lower potential position for its relative mass, its oblateness increases, and so also do the polar magnetic bases, and Cancer-Capricorn belts move their positions toward each other. As Cancer-Capricorn belts and polar magnetic bases expand, the power of the mass to attract and to repel lessens. Oblateness increases as centrifugal force causes its equator to bulge, suggestive of the beginning of the return journey from mass to plane. In any mass, the area of its ecliptic expansion, the area of its polar magnetic bases, and the position of its charging poles are governed by the oblateness of the mass. In any mass, as oblateness decreases, polar magnetic bases and ecliptic expansion decrease their areas, and charging poles draw closer to its pole of rotation. If the position of the charging electric poles and the Cancer-Capricorn belt in mass conditions the ability of mass to attract and to repel, these positions are governed by the potential position of the mass itself. It must necessarily follow that the pressures which determine that potential position must be related to gravitation and radiation. Chapter 16. Expressions of gravitation and radiation. The wave. To know the wave is to know the secret of creation. The wave is nature's method of transferring the dimensionless concept of form in inertia to dimensional form in mass in motion by an impact of the energy of the concept against the inertial plane. All waves are the expression of force, a record of the universal constant, or its multiples in accumulated energy. The dimensions of any wave are the dimensions of the multiples, in universal ratios, of the energy constant represented by that wave. Waves are not undulations such as those produced by the shaking of a rope up and down. They are the actions and reactions beginning at the growing from harmonic points of impact upon the inertial plane of the wave. Nor are waves continuations of motion beginning at one source and transferred in sequence. Waves are simultaneously generated from inertia at intervals which are sequential and in dimensions which are opposed and sequential. Sequential intervals of the expressions of force in motion are simultaneously recorded on the inertial planes of equilibrium of each consecutive octave of motion. Within each consecutive octave, every expression of motion is sequentially produced and reproduced in every atom of every element until it is finally recorded in the inertial planes. All of the energy of the universal constant is existent in inertia, and all of its variations in accumulation are stored in the sequential inertial planes of equilibrium, which have their chemical representation in the inert gases, from which they borrow their appearance of existence of mass in motion. The inert gases are the storehouses of all of the states of motion contained within the mass of the wave. The purpose of the wave is to transfer states of motion from one potential to another. This is nature's method of accumulating the energy constant from low potential to high potential, octave by octave, in a series of progressive steps until maximum motion has been reached. Every state of motion is the result of a concept of that state. The purpose of motion is to contract concept into form and then to expand it into the memory of form. All concepts are but recollections of eternal ideas. All forms are but the regenerated memories of universal mind. Each action of motion is recorded by a reaction in the master tone inert gases of each octave. Any expression of motion, whether of gravitation or radiation, or whether the tossing of a marble or the revolving of a planet, is simultaneously recorded by impact against the inertial plane of every octave of recorded motion in the universe of dimension, and from there produced and reproduced sequentially in waves of mass in motion. The sequences of a wave are tonal, and its tonal intervals have an appearance of existence in masses of relative dimensions. Let us repeat the definition of a wave. The wave is nature's method of transferring the dimensionless concept of form in inertia to dimensional form in mass in motion by an impact of the energy of the concept against the inertial plane. All motion appears in mass and disappears in plane. This is the process of evolution and devolution in its utmost simplicity. The appearance of motion in mass is by way of the positive tones of the wave, and its disappearance into plane is by way of the negative tones of the wave. An impact of a stone upon the surface of the water transfers both its positive gravitative actions and its negative radiative reactions simultaneously upon the entire surface of the water. Near the point of impact, small harmonic circles become the contracted bases of opposing cones of high altitudes. Near the point of impact, short high waves of power time dimension simultaneously pile themselves up in sequential stages. 10 miles or 1,000 miles away, harmonic circles of increasingly larger bases, which become the expanded bases of cones of low altitudes, are simultaneously marked off on the inertial plane of the water's surface. These are the expanding radiative cones of lessening generative energy, which are dissipating the energy of the impact into its equivalent in speed. These opposing forces simultaneously proceed in opposite directions from the harmonic reproductions of the impact on the water's surface. The generative cones are ever seeking contracted gravitational centres to continue their appearance as form, and the radiative cones are ever seeking the expansion of equilibrium in inertia to dissipate their appearance as form into plane, from which all form is evolved. Each wave is therefore built up simultaneously in sequential stages, in sequential preponderance of opposite dimensions. Waves are not those parts that are either wholly above or wholly below their axis. One wave of any dimension is that portion of the sequence which is bounded by the turning point of one crest and the next trough. The inertial plane of wave coincides with the line of axis of the wave. A wave begins at the inertial plane and extends in both directions from the inertial plane to its repeative point at trough and crest. The popular concept that light travels along undulating waves is not in conformity with the laws of motion. Waves are constructed in sequential stages until they meet their overtone positions in trough and crest. No state of motion travels beyond the boundaries of its own wave mass. It is reproduced by union with its opposite effect at every inertial plane, which divides masses in motion in the universe of dimension. Neither is the wave in one plane. The wave is a spiral. The wave is not simply a curved line. The line of the wave is the moving vortex line of the maximum high pressure of the opposed cones of the wave. The axis of the wave is in the inertial plane of birth of the wave. A wave is not a single unit, it is a series of two opposed units. A wave is not simply a line. A wave is mass in opposition. The wave is a series of two opposed volumes, the forms of which are cones. The moving line of the wave is a spiral record of the variable instability of motion. The wave is too complex a subject to more than touch upon in this volume. In the second volume it will be charted in all of its complexities while considering the structure of the atom. A study of the various wave charts will assist in visualizing the structure of the wave and its changing planes. A mass is an effect of resistance to the formation of wave series. A mass is a simultaneously evolving and devolving harmonic sphere in volume, transformed by motion from harmonic circles in plane. All mass of perfectly balanced motion is spherical. A true sphere is only possible at the exact point of north, at the overtone of the wave. The evolution of mass from plane to sphere and its diffusion back to plane are by the way of the cone. The sphere is the perfection of form, and the perfection of the illusion of stability in motion. All generating mass is aiming for spherical perfection of form by means of gyroscopic perfection of motion. The dimensions of a mass are the dimensions of the resistance exerted against the formation of the wave. The resistance to the formation of the wave is greatest at the apex of the cone and least at its inertial base. Therefore, the power dimensions of mass are increasingly great along the pressure line toward north of the wave and maximum in its ultimate north. The high pressure line of the wave is at the electric pole of all mass, just as the low pressure plane is at the equator. The bases of the isoclinal cones mark varying stages of increased pressure as they near the poles and depart from the equator. Harmonic spheres are formed in the vortices of the contracted north from the expanded nebulae of the south. Therefore, north is the direction of that attribute of motion which is termed the attraction of gravitation, and south is the direction of the repulsion of radiation. The duration of the wave is the interval during which motion can be continued in the wave. No matter whether the duration of a wave is 1/10,000th of a second or 10,000 billion years, every stage of its evolution is exactly the same. Its volume must be transferred to mass in whirling spheres, which in turn are dissipated into plane. Motion diffuses the wave from the north line of the wave toward the south plane of inertia. Harmonic spheres expand from the north of their contracted forms to the south harmonic circles of their expanded concept. All expression of energy is a concentration into harmonic spheres in motion of expanded concept in inertial plane. Form disappears into south by diffusion from north. Therefore, south is the direction of that attribute of motion which is termed the repulsion of radiation. North is the direction of electropositive charge. Therefore, positive charge attracts. South is the direction of electronegative discharge. Therefore, negative discharge repels. If these statements are true, then positive charge cannot possibly attract negative discharge. North is the direction of the generative action of displacement. South is the direction of the radiative reaction of replacement. It will be recalled that the concept and expression of all energy is simultaneously universal, and its preponderance of opposition is sequential. Waves are the expression in motion of the concept of energy. Energy expresses itself by an apparent division of its force into equal opposites of more and less. Therefore, each wave is divided into opposites. Also, the entire sequence of waves of any expression of energy is divided in equal opposites of charging dimensions of an unchanging constant. In order to comprehend more fully the spiral construction of a wave, it would be well to imagine the universe of dimension within which all energy is expressed as being divided into a series of cubes. We will call these the cubes of motion. Subdivide each of these cubes by 3 medium planes, each one of which is parallel to 2 of its 6 faces. We will call these the planes of inertia. Let us call the horizontal ones of these 3 planes the south inertial plane of concept. The visible vertical plane will be called the prime vertical, and the receding plane the secondary vertical. It will be observed that these 3 planes subdivide the cube into 8 cubic compartments of equal dimensions. Let us bear in mind that the cubes of motion are each subdivided into 8 cubic compartments of equal dimensions, the inner faces of which constitute the 3 inertial planes. Of these 8 cubes, the left 4 are the cubes of positive force and electric domination, while the right 4 are the cubes of negative force and magnetic domination. For purposes of convenience, these cubes of motion will be numbered in accordance with the diagram on page 155 as 1 plus, 2 plus, 3 plus, 4 plus, 5 minus, 6 minus, 7 minus, and 8 minus. The point of intersection of the 3 inertial planes at the centre of each cube of motion is the point of beginning of the line of the wave. From this point the line of the wave extends spirally in both directions to the corners of the cube. Let us call the spiral line of the wave the electric pole of the wave. Let us call the vertical line of intersection of the 3 inertial planes the electric pole of concept. Let us call the corners of the cube the north points or overtones of the wave. From the harmonic circles of the horizontal planes, the contour of the opposing cones, which bound the mass of the wave, is developed. We have now left unnamed and disposed of the 6 outer faces of the cube and 24 faces of the subdivided cube. We shall call the 2 vertical faces, which parallel the primary vertical inertial plane, the ecliptics of the wave, the 2 faces which parallel the secondary vertical plane, the east-west planes, and the 2 horizontal faces, the north-opposed planes. All motion begins on the south inertial plane, as more fully described in the preceding and following chapters, and expresses itself in motion by expansion in both directions from the south inertial plane toward contraction at 2 points in the diagonal north corners of the cube. By a study of the chart on page 155, it will be observed that the horizontal and the secondary inertial planes divide positive charge from negative discharge. These planes divide the opposing tone series of each wave. The primary vertical plane, however, divides the entire wave progression from another wave progression. It divides the positive series from the positive and the negative series from the negative. Every wave of energy of any kind or of any dimension is recorded in series of opposing tones. Tones are storm centres formed by resistance to the electric action which constitutes the beginning of motion. Tonal vortices are centres of revolving and rotating masses which build equal and opposite tonal pressure walls within the opposed tonal wave of energy to stabilise the motion within the compartments thus divided. Tonal pressure walls are contractions of the south inertial planes toward the ecliptic of the wave. Tonal pressure walls are the ecliptic planes of their systems. Tonal pressure walls are reflected in every mass in every element to measure the potential of that mass in reference to its system, just as the tonal pressure wall of an entire system measures the potential and defines the potential position of that system in its wave. The principal tonal pressure walls by means of which the potential position of a mass can be measured are the more or less expanded Cancer-Capricorn belts, which define the limitations of its equatorial precessional orbits, and the polar magnetic bases, limited by their charging poles, which define the polar precessional orbits. By these 2 pressure walls, any mass can be most accurately measured, and many otherwise unanswerable questions can by this means be answered. The position of the polar magnetic base of any mass can be calculated with precision with the knowledge of its equatorial inclination to its own orbit and its oblateness. Both of these positions can be calculated in any mass by finding its true potential position in its system and applying the laws of universal ratios to that position in comparison with the standard units of any other known position. The tonal pressure walls erected within the opposing cones are those various states of motion which we call the elements of matter. Tonal pressure walls are erected in orderly mathematical relations and divide the energy of each wave into equal parts of the same constant. Mid-tonal pressure walls are erected between tonal pressure walls, and their total dimensions equal the constant of the whole tone. It will now be well to consider the process of overcoming inertia by force, which gives us the various states of motion of the one substance. Chapter 17. Expressions of gravitation and radiation. Time, the fourth dimension. Time is the measure of universal repetitiveness. All phenomena of nature are repetitive. All repetition is sequential. Time is the interval between the sequences of events. Were there no events, time would not be. If nothing happened in the universe, there would be no intervals. Intervals of time are illusions, which give birth to other illusions known as relations. Without intervals of time, relations would not be. Without relations, dimensions would not be. All dimensions are relative. Time is a dimension. Time is therefore relative. Time dimension marks the periodicities of all phenomena of motion. Time belongs essentially to motion, and it is not an attribute of substance. In inertia, time, like all other dimensions, does not exist. In opposition, time appears to exist. In opposition, there are apparent intervals which create that illusion of motion, which we call speed. Speed is the time consumed in relation to the distance covered. In the highest perceptible octave, the speed of reproduction of the accumulated universal constant is 186,330 miles per second. This speed of 186,330 miles is the speed with which energy overcomes inertia and sets it in motion in the highest octave of the lowest potential of matter perceptible on this planet. This is the speed of reproduction of all pressures in the fourth octave only. Higher octaves have increasingly greater speeds. As energy accumulates the universal constant into multiples, the intervals of production and reproduction are lengthened in universal ratio to correspond with those multiples. Each succeeding octave has its own time limit for reproducing the image of concept. Each wave of accumulating energy consumes more time, but the constant is not changed. The intervals of electric accumulation gradually lengthen, and their speeds of reproduction correspondingly lengthen. Intervals lengthen in proportion to energy accumulation. The greater the complexity of any state of motion, the greater the interval of reproduction of that state of motion. The wave of great energy of which our solar system is a part consumes countless billions of years in completing its intervals and in reproducing itself, while a wave of low potential within it consumes but an incalculably small fraction of time. If the constants of all the waves of low potential that appeared and disappeared in 1 hour were calculated, the total would be exactly the same as the constant of one wave of 1 hour's duration. Within each consecutive octave, the speed of the previous octave is accumulated in the universal ratio into multiples of that speed. As each octave wave of energy is but a variation of the dimension of the universal constant, and the multiples of the universal constant are repeated within each larger wave, so are the various speeds repeated within each wave. The reproductive speed of genero-active light decreases in lowering octaves in inverse universal ratio, and radioactive speed increases in lowering octaves in direct ratio. The lower the potential, the greater the speed of reproduction. Every effect of motion in any octave is repeated in sequence in the various speeds of every other octave. Every effect of motion is cumulative and repeative within its accumulation. For clarifying the meaning of these laws, one needs no better example than the sound of the human voice reproducing itself in the fifth octave, the air. Through the air, sound reproduces slowly, but the expanded sound reproduces at the various speeds of each consecutive octave, both lower and higher, through which it passes. The sound of the human voice very slowly reproduces itself against the cliffside, a mile away, on the other side of the valley, and returns as an echo. The expanded sound of the voice in the highest octave, however, will girdle the globe many times before the last echo has returned from across the valley. The sound of a pistol shot may be heard and reproduced by radio 1,000 miles away from the scene of the action before the sound can be heard half a mile away from the place of the action. That illusion of motion, which gives us the idea that light travels at various speeds, is due to the greater and less intervals, which greater and less potentials require to overcome inertia. The concept of energy of low potential overcomes the inertia of the lower potential positions more easily and more quickly than the energy of high potential overcomes the inertia of a relatively lower potential. The equilibrium pressure walls of high potential positions require relatively greater intervals of time to overcome their inertia. In a universe of equilibrium this is necessary, otherwise the universal constant would be upset. Light appears to travel, and this illusion of motion gives us the universal yardstick known as the speed of light. The speed of light of the fourth octave is the expression of desire of electricity for action. The speed of light is the universal genero-active speed of the highest octave of lowest perceptible potential. One of the outstanding characteristics of opposed forces is the ultimate ability possessed by each to conquer the other. Each accomplishes this by assuming the preponderance of the other through a simulation of its attributes. It is a conspicuous fact that the universal, relatively slow, genero-active speed, which resistance has decelerated to 186,330 miles per second at the fourth octave of its journey from plane toward mass, is gradually appropriated by magnetism and applied to the radioactive speed from mass toward plane. The speed of perceptible radioactive helium ejections from radium, 1002 plus, exactly equals the genero-active absorptions of efflogen, 402 plus. From actinium, 1003 plus, on the ejection, speed increases until in thorium, 1004 double plus, it is exactly 186,330 miles per second. As genero-active force decelerates its power time because of the work performed in mass accumulation, radioactive force accelerates its speed time to balance by dissipation. Reactions must keep pace with actions. All down the octaves, the battle between the two opposite forces continues, electricity ever losing speed as it works to gain power, and magnetism ever absorbing the lost speed for the very purpose of dissipating the accumulated power by increasingly forceful explosive ejections. In accumulated mass, when the 10th octave is reached, magnetism has developed a power to repel radioactive emanations from mass toward plane at the universal speed of 186,330 miles per second. When radioactive emanations from mass reach the universal speed equaling the speed of perceptible light, mass has reached the limit of its ability to accumulate opposing pressures into high potential. The universal radioactive speed of high potential is the ending of the cyclic exhalation, just as the universal genero-active speed of light is the beginning of the cyclic inhalation. Thus, during the entire battle between the two opposing forces, the universal equilibrium between the opposing power and speed pressures is preserved down through the octaves from inertia to inertia. It is because of the continuous battle between the two opposing forces that mass is constantly changing its potential. Because of this fact, it is also constantly out of place in respect to the potential position of the next moment. In moving from the potential position of this moment to that of the next moment, mass is condemned to walk a treadmill of perpetual motion. All potential out of place must be simultaneously balanced throughout the universe by the repetition of displacement in each changing dimension, and a replacement in an exactly opposed dimension. Displacement and replacement are universally simultaneous. An action calculated to displace is simultaneously accompanied by a reaction to replace. All gravitational and radiational expressions are simultaneous in their opposition. The universal seesaw must go down in unison with its going up. Action and reaction are not sequential events. They are simultaneous oscillations, but the repetition of the actions and reactions are events separated by sequential intervals. All effects of motion are simultaneously opposed, but their repeative acts are sequential. That which man calls energy is the displacement of stability and its sequential replacement. That which man calls potential energy is a locked state of energy displacement balanced by its equal replacement. That which man calls kinetic energy is the ability of the opposing forces to perform work during the sequential intervals between displacement and replacement. That which man calls sex is the degree of displacement, which is male, or replacement, which is female. That which man calls voltage is the increasing displacement. It is heading northeasterly against resistance in the centripetal direction of all charging systems. That which man calls amperage is the increasing replacement. It is heading southwesterly with assistance in the centrifugal direction of all discharging systems. Force is continuous. It is not sequential. It does not consume time. It is universal. It is life. Consider, for example, the attraction of gravitation as force. The attraction of one mass for another does not consume time. Force is continuous. The expression of the force of gravitation in drawing two masses together, however, does consume time. An apparent variation of the force through accumulation or release of potential constitutes an event which is reproduced in sequence from the inertial planes which separate all masses. The force of the universal constant must not be confused with its opposite expressions. One is unchanging and dimensionless. The other is constantly changing and has varying and opposite dimensions. In motion, force has the illusion of existence. In inertia, force exists as a potentiality without the illusion of motion. When an event takes place anywhere in the universe, the concept of that event is simultaneously measured in inertia throughout the universe of non-dimension. This is the first step toward the production and the reproduction of an event. The second step is the sequential and universal reproduction of the concept of that event in plus and equal minus potential. Simultaneity is essential to the maintenance of an equilibrium. The dimensionless universe of inertia, the apparently nothing, has taken on the dimensions of the apparently something. The illusion of space-time and motion has appeared. Duration has also appeared. Like all effects and dimensions of motion, time has its opposite expressions, both in effects and dimensions. The opposites of time are power time and speed time. Power time is genero-active and therefore accumulative. It belongs to electricity. It begins with incredible speed of rotation and no speed of revolution, and ends with no speed of either opposite pressure. The effect is rigidity. Speed time is radioactive and therefore dissipative. It belongs to magnetism. It begins with incredible speed of revolution and no speed of rotation, and ends with no speed of either opposite pressure. Its effect is tenuity. The greater the accumulation of electric energy and the slower the generative speed, the greater the speed time or radioactive emanations of that accumulation. The greater the attraction of cohesion in stored energy of high potential of rigid bodies, the greater the deceleration. That which man calls mass is changing potential out of place, constantly seeking place, because of its changing potential. By place we mean equilibrium. The constant search for an equilibrium position by all mass is the reason for its constant motion. Accumulation of displaced energy from low equilibrium pressure walls to high equilibrium pressure walls, its storage as potential in various compartments bounded by these pressure walls, its redistribution into place by discharge, and its reproduction throughout the universe are sequential events in time dimension. Time in intervals of seconds, minutes, hours, days, months, centuries, periods or cycles is a dimension measuring the sequential displacement and replacement of potential accumulated from inertia and redistributed into inertia. The intervals of time on this planet are standard units, born of this planet's potential, which alone determines those intervals. As the potential changes, the standard units must change. The long year of our planet's low potential position in motion grew out of the shorter one of the high potential position held at birth, because of the deceleration of its revolution. Our short day similarly appeared because of the acceleration of rotation, as the planet's potential was lowered by increased distance from the sun. Our year is now lengthening. It is continually expanding toward disappearance with the deceleration of our revolution, and our day with all of its subdivisions is gradually shortening. It is continually contracting toward disappearance with the acceleration of our rotation. The power-time dimension of each mass of a system expresses itself by deceleration of rotation. Speed-time, which, thus retarded, expresses its equal and opposite reaction as accelerated revolution. They exchange attributes. Power is accumulated from time by the resistance of revolution to the speed of rotation, by the application of its power brake to the fast rotating wheels at the cost of losing its own power and absorbing the lowered speed. This process lengthens days and shortens years. It is a charging effect. It transforms time into power by storing energy into mass, the universal storage battery. Just as mass contracts itself into appearance, so does it expand itself into disappearance. Just as the time intervals of this process contract, so do they necessarily expand. Potential appears because of preponderant charge. Potential disappears because of preponderant discharge. Jupiter's year is nearly 12 of our years, and its day less than 1/2 of our day. It is expanding its years into disappearance by decelerating its revolution, and is contracting its days into disappearance by accelerating its rotation. Contracting, generating bodies decelerate the speed of rotation of inner planets by proximity. The closer the planet of a system, the more the relative speed of rotation of inner planets is retarded by proximity. Each acts as a brake upon the wheels of the other until they gradually meld in rigidity. In melding rigid bodies, the speed of rotation of inner parts is less than that of outer parts. Deceleration of rotation of the planets of a system increases the surface tension pressure of a system. If this law is well founded, then deceleration of speed of rotation must be related to the attraction of gravitation. Increase of surface tension pressure is nature's process of effecting cohesion through composition. The greater the deceleration of rotation, the greater the centripetal force of contraction pressure. Expanding emanated bodies separate because of their accelerated rotation. The farther apart the planets of a system, the more their speed is accelerated by the release of the brakes upon the wheels of each. Acceleration of rotation of the planets of a system decreases the surface tension pressure of a system. If this law is well founded, then acceleration of speed of rotation must be related to the repulsion of radiation. Decrease of surface tension pressure by acceleration is nature's process of distributing assembled substances through decomposition. Our standard units of time, or of any other dimensions, are not a proper basis for calculation of the dimensions of any other potential. Relative time dimensions of different planets are very easy to determine, however, and through them, with such other relative dimensions, which we can as easily determine, such as distance, relative areas, intervals of revolution and rotation, of plane and other comparative dimensions, it is possible for us to compute those relative dimensions which we cannot otherwise determine, such as density, temperature, and pressures. We measure the mass and density of the Sun and planets of our systems by our own standard units of gravitational intensity, just as we do their time dimensions. We arrive at wrong conclusions because our premises are wrong. Though it has been calculated to be only 25% as dense, the Sun is, in reality, inconceivably more dense than this planet. The Sun's mass is vastly more than 332,000 times that of the Earth. Mercury is very much more than 1.21 of the Earth's mass, and Jupiter is not 317 times the mass of the Earth as calculated. As a matter of fact, Jupiter's huge volume is approximately only 8 times the volume that our Earth will be when in Jupiter's potential position. Jupiter is roughly only double the mass of the Earth, and Mercury's mass actually exceeds that of the Earth. When our planet has reached Jupiter's potential position, its diameter will be approximately 40,000 miles, which is nearly equal to the radius of Jupiter. Doubling the radius is equivalent to cubing the volume in direct ratio according to the universal law respecting all expansion pressure dimensions. Consider the opposite effect. When our planet was in Mercury's potential position, its diameter was approximately 2,500 miles, or less than that of Mercury. The time interval of a planet of an atomic system is as relatively long as the same time interval of the planet of a solar system. More than that, every planet of every atom has its own relative standard units of dimension, which are as appropriate to it as are those of any planet of our solar system. With the appearance of the intervals of duration comes the appearance of variation of the more and less of duration which we call faster and slower, or acceleration and deceleration. Appearance of variation is as characteristic of time as of any other effect of gravitation and radiation. There is but one speed by which all motion is measurable, the speed of the universal constant. Less speed is but an accumulation of the speed-time constant transformed into power. More speed is but a release of that accumulation. Deceleration is but a contraction of time, and acceleration its expansion. All dimensions are relative, and the ratios of all dimensions are universal. If time is the interval between events, and events are effects of motion, time must therefore be as relative as the standard units of the events it records. Time on this planet is merely a relative dimension, which measures intervals in the sequential expression of motion which belong to this planet. Time must expand and contract in the universal ratios common to all dimensions of motion when applied to planets in other potential positions. Minutes must shorten as expanding mass rotates faster, and lengthen when contracting mass. Years must balance by lengthening as expanding mass revolves more slowly, and shorten as revolution increases. A year is one periodic revolution of a mass around its sun. A day is one periodic rotation. All planets vary in both of these periods in opposite directions of the universal ratios, and this variation of time is characteristic of all opposites of dimension in all mass. The opposites of all effects of motion vary in the opposites of their several dimensions in the direct and inverse of the universal ratios. If these premises are right, then time dimension must be taken into account in the writing of the law of gravitation and radiation. If variation of time dimension of a mass changes the ability of the mass to appear to attract or repel, then the law which takes into consideration but two of the dimensions of the mass, ignoring all others, cannot be complete. Time and power appear by lengthening the day and shortening the year, and disappear by reversing these effects. Chapter 18. Expressions of gravitation and radiation. Temperature, the eighth dimension. This universe of more or less is a universe of varying pressures. Temperature is a dimension of relative and opposing pressures, as expressed in its opposites, heat and cold. The popular concept that temperature measures only the degree of heat is not in conformity with the laws of motion. Heat is improperly presumed to be an effect of motion, which is operative in both directions. In other words, that which we call cold is assumed to be less heat. This idea must be eliminated from man's thinking. Heat and cold are as much the opposites of temperature dimension as positive and negative electricity. Contraction pressure and expansion pressure are opposites of other dimensions. Every dimension must have its opposite expressions, which persist in their opposition. Each of these are not relatively less or more of the other. Deceleration is not less acceleration, it is a result of the expression of one force, just as acceleration is the result of the expression of the opposite. Neither is negative electricity less positive electricity, neither is the blue end of the spectrum less of the red end of the spectrum. It is as inaccurate to describe cold as less heat as to describe blue as less red, or to describe negative discharge as less positive charge. Cold, expansion pressure, radiation, the blue half of the spectrum, and negative electricity are the evidences of the domination of one of the two opposing forces. every expression of which is in an opposite direction from that in which heat, contraction pressure, generation, the red half of the spectrum, and positive electricity are expressed. The greater the contraction of charging bodies, the more heat a body will register from generation. And conversely, the greater the expansion of discharging bodies, the more cold a body will register from radiation. Like the pressure gauge on the boiler, which indicates the pressure developed within, or the voltmeter on the dynamo, which indicates the resistance to induction developed by the charging of the generator, or the ammeter, which registers the discharge conducted from the accumulated voltage, heat measures the resistance which magnetism sets up against integration by compression into smaller volume, and cold measures its disintegration by expansion into larger volume. Contraction of volume by integration of the same mass into lesser space is resisted by expansion pressure. Resistance to contraction heats by the opposition of the opposing forces. Heating bodies approach each other and recede from cooling bodies. If this law of motion is well founded, then heating bodies and the attraction of gravitation must be related. Expansion of volume by disintegration into greater space is assisted by the expulsive force of contraction pressure. Expanding bodies recede from expanding and from contracting bodies. If this law of motion is well founded, then cooling bodies, expanding bodies, and the repulsion of radiation must be related. Expanding bodies cool. Expansion of volume repels. Cooling bodies recede from cooling and from heating bodies. Expanding bodies seek lower pressure equilibriums. Cooling bodies contract. Contracting bodies attract. Contracting bodies seek higher pressure equilibriums. To the process of contraction is due the illusion of attraction. Contraction of volume is nature's process of integration. Approaching bodies mutually heat. Heating bodies charge. Charging bodies raise potential. If this law is well founded, then heat, charging bodies, and the attraction of gravitation must be related. Also, positive charge must attract positive charge. Heating bodies radiate. Radiating bodies repel all other bodies. Receding bodies mutually cool. Radiation cools the radiating body and the emanated body. Cooling bodies discharge. Discharging bodies lower potential. If this law is well founded, then cold, discharging bodies and the repulsion of radiation must be related. Also, negative discharge must repel both negative discharge and positive charge. Charging bodies contract and contracting bodies heat. The reheating of degenerating bodies by contraction is nature's process of regeneration. Heat is ejected from heated bodies. Radiation lowers pressure and potential of radiating and ejected bodies. Radiating and radiated bodies seek equilibrium positions in lower pressure zones appropriate to their lowered potentials. Radiation of heat is nature's process of solidifying integrated substances of cooling bodies into locked potential positions. Radiation expands, and the consequential regeneration freezes the emanations expelled from radiating bodies. It also cools the radiating body, thus regenerating it also. Expansion disintegrates the emanating body. Disintegration is nature's process of redistribution. Disintegration freezes radiating and radiated bodies. Cooling is nature's process of effecting rigidity in radiating bodies and beginning the repetition of the same process in emanated bodies. Radiation is discharge. Discharging and discharged bodies cool. Cooling bodies generate. Generating bodies draw closer to each other. They attract. Generation heats. Heating under pressure is nature's method of assembling mass. Heating is nature's process of moulding form. Cooling is nature's process of complexing form. All form is simplified by heating. All form becomes complex by cooling. The sun of a system shapes her melted planets into spheres, the simplest of forms, puts them out to cool, and thus begins the complexing. The complexities of nature's multitudinous forms in those effects which we call living matter begin with cooling. The closer the planet of a system, the more retarded the speed-time dimension and the higher the melting points of the system. It takes great contraction pressure to force bodies into close proximity. The greater the contraction pressure, the greater the resisting pressure. The greater the resistance of opposing pressures, the higher the melting point of a mass. If this law is well founded, then high melting point, high pressure equilibrium, and the attraction of gravitation are related. Bodies in close proximity will not remain in close proximity if the contraction pressure force which keeps them there is released by the counter pressure of expansion. The less the resistance of opposing pressure, the lower the melting point of a mass. If this law is well founded, then low melting point, low pressure equilibrium, and the repulsion of radiation are related. Thus it may be seen that preponderance of one opposite effect of motion is the conditioned precedent for the appearance of the other. Thus it may be seen that heat and cold, like all other effects of motion, take their respective positions on the universal seesaw and tilt up and down simultaneously, but alternate in their sequential preponderance of opposition. Thus it may also be seen that temperature is but an effect of motion, an illusion of dimension, born of motion only. It is in no way an attribute of substance. The one substance cannot be heated, nor can it be cooled. Like all opposites, heat and cold are born with and of each other. Let us consider whether or not the following commonly accepted temperature cycle is correct and complete. Cold contracts, contraction heats, heat expands, and expansion cools. Is not the cycle incomplete because of the omission of that which makes of this universe a creating or evolving one? Cold does not contract. Cold generates electric force. Electricity is the attractive force, and it is electric generation which contracts. It is proper to say that expanding bodies cool, and that cooling bodies contract, but not that cold contracts. Conversely, heat does not expand. Heat radiates magnetic force. Magnetism is a separative force, and it is the separative force of radiation which expands. It is proper to say that contracting bodies heat, and that heating bodies expand, but not that heat expands. The complete temperature cycle is as follows. Cold generates, generating bodies contract, contracting bodies heat, which means centripetal, electric domination. Heating bodies radiate, radiating bodies repel, repelling bodies expand, expanding bodies cool, which means centrifugal, magnetic domination. Thus the cycle of opposition is completed. One effect of motion is always followed by its opposite. Cold integrates, integrating bodies decelerate rotation. Decelerated rotation contracts, contracting bodies heat, which means centripetal, electric domination. Heating bodies disintegrate, disintegrating bodies accelerate rotation. Accelerated rotation expands, expanding bodies cool, which means centrifugal, magnetic domination. Thus is nature repetitive in all her states of motion by her method of conducting all her opposing dimensions in cycles. The temperature of the universe is constant. Any variation of that constant is but a multiplication of division of that constant in direct or inverse universal ratios, common to the variations of all dimensions, according to whether the dimension is an expansion or a contraction pressure dimension. The idea conveyed by the word heat developed, or energy generated, wherein a heretofore presumably non-existent heat or energy is supposed to be developed, is not in accord with the laws of motion. Accelerated motion, being simply due to the decreased volume of a changed potential position, does not alter the constant of energy which produced that motion. The higher temperature of a decreased volume does not mean more heat than the lower temperature of a larger volume of an equal mass. It means that the same constant of heat has readjusted itself to the changed potential position in accordance with the 19th law of motion. The constant of heat energy is the same for both volumes and both masses. Any force of the universe of dimension is an opposing pressure force. The pressure force which compresses great volume into little volume and registers the intensity of that compression in heat is the male, electropositive generoactive electric force of inhalation. Inhalation is an endothermic force. That means that it is heat absorbing in the commonly accepted scientific sense. Heat absorbing in the true sense means gathering together the potential of resistance from a large area and compacting it into a small area of the same constant. The state of motion which produces incandescence is one in which the directions of the opposing forces are directly south and north across the pressure zones which define the orbits of floating bodies. A meteorite, for example, when attracted by this planet from its proper potential position where it floats in space, cuts across lots into the higher pressure zone of this planet, becoming luminous from the resistance to so disorderly an invasion of zones of higher pressure. The temperature of a meteorite increases in inverse universal ratio as it approaches the planet toward which it is falling. Increase of temperature is a contraction pressure dimension. A falling meteorite is an effect of gravitation which produces incandescence because of a rapid change of its potential position. A comet falling to the Sun is almost analogous to a falling meteorite. Its potential position is such that its path invades the Sun and gives it a continuous orbit, which eventually ends up by a plunge into high pressures near the Sun, exactly as a meteorite is worn away and disappears into incandescence by the resistance of the Earth's high pressures. A comet falling to its perihelion is an effect of gravitative preponderance, and one rising to its aphelion is an effect of radiative preponderance. High potential gathered together in small focus, in a searchlight for example, will cut a visible luminous streak through the low potential of the air, an incandescent path against the night sky. This streak of light reverses the negative low potential of the illuminated area, increasing its positive charge. The temperature of the path of light decreases in direct universal ratio as the distance from its source increases. Decrease of temperature is an expansion pressure dimension. The radioactive emanations leaping violently from the Sun with the explosive force due to the great pressure from behind develop incandescent streaks of light for millions of miles. The streaks of light form what is known as the corona of the Sun. The violence with which they rise directly away from the Sun produces a state of incandescence, which disappears only when the radioactive emanations find the equilibrium pressure of the potentials and float in west to east orbits around the Sun. The temperature of the corona rays decreases in universal ratio as their distance from the Sun increases. The corona ray and hydrogen flame rising from the Sun are effects of radiation, the exact opposite of that of a meteorite falling to the Earth, but the reason for their incandescence is the same. Every element has its own equilibrium pressure, therefore every element has its own melting point. More than this, every planet of every atom has its own equilibrium pressure, and therefore also has its own melting point for its mass and for each one of its elements. The active force which compresses great volume into little volume and registers the intensity of that compression in heat is the male, electropositive generoactive force of inhalation. The reaction force which expands little volume into large volume and registers the intensity of that expansion in cold is the female, electronegative radioactive magnetic force of exhalation. Exhalation is the exothermic force. That means that it is heat releasing in the commonly accepted scientific sense. Heat releasing in the true sense means the redistribution of accumulation of heat over a large area, the constant being unchanged. When heat gathered from a large area has been compacted into a sufficiently small area to cause a violent impact of opposite pressures seeking equilibrium, a state of motion is produced known as luminosity or incandescence. The nearer the equilibrium of increasing pressures, the greater the luminosity. The vortex of any system is always luminous. It matters not whether the system is of low potential and pressure opposition or of high potential and pressure opposition. There is always a sufficient pressure opposition at the vortex to cause a state of incandescence. It must be remembered that the melting point of low potential is correspondingly low, and that melting points rise as opposing pressures increase. The state of violent motion which produces incandescence at the nucleus of the hydrogen atom is as relatively violent as the state of motion which produces incandescence in the sun of the carbon atom, or the sun of our solar system. The law of little mass being the same as for big mass, it follows that each planet in this solar system must have its own melting point as a mass and its own relative standard unit melting points for every subdivision of its mass. The opposing pressures which would melt a mass of zinc into a liquid, for example, would not even affect the rigidity of a mass of carborundum. It can readily be seen, therefore, that a temperature which would be extremely hot to the mass of zinc would be but a warm breath of a mass to carborundum. It is these relative temperatures, densities and pressures which lead us to form wrong conclusions regarding the relative temperatures, densities and pressures of the planets of this system. The relatively expanded mass of this planet could not stand the heat of the pressure zone in which Mercury floats. This planet would become a molten ball in Mercury's orbit, whereas Mercury's rigidity is hardly affected by it. On each planet of this system, the degrees of heat and cold measured in their own relative standard units are so varying that one cannot judge of conditions on any other body when measured by standards common to this body. On Mars we see polar ice caps, and we assume that the temperature must drop below the 32 degrees to which we are accustomed as the freezing point of water, in order that the ice caps could be possible. As a matter of fact, water on Mars would not freeze at 32 degrees. It would require a very much lower temperature. An atmosphere which would be too cold for us to survive would be comfortably warm for Martians. We see the red fire spots of Jupiter and assume by our standard units of heat that Jupiter must be very hot, whereas on the contrary it is relatively very cold. The heat of a flame at the surface of Jupiter would be below the freezing point of water on this planet. The rings of Saturn, judged by our standard units of density, are presumed to be composed of solid substances, like what are commonly known to us as boulders. The rings of Saturn are composed of solid masses, but the solidity of Saturn's rings would be as a heavy smoke vapour to us. The outermost planets of this system and the nebulae beyond them are of so much lower pressure equilibriums that states of incandescence which would be extremely hot for their potentials would be colder than liquid air to us. It does not require much imagination to visualize a condition of relative heat on the planet Neptune, when one considers that hydrogen freezes into a rigid solid in the ordinary temperature of Neptune, whereas on this planet its freezing point is minus 250 degrees centigrade. It is perhaps difficult to realise that substances sufficiently solid to be used as building materials on one planet would be liquids and vapours on another. The very bricks and iron beams we use in our structures would be but liquids to the inhabitants of Mercury. Conversely, frail substances to us would become the staunchest of building materials to the possible inhabitants of Saturn and Uranus. On this planet we should not dream of building our houses of ice below the Arctic Circle. We fail to realise, however, that our staunch houses of stone and iron are but the ices of those substances, the only difference being that the melting points of the ices with which we build are so much higher than the normal temperature of this planet that they are to us as dependable solids as the ice of water is to the Eskimos. All of our dependable solids are but the ices of various substances of varying states of dependability, their dependability being conditioned by their own separate lock potential positions. By a study of the table of the elements in Chapter 5, one will see that the melting point of the inert gases at the beginning of the fifth octave is minus 271 degrees centigrade, whereas the melting point of the substance in the first tone is plus 186 degrees centigrade, that of the second tone plus 1280 degrees centigrade, the third plus 2350 degrees centigrade, and the double tone plus 3600 degrees centigrade. Going back down the negative side of the scale, the melting point of the substance in the third tone is minus 210 degrees centigrade, that of the second, minus 218 degrees centigrade, the first, minus 223 degrees centigrade, and the master tone, minus 271 degrees centigrade. In every octave the melting points rise and fall in an orderly manner as pressures in their opposition and relax from that opposition. In the midtones alone there are irregularities in the orderliness of increase and decrease, but midtones are characteristically irregular in all of their dimensions. This does not mean that midtonal irregularities are exceptions to the law. It simply means that midtones are split tones, and the totals of all dimensions of all the split tones in any octave are the constant of the double tone of that octave. In temperature, as in all other dimensions, the variation of heat which gives us what we call higher temperature is merely a preponderance of heat at the expense of its opposite dimension, cold. The constant of energy in all of its expressions is equal in every tone of every octave, the midtones between each tone counting as one tone. All variations of temperature are, therefore, but variations of the opposite of dimension. All variations of dimensions are orderly and in universal ratios. The relative temperatures of this planet of this solar system are as much in conformity with the universal ratios upon which the formula of the lock potentials are based, as the temperatures of the various elements are in conformity with their law. Without the variation of temperature in systems and the masses of systems, nature could not produce her effect of form, but she makes no variation in one opposite of any system without balancing that variation in the opposite dimension of an opposite system. With all of the conditions governing the variation of temperature, standard units of temperature, like all other dimensions, are purely relative and must change to suit every changed condition. One cannot, for example, give the melting point of aluminium as 659 degrees centigrade as fixed and unchanging under all conditions. A pressure of 1,000 pounds surrounding the metal would so change conditions that it would still remain frozen at a much higher point than 659 degrees centigrade. Conversely, by heating it in a vacuum, it would melt at a very much lower point. We therefore cannot set our standard units of temperature to conditions prevailing in the Sun or any of the planets, and the only way to find the true temperatures existing upon the various masses of this solar system is to calculate them by universal ratios and set them down as a table of standard units of temperature for each separate mass. If variation of temperature varies the apparent ability of mass to attract and to repel, then the temperature dimension should be taken into consideration in writing the laws of gravitation and radiation. Chapter 19. Expressions of gravitation and radiation. Colour, the 15th dimension. Every effect of motion is recorded by nature in as substantial a manner as a businessman records his inventory, and without chance of human error. As man records his facts with pen and ink in ledger volumes, so does nature record her effects of motion with light in octave volumes. Every effect of motion differs from every other effect of motion and is recorded with a preponderance of one or the other of the many colours of light. Light is the universal language. The colours of light are the letters of the alphabet. Combinations of letters of light are the words of the language of light. Simple effects of motion are simple words of few letters. Complex effects of motion are complex sentences and paragraphs with long words of many letters. Every effect of motion is cumulative and repeative within its accumulation. Every effect of motion in any octave is repeated in sequence in the various speeds of every other octave. A simple effect of motion, such as hydrogen, is written in the language of light in simple words of simple letters, for its history is brief. Hydrogen, 401+, has within its short history of its accumulation of only 3 preceding octaves. The spectrum of hydrogen is preponderantly red, and that preponderance is recorded dominantly in one bright line of red, and less conspicuously of 3 other lines of red which indicate similar positions, 301+, 201+, and 101+, of lower potential through which it passed in preceding octaves. On the contrary, the spectrum of a complex state of motion, such as iron, is written in the language of light in complex paragraphs of long, involved and complex sentences, words and phrases. The spectrum of iron is preponderantly orange-yellow. That preponderance is recorded dominantly in its octave line and less conspicuously in 6 other lines of orange-yellow, which indicate similar positions of lower potential through which it passed in preceding octaves. The history of hydrogen, as compared to that of iron, is like the history of a 3-year-old child, as compared with that of Napoleon. All effects of motion absorb light and give forth light. To absorb light is to decelerate its reproductive speed. To decelerate light is to generate it by lengthening its reproductive intervals. To generate light is to draw it closer to its gravitative centre. The ability to draw light closer to its gravitative centre is the measure of its ability to attract. To give forth light is to accelerate its reproductive speed. To accelerate light is to radiate it by shortening its reproductive intervals. To radiate light is to expel it from its radiative centre. The ability to expel light from its radiative centre is the measure of its ability to repel. All states of motion which are preponderant in their ability to attract record their preponderance on the red side of the spectrum. All states of motion which are preponderant in their ability to repel record their preponderance on the blue side of the spectrum. If these premises are well founded, it must necessarily follow that the record of states of motion in colour must be related to the attraction of gravitation and to the repulsion of radiation. All light is a complexity of all colours. That most remarkable of instruments known as the spectroscope separates light into its various colours. The spectroscope also separates different effects of motion into their separate colours. When man invented the spectroscope, he made the greatest stride towards solving the mysteries of nature by thus being able to write down her language in letters of light. The effects of motion revealed by the spectroscope show the cumulative history of each separate state of motion written within itself. There should be no difficulty in writing a complete history of states of motion, which will lead clearly to the very door of the Holy of Holies. The unseen universe of the first 3 octaves, and the greater part of the 4th, is clearly written in hydrogen and helium. It is quite clearly recorded in the discharging elements, nickel, mercury and tungsten. It is more clearly recorded in manganese, iron, molybdenum, rhodium, ruthenium, titanium, vanadium, zirconium and other predominantly male-charging elements in which the resistance to integration assists man in writing down their history in the language of light. It will require a volume in itself to rewrite a spectrum analysis in the universal language of light. Suffice it for this volume of first principles merely to suggest perhaps a more logical and workable electromagnetic basis for this physical universe of dimension. As each and every element is not a separate substance, but a variation of the one substance, so is it also not an apparent separate state of motion, but a variation of many states of motion. All of the states of motion which go to make up any element are within that element. Octave waves of low potential, of which the elements are tones, are within octave waves of high potential. Within helium is the history of its growth. Helium is a master tone, and helium itself is therefore devoid of spectrum lines of its own. The 3 red lines of helium are the antecedents of hydrogen in octaves of the unseen universe, and other prominent lines tell the story of the 6 empty spaces which follow hydrogen. Consider the spectrum analysis of iron, for example. One can see at a glance the lines which belong to iron and those which tell its recent and remote history. More important still, one can tell by their positions whether they represent the relative ability of the iron atom to charge or to discharge. Any other attribute of the states of motion which are assembled into that state of motion which we designate as iron is as clearly recorded in its spectrum as the words on this page. One would have no difficulty whatsoever in recognizing the line of wavelength 7817.2 as belonging to iron, and 7392.3 as recent history, and 6944.8 as extremely remote history. To facilitate the better reading of the language of light, herein follows a partial list of lines whose wavelengths belong to iron, or to its immediate radtone associates, and also other lists indicating its recent and its more remote history. The division of the visible spectrum into several thousand lines, each one of which is different in its shade of colour and in its plane of every other, and of the invisible spectrum into thousands of other lines, tells in its own convincing manner that this universe of varying motion is a universe of varying pressures. By the visible spectrum, we mean that portion of the spectrum which can be detected by the evidence of human sight. Great portions of the heretofore invisible spectrum are now detected by the bolometer and by the photograph negative. Every state of motion is indicated by its own particular colour line, exactly as it is indicated by its own degrees of temperature, plane and pressure. Colour is one of the great dimensions, by means of which we will be enabled to measure the potential positions of states of motion, which man will soon need to reproduce for the continuance of his very existence. The spectrum begins at naught equals position of the inertial plane, with an absence of colour. The beginning of resistance to integration is indicated in both directions by ultraviolet. On the positive side of the wave, as genero-active pressures increase, the violet merges into an infrared and quickly into red, orange and yellow of north. On the negative side of the wave, as radioactive pressures increase, the ultraviolet merges into violet, then slowly into blue, green, and the yellow of north. Yellow is the meeting point of highest pressures, temperatures, densities, and potentials of the wave. From yellow, the fourth position in the wave pressure walls are tonally erected back through the colour pressure positions of the disappearance of colour into the inertial plane. Colour, therefore, like temperature, is an indicator of a state of motion and has no existence other than an appearance of existence. As the condition and potential positions of all mass can be determined by such dimensions as its plane, pressure and temperature, so also can its condition be determined by the colours which it is able to generate and radiate. All mass is generative and radiative. All mass indicates its ability to generate by the colour pressures indicated by genero-active lines on the red side of the spectrum, and its ability to radiate by radioactive lines on the blue side of the spectrum. The preponderance of colour lines of a mass is indicative of its potential position in its wave. A preponderance of red or orange indicates that a mass is on the outward journey toward the north, and a preponderance of green or blue indicates that a mass is on its return journey to plane. Charging systems, therefore, are preponderantly recorded in the red side of the spectrum, and discharging systems are preponderantly recorded in the blue end. There are many evidences which seem to contradict this law in the spectrum lines of some of the positive elements, but this contradiction is an illusion, similar to the illusion of perspective, and easily comprehensible. The most outstanding of these apparent contradictions is the characteristic yellow D line of sodium. If sodium were perfectly consistent with the law, its red line should be prominent and its yellow line weak, instead of which they are the reverse. The explanation is simple. Sodium, 601+, is the first positive tone of the sixth octave. At the fifth octave, the superinhalation of the cycle ends with its maximum of pressure. In sodium, therefore, at the beginning of the superexhalation, the intense accumulated pressures of inhalation cause so great a storm of contraction that sodium resists her overtone in preponderance to her true tone. One may more easily understand this situation by drawing in a full breath, holding it in suspense for a moment and then releasing it. The pressure at that moment of release is great. A perfect analogy is that of an old-fashioned church organ in which the controls are not sufficiently adjusted to prevent a pipe from sounding its overtone instead of its true tone, when the boy who pumps the bellows suddenly becomes over-vigorous. This plus effect of sodium is counterbalanced, as all effects of motion are always counterbalanced, by exactly opposite minus effects in the corresponding positions, 701+, 801+, and 901+ of the following three octaves. In potassium 701+, even though the proper red preponderance is recorded, sodium's offsetting discharge sweeps down through at the blue side of the spectrum in a wave of increasing and decreasing intensity, ending suddenly in an intense line far down toward the violet. In rubidium 801+, even though its own red preponderance and the history of its evolution is well recorded, sodium's offsetting discharge sweeps less far down the blue side of the spectrum. Its wave of increasing and decreasing intensity ends in two blue lines of vigorous discharge, one of which belongs to rubidium itself and the other of which is history. In cesium 901+, sodium's offsetting discharge becomes equalized. The spectrum of any element can only be obtained when that element is in a state of incandescence, which necessitates an increase of radiative expansive pressure. This fact has much also to do with the recording of the overtone of sodium instead of the true tone. In the Sun, for example, sodium is under tremendously high pressure, but upon this planet it is under low pressure. By subjecting it to a state of incandescence, its pressures become supernormal. There is a great difference of opinion as to the direction of which evolution is proceeding, whether from the direction of white stars into the orange and red stages, or whether the coloured stars are younger and will become white with increasing age. The red stars are the younger. They evolve through orange and yellow to their white of maturity in the north apices of their cones. White in maximum motion is a reflection of white in inertia. When degeneration begins, first green and then blue predominate. They are aging. It must be constantly borne in mind that standard units of pressure and other dimensions in the potential positions, such as that of the Sun, expand and contract to fit the standard units of measurements on this planet. Therefore, all pressure colour lines that are visible in the high pressures of the Sun expand in the same ratios when recorded in our planet's lower pressures, so that when so recorded they maintain their same relative positions. Also, it must be constantly borne in mind that increasing pressures are recorded nearer to the yellow, so that lines of consecutive octaves of increasing high potential record themselves in the direction of yellow. If therefore yellow by the way of red is in the generative direction of north by the way of east, and violet by the way of blue is in the radiative direction of south by the way of west, pressure colour lines must in some manner be related to the attraction of gravitation and the repulsion of radiation. If the red side of the spectrum indicates a contracting state of genero-active preponderance, it must necessarily follow that all masses which record the red side in preponderance are electropositive and preponderantly attractive. Their preponderant dimensions are plus. If the blue side of the spectrum indicates an expanding state of radioactive preponderance, it must necessarily follow that all masses which record the blue side in preponderance are electronegative and preponderantly repellent. Their preponderant dimensions are minus. Every photographer is familiar with the effect of the absorption of light by red, orange and yellow, for these colours always translate their values darker than their constants. Conversely, green, blue and violet, which are preponderantly light-emitting, always translate their values lighter than their constants. If the red side is contractive, generative and attractive, then red systems must be adolescent. If the blue side is expansive, radiative and repellent, then blue systems must be senescent. If the above premises are well founded, and the colour of state of motion indicates the condition of potential of that state of motion, then colour is as dependable a dimension as miles, feet and inches, or degrees of temperature and plane. If colour is as dependable a dimension as distance, temperature and other dependable dimensions, colour should therefore be considered in the writing of the law of gravitation and radiation. Chapter 20. Expressions of gravitation and radiation. Universal mechanics, rotation, revolution, mass, plane. The 12th, 13th, 14th and 16th dimensions. In considering and comparing man's methods with nature's, let us first be reminded of the fact that the process of thinking out all idea is universal. Man has no other manner of thinking out his idea than has the universal one. The inner mind is not another kind of mind. Mind is universal. Therefore there can be no two manners or methods or processes of thinking. Exactly as there can be no two separate ways of thinking, one for man and one for God, so also can there be no two separate sets of principles or methods of constructing the ideas evolved by man and God in thinking. The mechanics of the Universal One are the mechanics of man. The Universal One is the great architect and engineer. Man cannot transcend his principles, nor discover new ones unknown to him. Man, the architect, designed supposedly new plan of effecting this purpose, and the mechanical processes adopted by her in transforming her concepts of form into the appearance of reality in motion. Nature's processes are clearly visualized in the various simple effects of periodicities with which we are perfectly familiar. It is only necessary to coordinate these effects in their orderly sequences by putting them together part by part, in order to clearly comprehend this vast but simple plan. We are too prone to take various effects singly without coordinating them, or if we take effects in groups, we are too prone to stop there without attempting to trace them back to their common beginning and ahead of their common ending. Take, for example, the orbits of our planets. We measure them and study them as orbits, but there we stop. The most careful study and charting of orbits alone accomplishes nothing. We must trace back to the beginning and follow on to the ending every stage of the journey to and from mass of which these orbits are but a part. By thus going back and charting the states of motion of this solar system as indicative of relative positions in their common journey, these orbits and their eccentricities will have a different meaning for us. The purpose of nature is to produce and to reproduce the ideas thought out by the image-making faculty of universal mind. Mind creates that which mind thinks. To produce and to reproduce idea in form, or in other words to quicken the concept with what we call life, motion must be given to the universal mind substance, out of which form of all idea is born. Inertia overcome by the energy of motion always ends in mass. Mass is the pigment with which nature paints all of her pictures, with their illusions of dimension, upon the cosmic canvas of the inertial plane. From the concept of form to the perfection of form as represented in the sphere, the perfection of orbits as represented in the true circle, the perfection of plane of motion as represented in the angle of 90 degrees to the inertial planes, is the progressive cycle through imperfection in all of these effects. Let us then begin this magic and ecstatic journey of creating things. Let us trace the evolution of true circles through the ellipses. Let us trace the evolution of the sphere from the shapeless ovoid through the whirling stages of oblateness to the perfection of true sphere. Let us trace the evolution of volume from the plane of no dimension into mass. Let us trace the evolution of plane itself through wide angles of ecliptic expansion to the one plane of perfect gyroscopic motion. Let us trace the evolution of opposing dimensions, of increasing and decreasing temperatures, volumes, densities, and all other sex expressions from the beginning of sex opposition in the wide expanse of south to the melding sex in the bisexual contracted point of north and back again. Let us not forget that the universe of form is but a contraction of the concept of idea into the form of the idea. Form eventually expands into disappearance, but it's eternally continuous as idea. All effects of motion are sequential contractions of centripetal generative force, which compose mass by attracting it, and expansion of centrifugal radiative force, which decompose mass by repelling it. Let us draw a mental picture of the quantity of energy representing the constant of the vast wave of which the solar system is a part, and let us mark off the harmonic circles of this wave on the south of the inertial planes of the cubes of motion. It will be remembered that the volume of the constant is represented by two opposed cones, the altitudes of which have been marked off by the electric pole of the intersection of the three inertial planes of the cubes of motion. These marked off altitudes represent the limitations of expansion of the wave. The centre of each harmonic base is also the apex of the opposing cone. Imagine then the two opposing cones for each wave intersecting so that each apex meets the apex of another cone at the centre of the magnetic base of its opposite. This is the position of the cones of energy, in concept, as simultaneously marked off throughout the universe. This is the position of the opposing male-female, positive-negative cones of energy at the beginning and the ending of every effect of motion, as expressed in the wave before inertia has become overcome by motion and after motion has been conquered by inertia. This is the position of the opposing cones of energy in the dimensionless universe of inertia. This is the birth of energy in man's spiritual universe. The transition to man's physical universe of solids of matter can now be easily visualized by imagining the gradual contraction of each electric pole to the points of north at the overtones of each wave. Visualize this transition and note its happenings. The constant of dimensions of the magnetic bases cannot change with changing dimensions, for they mark the extension of the wave. Therefore, as the axes of the cones contract and the contours of the cones sequentially expand until they disappear into the one plane of their bases, the planes of the magnetic bases are transferred to the equators of forming bases, which added together equal the constant of the whole. The constant of dimensions of the electric poles cannot change with changing dimensions, for they mark the volume or expansion dimensions of the wave. Therefore, as the axes of the cones contract, the altitudes of the contracting cones are transferred to the poles of rotation of forming masses, which added together equal the constant of the whole. Observe then that energy in concept inertia is expressed by magnetic base of cone meeting magnetic base, and apex of cone meeting apex at the self-inertia plane of the cubes of motion. Observe also that energy in motion is expressed by the disappearance of cones, by apex and base, melding with apex and base at the ecliptic planes of the cubes of motion through the contraction of the electric poles. The entire gamut of all effects of motion is run during this process of the contraction of the opposing electric poles to the point of disappearance in mass, and the expansion of the magnetic bases from the inertial planes of non-motion to the ecliptic planes of maximum motion, and the consequent disappearance of cones in mass. During this process, the point of north draws the design of the wave in a spiral line from the centres of the corners of the cubes of motion. Through contraction of the electric poles, centripetal force is born in the inertial plane, and is increased in force in whirling masses, which are contracting with the contraction of the poles of the opposing cones of motion as they near the apices of their cones on their outward journey to mass, and is decreased in force as they return to plane. Through contraction of the electric poles, centrifugal force is born in the inertial plane, and is increased in force until that plane has gyrated unsteadily to its overturned position of maximum contraction at the point of north of the cubes of motion on its outward journey to mass, and is decreased in force as it returns to plane. Although centripetal force is preponderant on the outward journey to mass from 0 equals to 4 double plus in the positive half of the wave, centrifugal force increases in excess of centripetal force until the former overtakes and counterbalances the latter at the overtone of the wave. This is in conformity with the fact that negative discharge increases as positive charge increases until the former overtakes the latter and the power of disintegration exceeds that of integration, causing dissipation of accumulated energy. This is also in conformity with the fact that the force of radiation increases as the force of gravitation increases until the former overtakes the latter and dominates the wave. Conversely, although centrifugal force is preponderant on the return journey to plane from 4 double plus to 0 equals in the negative half of the wave, centrifugal force decreases in excess of centripetal force until the latter overtakes the former at the harmonic of the wave. This is in conformity with the fact that negative discharge decreases as positive charge decreases until the latter overtakes the former, and integration again exceeds disintegration, causing the wave to repeat itself. This is also in conformity with the fact that the force of radiation decreases as the force of gravitation decreases until the latter overtakes the former and supplies the impetus for overcoming inertia in the repetition of the expression of the same constant of energy in a new wave. This is the process of formation of mass, its dissolution and its repetition by means of the wave for every expression of energy. This is the genero-active process of production and reproduction or creation of any of the ideas of mind, and the radioactive process of their dissipation or dissolution into the memory of those ideas. The effect in relation to plane has been a gradual contraction and the building up of opposing pressure walls of increasing potential in ever-shortening cones. Another effect in relation to plane has been to overcome its inertia and set it in motion. The force of motion toward plane is always towards south by way of west, and is therefore centrifugal. The effect in relation to volume of the cones has been a division into separately whirling masses. The effect in regard to the cones of energy has been their transference to mass, within which they continue their office of opposing and of alternating conquest on the journey from plane to mass and back again to plane. When apex meets apex at the centre of magnetic bases within masses, then the outward journey is completed. At this point, sex meets sex in the bisexual union at the true point of north, where both revolution and rotation disappear. The force of motion away from plane is always toward north by the way of east, and is therefore centripetal. When apex meets apex at the centre of magnetic bases of south inertial planes, then is the return journey completed. The contraction of the generative cones ends at the electric poles, and is the effect of centripetal force. The expansion of the radiative cones ends at the ecliptic plane, and is the effect of centrifugal force. The gradual contraction of the two opposing and intersecting cones into the disappearance in one plane causes all substance forced in the direction of the two vortices to whirl in the ever-shortening spiral orbits and ever-increasing pressures of the electric stream. The same cause forces all substance expelled from the contracted north to whirl in the ever-lengthening spiral orbits and lessening pressures of the magnetic stream. The contracting electric centripetal stream is the condition of motion necessary to produce that effect of motion which we call the attraction of gravitation. The expanding magnetic centrifugal stream is the condition of motion necessary to produce that effect of motion which we call repulsion of radiation. The electric stream and the magnetic stream are one. They are but travelling in different directions. The electric stream is travelling toward the apex of a cone in the ever-contracting direction of outward journey to mass, and the magnetic stream is travelling toward the base of a cone in the ever-expanding direction of the return journey to plane. Each stream is forever passing and following the other as a degeneration and regeneration of it. The electric stream of contraction is the plus force which ends in mass. The magnetic stream of expansion is the minus force which ends in plane. Both forces intensify toward north and build unstable and opposing tonal pressure walls, which become stable and reproductive by the union at the point of north. Both forces meet in reproductive union in equal high intensities in the double tone at the bisexual plane of north. There remains but one more effect of which to make careful note in order to completely visualize the mechanics of motion of both the outward journey from plane to mass and the return journey to plane. As the axes of the opposing cones of energy contract and their contours expand, the apices of the cones of energy bend gradually away from the inertial junctions to the corners of the cubes of motion. Thus spiral waves are formed, and all spiral motion is born. Thus is eccentricity of orbit a necessary stage in the evolution of perfection of orbit. Thus is the eclipse a necessary stake in the evolution of the circle. Thus is the unsteady gyration of precessional motion of expanded plane in all mass a necessary stage in the evolution of perfection of gyroscopic motion in one plane. Thus is the amorphous and irregular crystal a necessary stage in the evolution of the perfect cubic crystal. Thus are the polar surfaces of all masses the regions of transference of the inertial cold of non-motion, and the equators the regions of transference of the resistant heat of maximum motion. Thus is the concept of energy in the one point of north in inertia divided into the opposites of expression in sex, in the appearance of 2 points of north at the overtones of every wave, in order that the dimensionless universe of simultaneity in inertia may become a universe of dimension with sequential intervals of reproduction of its productions. Thus does the sexlessness of inertia become bisexual in its reflection of motion. It will be remembered that the harmonic circles of a wave is its magnetic base, which when transferred to mass is the ecliptic of the wave and of every subdivision of the wave. It will be remembered that when the electric pole of a wave is reflected in accumulated mass, it ends in the gravitative centre of the mass and of every subdivision of the mass. There is but one electric pole and one magnetic base of unchanging constants to the volume of every wave. When the entire volume of a wave, as measured out by pole and plane, is transferred to separate masses through motion, the electric pole and magnetic base is reflected in every whirling subdivision of that volume. In every wave, the constant of its cone volume in inertia is the constant of the volume of all masses in motion within the wave. The position of the charging poles represents the increase of electric force. This increase is in the direction of north at the overtone of the wave and toward the reflections of north at the gravitative centres of all masses of the wave. The expansion of the magnetic base represents the increase of magnetic force. This increase is in the direction of south at the harmonic plane of the wave and toward the reflection of that harmonic plane in the ecliptic areas of all masses of the wave. The contraction of the charging poles represents a generative force, which expresses its conquest over the magnetic force by the contraction of area of orbit, by deceleration of rotation and acceleration of revolution of individual masses. The expansion of the magnetic base represents the degenerative force, which expresses its conquest over the electric force by expansion of orbital area, by acceleration of rotation, and by deceleration of revolution of individual masses. The electric pole of generation gathers separately moving masses together into the bound energy of rigid bodies by the mutual force of attraction of charging bodies and gives to each mass of the wave a portion of itself. Electricity then expresses its ultimate conquest of magnetism by a reversal in mass of its original desire for action through motion and simulates the desire of magnetism for non-motion. The magnetic base of degeneration expresses its ultimate conquest of electricity by actively asserting its repellent force. It more vigorously pries apart the bound energy stored in mass by its preponderance of centrifugal force. Magnetism then expresses its ultimate conquest of electricity by a reversal in mass of its original desire for inaction and simulates the desire for electricity for motion. Electricity starts the outward journey for non-motion to mass with intense motion, ends with non-motion and then transfers its energy to assist magnetism on the return journey. Conversely, magnetism starts the outward journey from non-motion to mass with intense opposition to motion, ends with non-motion and begins the return journey with intense motion. Magnetism is overtaken on the return journey to plane by the intense speed of low potential, the impetus of which causes its regeneration on the positive side of the inertial plane. The speed-time dimension of the magnetic return exactly equals the power-time dimension of the electric start. Each of the opposing forces conquers the other by simulating the desire of the other. Thus does this universe of more and less alternate between the more and the less, by exchange of the balances of power and speed from one to the other. Thus is all motion characterized by oscillation. Thus is all oscillation decelerated from the trillions per second in small mass to the 1 in centuries in big mass. Thus does power time conquer speed time by absorbing its speed, and speed time conquer power time by dissipating its power. Thus does the preponderantly male accumulate the female in each oscillation until eventually the female is preponderant. Thus does the preponderantly red end of the spectrum accumulate the blue until the blue end is preponderant in violet. Thus do all effects of motion alternate in preponderance as each opposite force conquers the others by yielding to its desire. For a concrete example of one of these effects, let us consider the 4 inner planets of our solar system, which are sufficiently expanded in relation to each other to revolve and rotate freely, in accordance with the rule that bodies moving in inner orbits revolve faster and rotate slower than do those of the outer orbits. If these 4 planets had been heated together and set out to cool as one solid mass, each mass forming concentric rings or shells one around the other, their power time conditions in revolution would be reversed in rotation. Mercury revolves about 29 miles per second and circles the Sun 4 times to the Earth's once. Venus moves about 22 miles per second and circles the Sun more than twice to the Earth's once. The Earth revolves about 18 miles per second. Mars slows down to 15 miles and takes nearly 2 years to complete one circuit of the Sun. The process of generation of mass reverses this order in rotation. Consider, for example, the Earth as a contracted complex rigid solid. A mass on its surface at the equator rotates about 1,000 miles per hour. A mass 1,000 miles below the surface rotates about 750 miles per hour. 1,000 miles deeper and the speed is but 500 miles. 3,000 miles down the speed reduces to 250 miles per hour and at 4,000 miles practically ceases. In any mass the speed of rotation of boundary energy increases in the direct universal ratio from the gravitative centre of force. In any system, the speed of revolution of separated equal masses of bound energy revolving in the same plane decreases in the inverse universal ratio from the centre of force. In any system, accelerated revolution increases power time dimension and accelerated rotation increases speed time dimension. In any mass, decelerated rotation increases power time dimension and decelerated revolution increases speed time dimension. In any mass or system, the decrease in rotation or revolution is in inverse universal ratio and is balanced by a corresponding increase of the opposite effect, indirect ratio. When opposing forces conquer each other by simulating each other's attributes in motion, they also simulate each other's mathematical ratios of increase and decrease. There is but one force, and when each apparent opposite exchanges attributes of motion, it exchanges ratios in conformity with these changes. The difference is only a difference in the appearance of form in mass due to contraction or expansion, and in time dimension due to a reversal of ratios. Never for one moment does the appearance of form in mass escape from the governing plane of the reality of form in concept in inertia. Plane follows mass, governs mass and affects its evolution. Plane eventually dominates mass and controls it till its dissolution. Mass is stored energy, bound into form as potential energy. To be stored, energy must be frozen into a dense rigid solid. Mass, in freezing, must radiate its heat. Radiation cools. Radiation is preponderant where expanding magnetic bases meet at the ecliptic planes of masses. When magnetic bases meet each other in mass, the speed of rotation is at its maximum. Cooling mass contracts. Contraction is preponderant where charging poles intersect ecliptic planes at the gravitative centres of all masses. At gravitative centres, the speed of rotation disappears and revolution increases. Both of these effects of motion are expressions of power time, increasing positive charge and increasing potential. Generation expresses its conquest over radiation through resistance to the magnetic force, as expressed in decelerated rotation and accelerated revolution. Radiation expresses its conquest over generation through resistance to the electric forces, as expressed in accelerated rotation and decelerated revolution. The final conquest of electricity is at the true point of north, where both accelerated revolution and decelerated rotation end in non-motion at the end of the outward journey to mass. At this point, the charging poles equalize preparatory to their reversal. In this bisexual position, the appearance of stability in motion in opposition has reached its maximum. The final conquest of magnetism is at the inertial plane of south, where both decelerated revolution and accelerated rotation end in non-motion at the end of the return journey to plane. It will be remembered that electricity desires the accumulation of energy into rigid bodies of non-motion and expresses that desire through resistance to a force established by itself and opposed by magnetism. It will be remembered that magnetism opposes motion, but is forced to react equally to every electric action of induced motion. It will therefore be seen that the composition and decomposition of mass is but a series of alternate electric conquests over magnetism, followed by magnetic conquests over electricity. Electric conquest through motion, which ends in the simulation of non-motion, results in the appearance of rigid bodies. Electricity winds the cosmic clock to its ultimate binding point, at the point of north where force unites with force to create a dead centre of non-force. Magnetic conquest through motion, which ends in the simulation of non-motion, results in the disappearance of rigid bodies. Magnetism unwinds the cosmic clock to its ultimate releasing point at the plane of south where force departs from force to create a dead centre of non-force. Through motion, electricity simulates the stability of inertia, and also through motion, magnetism retains a real stability of inertia. Rigid bodies are relatively cool, contracted bodies. Rigid masses of stored energy are accumulations of expanded masses into contracted masses, the decrease of rotation of which has been transformed to a corresponding increase in revolution. Nebulous masses of discharging potential are released accumulations which reverse the order of their revolution and rotation as they expand and separate into more simple masses of lower potential. Charging bodies are those which are transferring the constant of their speed time in revolution to power time in rotation. Discharging bodies are those which are exchanging the constant of their power time in rotation to speed time in revolution. If the foregoing premises are correct in principle, then the four dimensions, rotation, revolution, mass and plane, must be related to the attraction of gravitation and the repulsion of radiation. Let us now consider each of these dimensions separately, ever bearing in mind that all mass is formed from within itself, and that as a consequence the increase of any gravitative effect is accompanied by an increase in a radiative effect in opposite directions of the same ratio. More positive charge in a mass does not mean less negative discharge. Greater ability to attract does not mean less ability to repel. Each opposite effect simultaneously increases and decreases its preponderance until one overtakes the other and assumes the preponderance of the other in passing. This is the basic principle of mass formation and deformation. The formless universe of thinking mind is an inert universe of the real stability of non-motion, imbued with a desire to overcome inertia through motion. The universe of forming mass is the gyroscopic expression of the desire of thinking mind to give form to the ideas of mind and to overcome motion by inertia in order to regain its lost stability. When motion overcomes inertia, it stimulates the stability of inertia in the gyroscopic gravitational points of north, which are developed in every creating form of thinking mind. When inertia overcomes motion, it simulates form by recording it in inertia. The record of the idea of mind in inertia is the eternal soul of that idea. Idea is forever recorded in soul, in inertia, and repeated in form of mass in motion. No idea of mind ever began or ever ended. Chapter 21. Expressions of gravitation and radiation. Rotation, the 12th dimension. Many theories have been advanced regarding the cause of rotation of mass. It is generally assumed that mass has been given an original impetus which keeps it in motion. The cause of rotation is extremely simple and not shrouded in mystery. All mass is constantly changing its potential. It therefore must change its position as its potential is changed, for every potential has its own place or position in this universe of dimension. Let us recall the basic law. That which is generated must be radiated. Planets generate in preponderance north and south of their Cancer-Capricorn belts on their daylight hemispheres. Planets preponderantly radiate in preponderance at the boundaries of their ecliptic expansions and on their dark hemispheres. To generate means to contract from within. The generative portion of the planet pulls against the spiral lines of force and thus retards motion in that direction. To radiate means to expand, expel or repel from within. The radiative portion of the planet pushes against the spiral lines of force and thus accelerates rotation. In the high potential position, the opposed pressures which cause that high potential are more equally distributed over the entire surface of the mass. At the overtone of the wave, where all planets are true spheres, the ability to generate and to radiate is equally distributed over the entire area of each planet. As the potential of the mass diminishes, the ability to generate confines its activity more closely to the area surrounding its charging poles and decreases in intensity in the direction of its equator. When our Sun, for example, has reached its overtone position at the north point of the wave, its radioactivity will have overtaken its generoactivity. The corona of the Sun will then be as prominent at the poles as at the equator. The charging poles will then coincide with the pole of rotation. Conversely, the generoactivity of the Sun will be as great at the equator as at the poles. The ecliptic will then coincide with the equator. There will be no ecliptic expansion. The equatorial belt of the Sun will then be as rigid as the polar regions. The sunspots will be confined to the plane of the equator until they entirely disappear. The generative portion of a planet is the charging portion. It is regenerative. It is endothermic or heat-absorbing. The radiative portion of a planet is the discharging portion. It is degenerative. It is exothermic or heat-releasing. That which is being drawn into a planet from within is an opposing force. Its effect is opposite to the effect of the force of that which is being expelled from a planet. Celestial mechanics employ these two forces to keep the wheels of nature revolving. Nature sets these two forces one against the other, in a manner which man would do well to more closely emulate. Nature always directs her force against a tangent, and continues it without a break. Nature accumulates her power to its high explosive, high pressure, high temperature and high potential position, and then regenerates it over and over again, until every last particle of it has performed work on its way to dissolution. Consider the solar system for an example of universal economy. The Sun represents the accumulation of generated energy, which runs the wheels of this particular atom, of the universal machine. The Sun is the storage battery of this solar system. The explosive radioactive emanations from the Sun are generated in the continuous stream by impact against the inertial plane of her nearest planet. From the inertial plane, its motion is continued by a regenerative positive force pulling from within the planet in a spiral tangential direction. Mercury uses what it needs of this power and passes it on by expelling it from within in a greater tangential direction. One after the other, the intake of each planet absorbs the regenerated exhaust of the previous one and passes it on from planet to planet in an ever-increasing tangential direction until all the power of the primary explosion has been utilized to perform the work of giving form to the idea of universal thinking. No power is wasted. All of the exhaust energy of the Sun passes along the lines of its ecliptic expansion as bound energy, confined within pressure walls, as truly as the exhaust energy of an explosion in a cylinder head passes within the walls of the cylinder of man's machine. The radiation of the Sun does not pass into space in a casual manner. It is directed toward the south by the way of west, and within the limits of its own ecliptic area, which is approximately 16 degrees. Consider the mechanics of man as a comparison to those of the solar system. In man's motor engines, the force of each explosion performs a small portion of work which that amount of stored potential is capable of performing. The larger portion of energy is wasted in the exhaust. Man must learn to regenerate the heat which has not performed work. He must also learn to direct his pulsations of accumulated force in a continuous stream tangentially toward the direction of least resistance if he desires to transmit accumulated energy into speed. Conversely, if he desires to transmit power, he must learn to direct his pulsations of accumulated force less tangentially and more directly in the direction of greater resistance. The greater the resistance, the greater the generation of power, and the less its dissipation and speed. The less the resistance, the less the generation of power, and the greater its dissipation in speed. Universal mechanic principles are perfect. They are perpetual in their source of supply, and they are not wasteful. Every particle of energy is used before its final dissipation. Man's supply of energy is as inexhaustible as the universe from which that supply is drawn. Man can so perfect his mechanical principles that he can have as continuous a supply of power to perform his work as this planet has to continue its rotation. Perpetual motion for man need be limited only to the wear and tear of the parts of his machines. The driving power for those machines is inexhaustible. All mass rotates from its local west toward its local east, just as all mass revolves from its local west toward its local east. The local west is a surface direction. It is in the direction of which the sun appears to set. The local east is a surface direction. It is in the direction of which the sun appears to rise. The universal west is the expansion of north, which is ever away from the sun of any system. It is the centrifugal direction of negative discharge. It is the direction in which all planets are spirally threading their way on their return journey from mass to plane. The universal east is the contraction of south, which is ever toward the sun. It is the centripetal direction of positive charge. It is the direction in which all generating light units are spirally threading their way on their outward journey toward the melting pot. Universal power accumulating mechanical principles are as perfect as are universal power distributing principles. Low potential runs the gamut of all the intermediary potentials, with a preponderance of regenerative over degenerative power, until it has found the highest potential position in its wave. It then returns by the reverse of the same principles in easy stages of lessening regeneration and preponderant degeneration. Let us recall that north by the way of east is the direction of generation, and south by the way of west is the direction of degeneration. Imagine the degenerative solar emanations following the centrifugal lines of force of the corona until they become regenerated by following the centripetal lines of force which attract them to this planet as positive charge. It cannot be too often repeated that the radioactive force is the degenerative force and is centrifugal. Conversely, the generoactive force is the generative force and is centripetal. In a low potential position where the ratio of generoactive preponderance is very materially reduced, the balance of radioactive centrifugal force is materially greater in proportion. The pinwheel-like effect of rotation due to centrifugal preponderance gradually gains control. In such a position, force is exerted in tangential directions of gradually lessening resistance from planet to planet, which gradually results in dissipation of power, as expressed in revolution, through speed as expressed in rotation. A study of the accompanying chart on page 272 will make this more clear. On studying the chart, one must bear in mind that the contractive force of attraction is exerted from within, consequently retarding rotation. It is as though the planet were pulling at a rope wound spirally around itself. It must be recalled that the expansive force of repulsion is also exerted from within, consequently accelerating rotation. It is as though the planet were rotating with the aid of a propeller, with its shaft turned toward the local west. The direction of rotation of a planet gradually changes in reference to its local direction, but never changes its universal direction. Its local direction of morning at birth is not its local direction of evening when it has aged. In the morning of a planet's life, the sun dominates it through its north charging pole. Its local east and west are therefore those with which we are familiar on this planet, and the direction of rotation of the sun is counterclockwise in reference to an observer located north of the solar system. At the planet's noon of maturity, the sun rises and sets in the plane of the planet's equator. Its local east and west are therefore in the plane of the sun's rising and its setting. In the planet's evening, the poles reverse their position. Its local east and west are therefore the reverse of those at birth, and the direction of rotation is clockwise in reference to an observer similarly located. During its entire period, it never rotates or revolves in any other direction than the expanding direction of centrifugal force, which ever draws away from north in the direction of north expansion, the west which leads to south. The rotation of a planet in space might be likened to the rotation of a ball when rolled upon the floor. The greater friction of the high potential of the floor causes the greater resistance to the motion of the ball than the lesser friction of the low potential of the air, which impacts against the upper surface of the ball. The planet rolling along the floor of space is resisted in exactly the same manner by the difference in friction between the higher pressures impacting against its inner surface and the lower pressures impacting against its outer surface. The equator of a ball rolling across the floor propelled by a dead centre blow will always be in contact with the floor, and the pole of rotation of the ball will always be parallel to the floor. This is because the conditions of resistance remain constant. Resistance pressures which cause the rotation of a planet are not analogous to that of the floor and the ball when propelled under such conditions. The resistance not only is greater against the surface of the planet, which is toward the Sun, but also against that hemisphere of the planet, which is toward the ecliptic plane of the Sun. Conversely, the resistance is less against the hemisphere, which is away from the Sun, and also that one which is away from the ecliptic plane of the Sun. The former state is preponderantly inductive, and the latter is preponderantly conductive. The greater the resistance to an action of force, the greater the generoactivity. The greater the generoactivity, the greater the power of mass to absorb heat. The less the resistance to the reaction of force, the greater the radioactivity. The greater the radioactivity, the greater the power of mass to give out its heat. A planet or satellite can only rotate true when its equator is exactly in the plane of the solar or planetary ecliptic. In this position it is exactly analogous to the rolling of a billiard ball, which has been projected without any English. In this position its pole of rotation is at an angle of 90 degrees to the plane of the equator of its primary. When in this position, a planet's polar magnetic base has contracted into disappearance, so that its electric pole and its pole of rotation coincide. Also, the equatorial planes of primary and planet coincide. When in this position, its gravitative centre of north is in a point of no dimension, and its radiative centre is in a plane which measures the diameter of the mass. When in this position, the diameter at the equator is equal to the diameter at the poles. This position is only possible at the ecliptic of the wave, where generation ends and degeneration begins, and for new planets and satellites at the ecliptic focus of a system for their mass, where their youth ends and their age begins. All mass rolls along the floors of space upon that part of its surface where radiation is at a maximum. The blow which gives the impetus to the planet is struck from within exactly in the plane of its ecliptic, the plane of maximum discharge. The resistance to that blow is greater at the charging poles, the points of maximum charge. As the plane of maximum discharge and the points of maximum charge change constantly during a planet's life period, so must the planet therefore constantly change its position in relation to its primary. As the ecliptic area expands and its charging poles draw away from its poles of rotation, a planet gradually turns upside down. It then appears to rotate in the opposite direction. Suns give birth to planets, and planets to satellites until just before they have perfected their spherical form. Planets are born from sunspots, which are located some degrees from the solar equator. After birth they continue to generate during their brief youth. During this period they draw ever closer to the focusing point for their particular mass in the solar ecliptic area, until the equatorial plane of the mass coincides with the solar equatorial plane. For any matured mass, the focusing point in the solar ecliptic area is always in the plane of the solar equator, its distance from its centre of force depending upon its relative mass. This position marks the end of the young planet's preponderantly generative period and the beginning of the preponderantly radiative period. From this position, the new planet gradually recedes as it gradually expands and tilts its poles as a consequence of its expansion towards its parent and then away from it until it has reversed its natal position. Reference to the charts on page 221 and 223 will make this statement more clear. One rotation of a planet is 1 day of a planet. It is the standard unit from which the hours, minutes and seconds are derived. After determination of the relation of a planet to that of the Earth as a standard unit, the day of any planet may be determined by a calculation in universal ratios. With the knowledge of the potential position of any planet as indicated by its relative distance, plane and revolution period, its rotation period can easily be calculated as its relative mass. Distance plane and revolution periods are easily determinable. Other dimensions are very often impossible to ascertain. At present we can determine the periodic day of a planet by observing the return of markings visible on its surface. The days of Mercury, Venus, Uranus and Neptune would be forever beyond our exact knowledge without the ability to calculate potential positions and without the law of universal ratios, for there are no visible determinable markings on these planets. The period of rotation for smaller planets such as Ceres and Eros would also be hopelessly indeterminable without the aid of this law. The rotation period of either a planet or satellite when near its gravitative radiative centre is so long that such a mass always keeps the same surface toward that centre. Mercury, for example, is so embedded in the dense high potential pressures of such close proximity, not alone to the Sun but also to the focus of its ecliptic area in the plane of the solar equator, that it cannot turn faster than the contracted ecliptic area pressure of the Sun in that position will allow it. Venus has not only journeyed into much lower pressures of twice the distance from the Sun, but has also broken well away from its close relation to the very high pressures of the solar equatorial plane. As a consequence, Venus is rotating sufficiently fast to periodically expose her entire surface to the Sun. The Earth's satellite, and in all probability 2 to 4 of Jupiter's, are still so bound to the high pressure zones of their gravitative centres that they are obliged to keep their same faces constantly toward their parents. The reason for the accelerated rotation of the outer planets of a system and the decelerated rotation of the inner ones is very simple. Outer planets are further south in their systems, and inner ones are farther north. Magnetic acceleration of rotation is toward the south and toward increasing oblateness, which leads to plane. Electric deceleration of rotation is toward the north and toward decreasing oblateness, which leads to mass. In a high potential position, the contraction of genero-activity from within is sufficiently great to retard the pinwheel-like impetus developed by its radioactive expulsion from within. In a low potential position where the ratio of genero-active force is very materially reduced, the balance of radioactive force is materially greater in proportion. The pinwheel-like effect of rotation due to centrifugal preponderance gradually gains control, with a resultant acceleration. It must be recalled that acceleration of any dimension must be balanced by deceleration of another. What a planet gains or loses in power time must be balanced by a gain or loss in speed time. Neptune, the outer planet, her satellite, and some of the outer satellites of Jupiter and Saturn appear to rotate in the opposite direction to that of the other planets. This is termed as retrograde direction. Planets never cease turning in the same direction. They but change their positions in relation to us as observers. If one looks down on the north pole of a mass which is turning from west to east, it will appear to turn counterclockwise, as though the hands of a clock turned backwards. Conversely, if one looks up to the south pole of a mass which is turning from west to east, it will appear to turn clockwise. We are not permitted to change our position in space to so observe the various planets, but the various planets have changed their relative potential positions, so that we see the poles tilting in sufficiently different angles to produce the same effect as though we had changed our position. We look almost directly to the south pole of Uranus, and as a consequence it turns quite clockwise, its 4 moons revolving retrogressively and always in view. In this position they transcribe full circles instead of 4 shortened ones. We see Neptune with its north pole tilting upside down. Naturally, Neptune will appear to rotate in quite the opposite direction, and her satellite will also appear to revolve in the opposite direction to that of our planet. Just so with the outer satellites of Jupiter and Saturn. These 2 planets have turned upside down, but the satellites which rotate and revolve in a retrograde direction have broken so far away from the ecliptic control of their primaries that the effect is the same as though they were still close to their primaries, and their primaries have turned upside down. The chart on page 227, representing the evolution of the orbits of planets' moons, will clearly illustrate this happening. These outer satellites of Jupiter and Saturn, which revolve in retrograde directions to us as observers, will continue to break still farther away from the control of their primaries until they become comets, which have 2 controls instead of 1. Let us recall another basic law which reads, all mass simultaneously expresses both opposite effects of motion, and each opposite effect is cumulatively preponderant in repeative sequences. Consider the effect of this law upon the rotation of a mass. A newborn planet is increasingly generative for a time. Being a small mass as compared to the Sun, it matures more quickly. During the contractive period, it rotates in such a position that its equator is at an angle of nearly 90 degrees to the solar equator. As radiative oscillations accumulate toward the equilibrium of maturity, the equator duly settles down to a plane of coincidence with the solar equator. The pole of rotation tilts to an upright position, and the charging poles creep towards the pole of rotation. As radiative oscillations accumulate to a negative preponderance for the mass, the equator slips below the solar equatorial plane. The poles of rotation tip farther toward the reversal of their natal positions, and the charging poles creep down and up the planet's contour toward its equator. Negative preponderance in its sequence turns the planet upside down as its potential position lowers. Its discharging surface becomes very much greater than its charging surface. When this position has been reached, the planet appears to rotate the other way, the opposite from direct, which is termed the retrograde direction. If these statements are true, and the rotation of a mass varies in speed and power according to its potential position, then the 12th as well as the first dimension should be taken into consideration in the writing of the law of gravitation. If these statements are true, slow rotation must be related to the attraction of gravitation, which accumulates mass through the power of genero-active energy expressed inductively as positive charge, and fast rotation to the repulsion of radiation, which redistributes mass through the power of radioactive energy expressed conductively as negative discharge. Chapter 22. Expressions of gravitation and radiation. Revolution, the 13th dimension. All mass revolves around a nuclear centre, which becomes the gravitative radiative centre of that mass. All shapeless amorphous mass, revolving spirally in the electric stream of centripetal force around a vortex, becomes rotating spherical mass when sufficiently accumulated. Fast revolution is nature's method of generating energy into an accumulation in mass, and slow rotation is her method of storing that accumulation. Fast rotation is nature's method of dissipating stored accumulations of energy in mass. When fast revolving mass becomes fast rotating mass, the ratios of its separate parts reverse their dimension attributes. Rotation gives its speed to revolution, and takes power from revolution in equal exchange. Rotation is an effect which is born of revolution. All revolving mass is either heading toward a vortex, thus increasing both charge and discharge, or away from a vortex, thus decreasing both charge and discharge. The revolution of mass begins in the maximum tenuity of the inertial plane and ends in the maximum rigidity of the point of north, at the overtone of the wave. The outward journey begins with the preponderance of positive charge and of increasing speed, and ends at the point of cessation of speed. The return journey begins with a preponderance of negative discharge and maximum speed from the accumulation of mass at the point of north, and ends with cessation of speed at the inertial plane. Whether planet or light unit, all mass discharged from the Sun rises away from the Sun until it finds its potential position, and then revolves around it slowly, expanding spirally until each discharged mass has expanded into disappearance. This volume is necessarily too brief to enter into all of the complexities of the systems of lower potential, such as those of lithium, beryllium, boron, nitrogen, oxygen, and fluorine lines. For purposes of analogy, it would be more simple to confine these brief explanations to the potential positions of their own solar system with which we are most familiar. Our solar system occupies a high potential position in its wave, a position corresponding in all probability to the position of the element manganese. Our solar system is a mid-tonal pressure wall erected near the apex of the positive cone of the wave, very close to the 4 double plus position of the carbon line. A later volume will contain a series of drawings which will define the approximate positions of the solar system in its wave. By a study of these drawings it will be seen that the zodiacal expansion of the solar ecliptic area indicates with unerring precision an exact relation of this solar system to the point of ultimate north. The sun of this system is speeding through space at an inconceivable speed, ever tilting its pole of rotation toward its ultimate point of north, and ever contracting its polar magnetic base as it nears its destination. The solar ecliptic is ever tilting and contracting its base toward and into the ecliptic planes of the cubes of motion, and contracting its area to a plane which will coincide with the solar equator. As our sun speeds spirally toward the point of the north, it carries with it all of the planets which it has discharged. These planets, with all of the sun's radiative emanations, are swirling about the sun as one of the pressure walls of the cone of the wave of which our solar system is a part. If the cone of the wave were not an ever-bending one, the planets would all revolve in the same plane, and there would be no zodiacal expansion of approximately 16 degrees. When the exact position of this solar system is calculated in reference to its ultimate destination at the overtone of its wave, the orbit of Neptune will be one of its important measuring units. With the orbit of Neptune as a magnetic base, and the centre of the orbit as the end of a plumb line dropped from an assumed altitude as an apex, the position of the sun in relation to this point will tell us a marvellous story. When this operation is repeated with all of the planets, always being certain that the same assumed altitude is used in each case, the direction of the bending line of our wave can undoubtedly be closely approximated. If revolution of mass began at the south inertial plane and continued its outward journey in unbending cones, the laws of motion which govern orbital variation would be very simple to write and to comprehend. The ever-changing cones of the wave, their ever-changing axis, and their ever-changing magnetic bases, reflecting themselves in tonal inertial pressure walls and equatorial planes of evolving masses, give to the masses in motion all of their complexities of precessional orbits and variation of ecliptic planes. We are accustomed to think of the orbit of a planet as a continuous and repeated one of the same dimensions, instead of as a slowly expanding spiral and repeated revolutions of which so closely coincide that periods of thousands of years may elapse to mark a noticeable change. If the plane of this system were located as far toward the south of the cone of the wave as the 2 plus potential position, orbital extension would be very noticeable in short spaces of time. Located as our solar system is, however, close to the apex of the positive cone of the wave, where the sun's speed is increasing in the universal ratio as it hurries into ever-increasing pressures toward its point of north, the increased pressures of the ever-increasing higher potential position toward which the sun is dragging the whole system practically offsets the extension of planetary orbits. The consequent gradual decrease of the zodiacal expansion also helps to offset orbital extension of planets. If revolution of mass is spiral, all orbits must be conic sections. If the pressures within the cones of the wave were evenly distributed in horizontal directions, even though unevenly distributed in vertical directions, all orbits would be practically true circles. The bending of the cones of the wave results in such unequal horizontal distribution of pressures that the conic sections in which orbits lie are in planes which conform to the variation of pressures. The reason for the decelerated revolution of the outer planets of a system and the accelerated revolution of the inner ones is very simple. Outer planets revolve in orbits farther south, and inner planets revolve in orbits farther north. Magnetic deceleration of revolution is toward the south magnetic bases of the cones of the wave. Electric acceleration of revolution is toward the north apices of the cones of the wave. In a higher potential position, an orbit is very much restricted, a mass is very much contracted, and its weight, specific gravity and density are very high. In this potential condition it occupies a position very close to the gravitative radiative centre of its system. A mass in a high potential position must cover an equal orbital area in the same amount of time as would the same mass in the same plane expanded to a low potential position. The high potential must therefore circle its sun 4 times to the 1 revolution of an equal mass in the same plane but twice the distance from its sun. The accelerated and decelerated revolution of any part of an orbit is due to its eccentricity. Every equal area of the orbit of any mass must be covered in an equal interval of time. Kepler's well-known second law of motion reads as follows. The radius vector of each planet describes equal areas of equal times, or the straight line joining a planet to the Sun sweeps out equal areas in equal intervals of time. The orbit of Mercury is the most eccentric of the system. Consequently, there is a greater relative acceleration as the planet approaches its perihelion, and greater relative deceleration as it approaches its aphelion than of any other planet in this system. Among the comets where eccentricity is very great, the acceleration of the comet as it approaches the Sun and its aphelion position of maximum deceleration might be likened unto the speed of the antelope as compared with that of the tortoise. Eccentricity of orbit. Why Mercury should swing around the Sun in so great an ellipse, why the orbit of Venus is so nearly perfect a circle, and why there should be a variation of eccentricity among the planets can be easily explained. It will be remembered that all mass moving in the outward journey to north is generative, and that all generative mass is accelerative in its orbit. All orbits are conic sections. A conic section which is parallel to its base is a circle. A conic section which is slightly inclined to its base is an ellipse of very little eccentricity. The greater the inclination of any conic section to the base of the cone, the greater the eccentricity of an orbit. It will be remembered that the apex of the cone of energy is the point of north. An elliptical conic section has upon its surface 2 points, one of which is nearest to north, and the other of which is farthest from north. The point nearest to north is not only nearer to the moving apex of the cone of energy, which is also the line of the wave, but it is also nearer to the bending axis of the cone. The point nearest to south is not only farthest away from the moving apex of the cone of energy, but it is also farther away from the bending axis of the cone. That section of an eccentric orbit that lies above a circular conic section is the northeast section of an orbit. Conversely, that section which lies below a circular conic section is the southwest section. If the northeast section of an eccentric orbit is that part of the orbit in which the perihelion is located, and if acceleration of an orbit always increases toward its perihelion, then the northeast section of the orbit and its perihelion must in some manner be related to the relative ability of a mass to appear to attract. If the southwest section of an eccentric orbit is that part of the orbit in which the aphelion is located, and if deceleration of an orbit always increases toward its aphelion, then the southwest section of the orbit and its aphelion must in some manner be related to the relative ability of a mass to appear to repel. The acceleration of attraction is always toward the perihelion of an orbit, and the deceleration of repulsion is always toward the aphelion. In any mass, the aphelion of every orbit is the point of maximum exhalation and the beginning of inhalation. In any mass, the perihelion of every orbit is the point of maximum inhalation and the beginning of exhalation. The interval of time between one exhalation-inhalation of any mass is the standard unit year of that mass. The inhalation impulse of any mass is endothermic, generative and centripetal. The exhalation impulse of any mass is exothermic, radiative and centrifugal. If the perihelion of an eccentric orbit is that part which is preponderantly heat-absorbing and generative, it must necessarily follow that the mass which is travelling toward the perihelion of its orbit is increasingly electropositive. If the aphelion of an eccentric orbit is that part which is heat-discharging and radiative, it must necessarily follow that the mass which is travelling toward the aphelion of its orbit is increasingly electronegative. If the charging and discharging of the northeast section of an orbit is in excess of that of the southwest section, it must necessarily follow that the variation in plane, which makes an eccentric orbit possible, is related to the attraction of gravitation and the repulsion of radiation. Chapter 23. Expressions of gravitation and radiation. Crystallization, the 10th dimension. All matter is crystallic. Crystals are the record in form of the state of motion of the potential which produced that form. Solids of matter are but accumulated potential, so therefore all mass is an accumulation of crystals of varying forms. The variation of crystallic form is due to the variation of potential. As matter is but light, transformed from speed time dimension in plane to power time dimension in mass against resistance which is registered in heat, so are crystals the reaction record of that transformation which is registered in cold. As light accumulates the one substance by the attraction of its generative motion and melts it into the idea of form according to the dimension of its potential position, so does the reaction of that action freeze it into the appearance of form which belongs to its potential position. Crystals are records in form of potential position attained by the action of generation. Generative action melts, radiative reaction freezes. The melting point of any element depends upon its potential position, its pressure environment. Nature, in her economy of energy, prevents waste of her effort of generation by freezing that effort into the record of the position it has attained. Crystals are the frozen records in form of the genero-active effort of accumulating potential. All potential positions are tonal, all form is tonal. All crystallic forms are records of tonal periodicities. As all accumulating mass is aiming toward perfection in the simple form of the sphere, so the separate tones which constitute accumulating mass are aiming toward perfection in the simple form of the cube. True cubic crystallization can only take place at the overtone position of the wave in the cubes of motion. The journey from plane to mass is recorded by the locking of the successive efforts of energy developed in the attempt to reach that position into the formation of crystal. As the journey from plane to mass is in the direction of resistance, which is indicated endothermically in temperature dimension by greater heat absorption, so is that resistance to mass formation indicated by crystals in the tonal periodicity ranging from softness to hardness. So also this resistance to mass integration is registered crystallically in the tonal periodicity of form, ranging from amorphous complexity to cube simplicity. So also the return journey to plane is registered by the reversal of these tonal periodicities. As the resistance to mass formation is registered in each of the 18 dimensions by equal and opposite positive and negative plus and minus tonal matter, and as crystallization is one of these 18 dimensions, it therefore follows that variation of density of crystallic form is as complex as variation of potential is complex. A volume for this subject alone is necessary. These chapters must necessarily be limited to the emphasizing of the one purpose for which these groups of chapters have been written, namely of demonstrating that the power of mass to attract is as variable as its power to generate light pulsations into appearance as accumulated potential, also that the power of mass to repel is as variable as its power to degenerate light pulsations into disappearance as discharge potential. The journey from the soft amorphous complex crystal to the hard simple one is a centripetal one, in which the intended accumulation starts toward its ultimate vortex from many directions and in many planes, which registers the amorphous violet of red-blue in colour and ends in one direction, and one plane which registers yellow in colour. The return journey back to softness from hardness starts from the bisexuality of the one-plane position, arrives at the base of the female cone of energy, divided in many directions, and registers in the violet of blue-red in colour. If it is true that the attraction of gravitation and the repulsion of radiation are sufficiently variable to cause great differences in hardness of crystallization, and also great differences in form, according to the potential position of the crystallizing mass, the 10th dimension must be taken into account in writing the laws of gravitation and radiation. Chapter 24. Expressions of gravitation and radiation. Plane and ecliptic, the 16th and 18th dimensions. Plane and ecliptic are two of the most important dimensions. Each is worthy of a volume in itself. This chapter, therefore, will deal briefly with these dimensions, as this series of chapters is written primarily for the purpose of showing the relation of all dimension of mass to the phenomena of gravitation and radiation. The outward journey from plane to mass and back again to plane is a journey into appearance from inertia of non-dimension to the inertial bisexual position of formed mass at 4+, and back again to disappearance in inertia of non-dimension. The dimensionless universe knows neither plane nor mass. The universe of dimension knows infinite variety of both plane and mass. In the evolution of mass, from the inertial plane of the concept of mass, plane evolves in orderly periodicity as mass evolves. It has heretofore been written that the conquest of either opposite in any expression of force by the others is always accomplished by the simulation of the attributes of the one conquered. Mass overcomes the concept of plane in the non-dimensional universe of inertia by simulating plane in an objective universe of motion. When motion begins the process of overcoming inertia, the plane of forming mass is infinitely complex. When motion has completely overcome inertia to the full extent of the energy of any particular action, the plane of formed mass is infinitely simple. It is then in one plane, the plane of the equator of each mass in a system. See page 141. During the evolution of plane from the complexity of many directions to the simplicity of one, the forming corpuscles of systems revolve in many orbits, but change their positions until they eventually revolve in one plane. When the one plane is reached in formed mass, the genero-active action has reached its maximum. Radioactive reactions then preponderates. It has been heretofore written that mass attains an appearance of stability through motion, and retains that appearance only by the continuation of motion. All expressions of energy are represented by varying stages of evolution, each of which is registered in each dimension. When the maximum of any expression of energy is reached at the overtone position of the wave, the one simple unstable plane of motion begins its complexing into many planes. The open complex condition of forming mass in the nebulous, shapeless state is that in which the area of variation in plane approximates 90 degrees to the equatorial plane of maximum motion, at which position mass appears and disappears as form. The closed and simple condition of formed mass in the solid, spherical state is that in which there is no area of variation in the ecliptic or equatorial plane, which marks the limitations of the expressions of energy which fathered any particular mass. It has elsewhere been explained that the opposing cones of energy disappear by expansion into equatorial planes and by contraction into poles of rotation. As the cones contract and expand, all parts of each system revolve around a forming nucleus in the gradually lessening and increasing expansion of plane area. This expansion, which differs in all systems in orderly periodicities, is exemplified in our solar system in that effect which we call the zodiacal area. In our solar system, the area of plane expansion of the ecliptic for major masses within the system is approximately 8 degrees on either side of the solar equatorial plane. All major masses within our system must continue their journeys within this area. Beyond this area, only those very much smaller masses, such as asteroids and comets, are permitted to extend their ecliptic planes and expand their plane areas toward their disappearance. These smaller masses and comets might be likened to the insignificant leakage of rare gases through even well-fitting piston rings in an engine. Their potential is too low to keep them within the defined area, and the comets are so lacking in density that their ability to regenerate and contract from hundreds of thousands of miles in diameter at their aphelions to 100 miles at their perihelions makes of them nomad wanderers throughout great expanses of our swirling solar hurricane. In their continued search for true potential positions for the rapidly changing potentials of these expanded masses, their alternate inhalations and exhalations are like the gaspings of a dying man. Generative inhalations greatly contract the volumes of highly expanded mass of low potentials, and radiative exhalations greatly expand them. This accounts for the tremendously eccentric orbits of the comets and the expanded ecliptic areas of such small masses as the asteroids. All mass is but a reflection of its concept. Mass is conceived in inertia and reflected as the matured image of its concept at an angle of 90 degrees to the plane of concept. The immatured or growing image of concept is recorded in plane at angles which vary from the beginning of mass formation in the inertial plane of non-dimension in concept to the completion of mass formation in the inertial plane of maximum dimension in mass, which is at the equator of mass. Just as the idea of man is reflected as the image of man on the plane of water's surface at a 90 degrees angle from the object reflected, so are the matured concepts of universal idea reflected in the universe of maximum dimension, which lies at an angle of 90 degrees to the universe of non-dimension. Growth is idea evolving in transit to its maturing point in the reflection plane at the equator of mass and evolving back into inertia. All mass is a reflection of a concept of that mass. The greater the angle of the reflecting plane of forming mass to the plane of concept in inertia, the greater the positive charge and negative discharge of that mass, and consequently the greater its ability to appear to attract and to repel. Preponderance of power of mass to appear to attract increases as the reflecting plane progresses through the tonal positions of 1+, 2+, and 3+ to its maximum at 4++. Preponderance of power of mass to appear to repel increases as the reflecting plane progresses through the tonal positions of 1-, 2-, and 3- to its maximum at 4++. The elements of matter and all expressions of energy in combination are states of motion of varying potentials which represent various stages of progress toward and beyond maturity, the reflection of concept. Each potential has its own evolving, evolved or devolving plane position in its wave. Each plane is but a registration in wave position of a potential, just as a tone, colour, temperature or any other dimension is a registration of a state of motion. Just as locked potentials of high positive charge and high melting points, in which the dominating spectrum lines are in the orange and yellow, have a greater power to attract than locked potentials of lower positive charge and lower melting points, in which the dominating spectrum lines are in the infrared and red, so have locked potentials of 70 degrees plus to 90 degrees double plus in plane greater power to attract than those which register 1 degrees plus to 70 degrees plus. Conversely, just as locked potentials of high negative discharge and high melting points, in which the dominating spectrum lines are in the green and green-blue, have a greater power to repel than the elements of lower negative discharge and lower melting points, in which the dominating spectrum lines are in the ultraviolet and blue, so have locked potentials of 70 degrees minus to 90 degrees double plus greater power to repel than those which register 1 degrees minus to 70 degrees minus. If elements of great angle of plane and little expansion of plane area in their octave waves have a greater power to appear to attract or repel than elements of little angle of plane and great expansion of plane area, then it must necessarily follow that the power of mass to attract or repel is partly conditioned by the relation of the plane position of the mass, and not alone by distance and the product of attracting masses. If this is true, then plane of increasing angle and lessening expansion of plane area in the positive half of the wave must in some manner be related to the power of mass to appear to attract. Conversely, plane of increasing angle and lessening expansion of plane area in the negative half of the wave must in some manner be related to the power of mass to appear to repel. If these premises are well founded, the 16th dimension must be considered in the writing of the laws of gravitation and radiation. The greater the expansion of the ecliptic plane area of forming mass, the less the positive charge and negative discharge of that mass, and consequently the less its ability to appear to attract and repel. Preponderance of power of mass to appear to attract and to repel increases as expansion of ecliptic plane area decreases. As the ecliptic plane area contracts to a spiral in one plane in the direction of the carbon line on the positive half of the wave, the elements within that half of the wave have ever increasing power to appear to attract. Conversely, as expansion of the ecliptic plane area increases from the carbon line to the line of inert gases, the power of the elements within the negative half of the wave to appear to repel decreases. The more restricted the expansion of the ecliptic plane area, the higher the potential. Conversely, the greater the expansion of the ecliptic plane area, the lower the potential. Time is necessary for registering the evolution and devolution of plane as it journeys from its conceptual stage in the universal white light of mind substance to its matured reflection in the simulated white light of the simulated substance, and beyond to the melding point of simulation and reality in the white light of universal mind in inertia. Comprehension of this process will clarify the mystery of growth from infancy to maturity and beyond to death, where life eternal is and begins again in endless repetitive sequences in time, space and motion. If these premises are true, then elements of contracting ecliptic plane areas, which belong to the charging positive half of their respective octave waves, must in some manner be related to the power of mass to appear to attract. Conversely, the elements of expanding ecliptic plane areas, which belong to the discharging negative half of their respective octave waves, must in some manner be related to the power of mass to appear to repel. If these premises are well founded, the 18th dimension must be considered in the writing of the laws of gravitation and radiation. Chapter 25. Expressions of gravitation and radiation. Ionization, the 9th dimension. All mass is an aggregation of light units assembled into systems and into systems of systems. All mass is held together by internal surface tension pressure generated by itself. Any mass of high pressure and potential which is brought into a zone of low pressure and potential will rapidly lose the light units of which it is composed. An environment of extreme low pressure and potential surrounding a mass of high pressure and potential will reduce the ability of that mass to generate internal surface tension pressure. Under such conditions, a mass of high potential will expand, thus separating its particles. They will fly away from their mass, with more or less violence, according to the consequential reduction in internal surface tension pressure. This effect is the attempt of nature to maintain an equilibrium. High potential out of place must adjust itself to the place in which it finds itself. This separation of particles is the radiative process due to the electromagnetic power of repulsion. It will be recalled that bodies receding from each other discharge each other. It will be recalled that discharging bodies discharge their high potential into lower potential and thus redistribute accumulated mass. It must not be forgotten, however, that a discharging body is merely preponderant in its ability to discharge. It is also a charging body in a lesser degree. Discharging bodies, while discharging their high potential, are simultaneously accumulating high potential from lower potential by the centripetal force of generation. Any mass of low pressure and potential which is brought into the zone of high pressure and potential will lose the light units of which it is composed more slowly in its new potential position. The mass will contract, thus drawing its light units and systems closer together. This contraction of particles is the generative process of attraction. It will be recalled that bodies approaching each other charge each other. Charging bodies of higher potential regenerate discharging bodies of lower potential. This is the process of accumulation of mass. Accumulating mass, being preponderantly gravitative, increases its internal surface tension pressure as it accumulates and thus loses less of its particles. This universe of dimension expressed by motion is a corpuscular universe of varying pressures. The corpuscles which constitute the appearance of form are little pumps, which pump themselves into closer proximity to other corpuscles when they are generatively strong, and pump themselves away from other corpuscles when their generative ability relaxes. When generative corpuscles pump themselves together in a cohesive mass, they retain that position by the high pressures which their many pumps have generated. All of the corpuscles of the one substance pump themselves into various states of potential, which we call the elements of matter. Chemists call these little corpuscular pumps ions. When chemists subject any substance to the strain of a potential so far removed from the correct potential position that its surface ions cannot stand the suction, the surface ions lose their hold and fly away. Chemists call this effect ionization. Let us assume, for example, that a piece of silver, 803-D, is subjected to the suction of a very low potential such as nitric acid. The piece of silver will gradually disappear. Its surface ions will fly away with explosive violence, thus raising the lower surrounding potential. As the nitric acid charges by impact with the absorption of the silver ionic discharge, the process of ionization diminishes. If there is enough nitric acid to completely ionize the silver ions will expand into disappearance as a cohesive solid. In this event, the generative ability of the mass of silver has been entirely overcome by the unwinding power of centrifugal force, which has thus been placed in control. If a piece of any metal, which is of lower potential than silver, copper for example, is inserted into the solution, the silver will reappear and the copper will disappear. The reason for this is very simple. Copper ions, being of lower potential than silver ions, have less ability than silver to hold themselves in the position of a cohesive solid. They therefore succumb more easily to the expanding power of the lower potential. The strain of resistance against the unwinding power of centrifugal force is thus removed from the silver ions and allows them to reform into their crystallic position, but not as a solid lump of silver. A solid substance, when ionized, by being subjected to lower potential position, even if regenerated, will not come together again as a solid, while in a lower potential position. To reform as a solid mass of silver, with the same internal surface pressure, and the same power of cohesion, the crystals would have to be resubjected to the pressure of the high potential which caused the original density. This could only be done by bringing the crystals to their melting point and allowing them to regenerate their systems under such a pressure. A metal of low potential, such as sodium, will ionize with violence in water, but a metal of high potential, such as aluminium or nickel, will hardly be affected by water. Ionization is a disintegration process, just as radioactivity is a disintegration process. Both of these effects of motion are the attempts of nature to redistribute accumulated high potential into lower potential. This planet, for example, while generating energy from the Sun and the inner planets, Mercury and Venus, is also discharging radioactive emanations in the direction of the planet Mars, along the increasingly tangential pressure lanes of the system. It is proper to define this discharge of potential from the planet, which is approximately in its proper potential position, as a radioactive effect, for it is normally discharging that which is normally generating. If, however, some giant hand should remove the Earth far away from its potential position into a lower pressure position, occupied by Saturn, for example, the Earth, assuming for a moment that it did not explode, would discharge its potential so furiously that the process would then be termed ionization. It would be losing its particles in such clouds that it would be quite analogous to that of a piece of soft metal suspended in a strong acid solution. A good example of what would take place under such conditions is seen in the comets, which leave their vast trails of ionized material in their wake or push them ahead of them according to whether their direction is toward or away from the Sun. The trail of the emanations from a comet cannot properly be called radioactive emanations because the process is more nearly analogous to the chemical reaction which we call ionization. Ionization, therefore, can be understood as that process in which a high potential is placed in an environment of very much lower potential and thus more quickly subjected to disintegration. The process of ionization is a quick and abnormal return to disappearance in plane, in the return journey to the southerly zone of expansion. Ionization is an abnormal replacement of that which electricity has displaced. Radioactivity, on the other hand, is a normal replacement of that which electricity is generoactively displacing. All substance is radioactive. All substance is emitting ions. A normal outflow of radioactive emanations in accordance with the normal ability to generate ions could be termed a radioactive effect. A piece of radium, for example, is generating higher pressures by pumping the ions of lower potential into its centripetal vortices. In a lesser degree, it is ejecting ions, centrifugally hurling them away from its vortices at a speed approximating 180,000 miles per second. It is possible for radium to generate and emit its generated ions in the form of incandescent projectiles of inert gases in the potential position occupied by it on this planet. If this piece of radium were in the position occupied by Venus or Mercury, both its generoactivity and its radioactivity would be increased 1,000-fold, bemused of the environment of its high potential position. On the contrary, if this piece of radium were in the position occupied by Neptune, it would disintegrate by ionization to such an expanded volume that both its generoactive and radioactive powers would be correspondingly reduced. The accompanying chart explains the relative ability of mass to hold itself together through cohesion and to tear itself apart through the release of surface tension pressure according to the law of the formula of the lot potentials. As in all forming mass, ionization decreases in the inverse of the universal ratio and in the order of the formula of the lot potentials as the mass contracts toward north, and increases in direct ratio as the mass expands towards south. All effects of ionization, all generoactive and all radioactive effects, are governed by the four pressure laws here repeated. The greater the positive charge, the greater the pressure of contraction. The greater the pressure of contraction, the less the volume. The greater the negative discharge, the greater the pressure of expansion. The greater the pressure of expansion, the less the volume. If substance disintegrates through the process of ionization and radioactive emanations, then these two processes used by nature for the replacement of material collected for the building of her ideas must in some manner be related to the power of repulsion. If separate substances under differing conditions have a relative power of disintegration through ionization or radioactive emanations, then the power of repulsion must be relative. If the power of repulsion is relative, and according to the potential of the substance and its potential position, then must these effects of the ninth dimension of motion be taken into consideration in the writing of the laws of gravitation and radiation. Chapter 26. Expressions of gravitation and radiation. Valency, the 11th dimension. Valency is one of the great dimensions by means of which states of motion can be measured in their relative tonal pressure intensities. The term valence is a standard unit of tonal relations, just as a day is a standard unit of the periods of rotation, or as a year is the standard unit of the periods of revolution. Valency is a measurement employed by chemists to classify the various elemental tones in relation to their relative willingness or unwillingness to unite with each other. Chemists have found that some of the elements will consent to unite with some other elements only with persuasion, while they are very desirous of uniting with certain others. They have found, for example, that one sodium atom 1 plus, will unite willingly with one chlorine atom, 1 minus. The valency of these two elements, the first being the positive action and the second being an equal negative reaction, are both said to have valency of 1. A sodium atom, 1 plus, will unite less willingly with a sulfur atom, 2 minus, which has a valency of 2. An increasing unwillingness to unite with sodium is found in the phosphorus atom, 3 minus, which has a valency of 3. Carbon, 4 double plus, has to be forced under great pressure to unite with any element of a valency of 1, and in each case the number of atoms have to be equalized to correspond to the valency. Carbon, 4 double plus, for example, demands 4 atoms of hydrogen, 1 plus, and the high temperature pressure of the arc light to induce union. It is self-evident, therefore, from the chemist's practical experience, that the elements have not equal powers of attraction for each other, mass for mass or volume for volume. If the laws of gravitation as at present understood were faultless, valency in the elements would be inconceivable. If the ability of one mass to attract another were conditioned only by relative distance and the product of their masses, then equal masses of hydrogen, 1 plus, and oxygen, 2 minus, would attract each other as readily as any equal mass of hydrogen, 1 plus, and fluorine, 1 minus. This is not the case, however, for a double quantity of hydrogen and an abnormal pressure must be used to induce union with oxygen. On the contrary, hydrogen and fluorine will leap together with explosive violence in ordinary temperatures. It is an accepted fact that any positive and negative elements of equal valence will unite much more readily than either of these elements will unite with an element of higher valency. If this is true, then the present accepted laws of gravitation cannot be true. It will be observed that the valency of all of the elements is in accordance with the formula of the lock potentials. The inert gases have zero valency, for they will not unite with any other element, although they will unite very readily with each other, not as compounds, but as interlocking substances. The inert gases of lower potentials integrate within the inert gases of higher potentials. All elements of the lithium line have a positive valence of 1. Their preponderance of power to attract is in the relation of 1/8 of the energy of their respective octave waves. All elements of the beryllium line have a valence of 2. Their preponderance of power to attract is in the relation of 2/8 of the energy of their respective octave waves. All elements of the boron line have a positive valence of 3. Their preponderance of power to attract is in the relation of 3/8 of the energy of their respective octave waves. The elements of the carbon line have a positive, negative, or bisexual valence of 4. Their approximately equal power to attract and to repel is in the relation of 4 to 3. 4 to 2, and 4 to 1 of the energy of the other elements in their respective octave waves. All elements in the nitrogen line have a negative valence of 3. Their preponderance of power to repel is in the relation of 3/8 of the energy of their respective octave waves. All elements in the oxygen line have a negative valence of 2. Their preponderance of power to repel is in the relation of 2/8 of the energy of their respective octave waves. The elements in the fluorine line have a negative valence of 1. Their preponderance of power to repel is in the relation of 1/8 of the energy of their respective octave waves. The midtones have a fluctuating valence, but it must be borne in mind that the midtones are split tones, and the greater the number of midtones and the greater their total valence, the more the overtone of their wave is affected by subtraction of positive charge and negative discharge. Carbon is the only overtone of truly equal positive and negative valence. All other elements in the carbon line are either negatively or positively preponderant. In adopting standard units of valency measurements, the physicists have based their calculations from the element hydrogen as the unit of 1. This is akin to adopting one note on the keyboard of a piano as a key for every octave scale, whether it is a key for 1 flat, 3 flats, or 5 sharps. As in musical tones, each octave has its key note, which is a definite tonal relation to the entire octave, so in chemistry each octave of the elements has its own key note. Hydrogen 401+ should be adopted as the unit of valency measurement for the 4th octave only, lithium 501+ for the 5th octave, sodium 601+ for the 6th octave, potassium 701+ for the 7th octave, rubidium 801+ for the 8th octave, cesium 901+ for the 9th octave, and the unknown element 1001+ preceding radium for the 10th octave. When the standard units of valency measurements are changed to conform with true tonal relations, valency can be more accurately calculated, but while one element is forced to stand as a unit constant, or keynote for all the tones of every octave, the miscalculations of valency will be disproportionate, as similar tonal calculations on a keyboard would be inharmonious. If it is true that elements of different valencies have a different power to appear to attract and to repel, then valency, the 11th dimension, must be taken into consideration in the writing of the laws of gravitation and radiation. Chapter 27. Expressions of gravitation and radiation. Tone, the 17th dimension. Tone, in the sense in which we understand the meaning of the word sound, is one of the great dimensions. Tone is registered in sound as it is in colour, plane, temperature, and other dimensions. Every expression of energy has its own particular tone or sound, just as it has its own colour, plane, or degree of temperature. Sound is generally conceived to be the result of a concussion taking place in the air. The ether of space is generally conceived to be soundless. This concept is not in accord with the laws of motion. Sound is from the beginning and from the very first octave. It matters not how low or how high the potential. Every active and reactive oscillation is accompanied by sound. Sound increases in resonance as potential accumulates. Both effects of motion are due to the same cause, the generation of accumulated energy from the 1st to the 10th octaves, and its radiation into inertia. All states of motion register themselves tonally in the opposites of sound in the same periodicity as they register themselves in the other dimensions. All sound is caused by potential, impacting against potential, or separating from potential. All sound is the result of explosions of accumulating and redistributing energy. Every generative action and every radiative reaction is an explosion. All explosions are either generoactive or radioactive. Generoactive explosions are those in which two opposing potentials seek each other with violence. Such explosions are gravitative. They are born of centripetal force, and they are due to the power of matter to appear to attract. Generoactive explosions draw corpuscles into forming mass. These are the explosions by means of which mass is accumulated. Generoactive explosions are endothermic and heat-absorbing. Radioactive explosions are those in which high potential discharges into low potential with violence. Such explosions are radiative. They are born of centrifugal force, and they are due to the power of matter to appear to repel. Radioactive explosions eject corpuscular emanations from mass. These are the explosions of expanding mass, by means of which accumulated mass is redistributed. Radioactive explosions are exothermic or heat expelling. Generoactive explosions are caused by the desire of positive charge to accumulate as mass. Radioactive explosions are caused by the desire of negative discharge to redistribute accumulated mass of stored energy into a state of inertia. Generoactive and radioactive explosions in sequence are analogous to the intake and exhaust of a pump. The preponderance of one or the other is the condition precedent to mass formation or mass dissolution. The alternating explosive oscillations, which simultaneously integrate and disintegrate evolving and devolving mass, cause sounds of greater or less intensity, according to the potential position of the actions and reactions which cause those sounds. Just as all motion is expressed in waves, so are all waves registered in their various dimensions. All states of motion are measurable as dimensions. Sound is a dimension. Sound being a dimension is therefore measurable. Explosions in the low potential position of the first 6 octaves are registered in the elements as full tones. Each full tone of sound is a whirlpool formed around the central nucleus or vortex, toward which the generative energy induced by the effect of the explosion rushes with increasing violence, and away from which the reaction to that explosion rushes with decreasing violence. When energy accumulates to the high potential positions of the 6th and 7th octaves, the tonal explosions take place as full tones, from the 0 equals position in inertia to the 3 plus and 3 minus positions in their octave waves. At these points, the accumulation of generoactive and radioactive force is so great that the 5 midtonal vortices are formed between those positions and the overtone of the wave. These mid-tonal vortices are the basis of 10 new elements to each octave, 5 of which are positive and the other 5 negative. In the still higher potential positions of the 8th, 9th and 10th octaves, many more mid-tonal vortices appear, which form the basis of many more elements, half of which in each octave are positive and half negative. Sound emanates from the explosions of every potential, no matter how low or how high. More than this, the sound of either generoactive or radioactive explosions registers themselves in every octave, both higher and lower than the octave source. For a familiar example, let us consider the sound of the human voice, which is a generoactive explosion, because of the fact that it is higher potential generated out of a lower. The series of explosions which give birth to this sound becomes radioactive in the lower octaves and redistributes that accumulated energy into the lower potentials against which it impacts in that state of potential which we would term the air. The sound radiates slowly, but its discharge into the potential of the lower octaves will travel around the planet several times, while the same sound travels across the valley through the air. On the contrary, its impact against a cliff will retard its progress of the higher potentials of higher octaves, but the sound continues to the end of the cycle. The cliffside undergoes an increase in positive charge because of the impact of energy against it. Just as we can hear the explosions of generoactive energy through the senses of hearing by impact of that energy against our eardrums, so can the explosions of low potential be reproduced with delicate instruments, so that their regeneration into higher octaves would make them discernible to our sense of hearing. The bombardment of radioactive emanations can even now be amplified so that they can be heard. Master mechanics must devise instruments so delicate that low potential explosions may be amplified and measured with as great accuracy as they have devised instruments for recording even a millionth degree of temperature. It must be remembered that all explosions travel both ways, up and down the octaves, for there can be no action without the corresponding reaction, nor can there be a reaction of an action without a repetition of both. This is the universe of reproduction, and any effect of motion runs the entire gamut of all effects of motion. The force of that which is running away from inertia is equal to the speed of that which is returning to inertia. The speed of one is very great, and its force very little. On the contrary, the force of the other is very great, and its speed very little. For the purposes of comparing the variable relation of tone to the attraction of gravitation and the repulsion of radiation, it is only necessary to point out the different speeds at which any sound reproduces itself, according to the potential in which the sound finds itself. Just as high potential discharges into low and ever-increasing speed of reproduction, so does sound raise its tone and increase its reproductive speed. It also decreases its wave dimensions as potential powers. Just as nature's mechanical principles do not permit a waste of energy by allowing the discharge of any accumulated energy to be used without repeated regeneration, so must the gradual and sequential discharge and recharge be registered in ever-lessening sound intensity and with ever-increasing speed as power diminishes. In any mass, the lower the octave, the higher the potential, and the slower the speed of reproduction of any effect of motion. In any mass, the higher the octave, the lower the potential, and the greater the speed of reproduction of any effect of motion. In any mass, the lower the octave, the greater the wave dimension, and the lower its tonal registration in sound. In any mass, the higher the octave, the smaller the wave dimension, and the higher its tonal registration in sound. Low potential radioactive explosions can be amplified and regenerated to genero-active ones of electropositive force. When measurements of tonal positions are made possible and correlated to plane, colour, temperature and other dimensions, a higher and more complex chemical analysis than that of today will be made possible. The simple modern chemical analysis of a grain of wheat will not allow a synthesis which will enable one to produce the same substance. The more complex chemical analysis of all of the dimensions which enter into that grain of wheat will make it possible to reproduce exactly that substance, even to retaining all of its attributes. If the premises above stated are sound, and the facts are true, it must necessarily follow that the states of motion which produce genero-active and radioactive explosions must in some manner be related to the power of matter to appear to attract and repel. If these premises are well founded, then the 17th dimension must be taken into consideration in the writing of the laws of gravitation and radiation. It must necessarily follow that the attributes of attraction and repulsion, which seem to belong to matter, are merely illusions in respect to matter, for they belong to motion only. Chapter 28. Conclusion. The purport of these writings is to illumine the road leading to eternal life by knowledge of the journey through illusion and back again to reality, taken by man in his repeated adventures in time, space and motion. In order to illumine the way, it is first necessary to trace the simulations, reflections, and illusions of the apparently many substances, forms, and things back to their base in the reality of the one thing. In attempting to do so, it has been possible in this one volume to touch the very fundamentals, but lightly in order to correct existing misconcepts. Even though later volumes will consider the very many effects of motion in great detail, the basic principle of the one cause of the many effects will not be enlarged upon. It cannot be enlarged upon. This brief concluding chapter is written to draw from all that has heretofore been written. The one lesson that all that man calls the created universe is but an illusion of the forms of ideas thought out by mind. Ideas and their expressions in form have no existence whatsoever. They are unreal. They are but images conjured up by the image-making faculty of mind in the ecstasy of thinking. Their appearance of existence is due solely to motion and limited to the effects of motion. Increase motion in opposition, and every effect of the illusion intensifies to its limitation in the simulation of non-motion in opposition of the universal white light of mind. Decrease motion in opposition, and every effect of the illusion nebulizes and eventually disappears into the white light of non-motion in inertia. Every idea is constantly changing. Every effect of motion is constantly changing. Changing things can have no existence. On the contrary, all that man calls the undependable unreality of the unseen universe is in fact the only reality. Mind is the only real thing in the universe, and mind is all that is. Mind is the only substance in the universe. There is no other substance. Thinking mind is the only living thing in the universe. The thinking of mind is the life principle of the one substance. Thinking mind evolves ideas and registers them in form through motion. Man's physical universe of solids of matter is an aggregation of the forms of ideas thought out by mind and held in suspense for a time. If these premises are well founded, one can more intelligently answer the supreme question, what is God? If there is but one substance, one being, one mind, one force, and that one is the only existing reality, must not that one be that which we term God? If all that which we know as form is but the changing illusion of the image-making faculty of thinking mind, then God must be formless and unchanging. If there is but one mind, and man is admittedly mind, then is not the form of man unreal and the real man formless? If the real man is formless, and the image of man is but an illusion of his thinking, is not that illusion of man self-creating? And is man not also God? And are not all things also God? Are not all things the one thing, thinking out the several ideas of the one real thing in the appearance of many unreal things? Is not that which we call heaven but an image of man's thinking? If the statement herein made, that form has no existence, and that nothing in this universe has time, place, or position, is in accord with the laws of motion herein formulated, then it must follow that man's heaven and hell must be illusions. If such places exist, they must be somewhere in the universe. They cannot be extraneous to it. If they exist within the universe, their existence must have dimension. If they are dimensionable, they must be subject to the laws of changing things. There is no part of the universe which enjoys the special privileges of immunity from the laws of gravitation and radiation. Man's heaven and hell are but illogical concepts of the outer mind. The inner mind rejects such unwholesome imaginings. They are traditions inherited from an age of superstition, of ignorance of nature's laws, of fear, of belief in the avenging God, and of an attitude of mind which demanded the miraculous as a deific qualification. Man is self-created, as all idea of mind is self-creative. That which we call self is but the changing form of idea thought out by the unchanging formless one. Individuality, therefore, is non-existent, except as it appears to exist in things of changing form. If individuality is only an effect of more or less sustained motion, and ceases with cessation of motion, then individuality disappears with form at the passing point of absolute inertia in the cycle of motion. If individuality of form is an idea only, and sustained in the appearance of existence by the electromagnetic force of thinking, then that which man calls God cannot have form, nor can the attribute of individuality be attributed to him. God must be, can only be, universal. If God is universal, then all else is universal. If God is omnipresent, omnipotent, and omniscient, then all the universe is omnipresent, omnipotent, and omniscient. When man learns that God is mind, that mind is the one living, pulsing, thinking force, and that he is that force, then man will have arrived at another stage of his evolution. When man learns that true thinking is an equilibrium of action and reaction, and that untrue thinking is unequal and opposed action and reaction, and when he further learns that he must suffer the consequences of his unequal actions by paying the penalty through the reaction in accordance with the absolute law, from which there is no appeal to God or man, then he will think true. When man learns that all his thinking is electrochemically recorded in the heavy master tones which constitute a record of the evolving idea of his self-creating soul, and when he finds that a badly opposed record will keep him centuries behind more equally opposed ones, he will then have a thought as to the kind of soul he is creating. When man learns that this universe of solid things is but a reflection of the idea of those things, and that he is but a simulation of the idea of himself being thought out in eternity by himself, then he will know the ecstasy of inner thinking. Age and death are but sequences alternating with youth and life. These two opposing effects of motion are born together, but each travels a different direction along the wave of life. They pass each other at maturity, where generation of one sequential life ends and its degeneration begins, only to meet again in the inertial plane of eternal life, where degeneration ends and regeneration begins in another change of preponderance, for another journey through time, space, and motion. There is no death. There is no darkness. There is only life in this universe of light. God is life. God is light. God is all that is. Just so long as man looks for the God force outside of nature and outside of himself, just so long as he bows in fear to the personal deity of his early inheritance, he will be the slave of his own imaginings. To know the universal force is mind, and that man and all that is mind, is to inspire man with the ecstasy of inner thinking. The God force speaks of inspired man, of inner thinking, in the universal language of light, which all may understand when they but desire to understand. Few there have been but countless numbers. There will be who will know the light of inner thinking. Gautama the Buddha knew it faintly, as Muhammad later knew it. Abraham dimly visioned it. Jacob knew the light less vaguely. The symbol of Shekinah was his ecstatic visioning. Moses knew the ecstasy of inner thinking in greater clarity. Abraham lived again in Jacob, and in Moses, and again in David. David and the prophets of his primitive day knew the light more clearly still, and left a symbol of the 7 lights, so that others to come might know that they knew tonal laws of evolving and devolving things. David lived again in Jesus. Jesus, the Nazarene, knew the universal language of light in all its fullness. He knew the ecstasy of inner thinking, as no man has ever known it. He knew the structure of the atom, as no one before or since has known it. Jesus knew the universality of all things, the oneness of all things. He gave that knowledge to the then dull-witted, brutal, lustful, loveless world in his much-needed message of brotherly love. He lived again in John and Paul and Plotinus, and all his messengers who knew the light of universal thinking. In Jesus' day, man was not ready for the fullness of his mighty teachings. Man was still new. He was still in the ferment of his intellectual brewing, still searching for the avenging God of tradition, to whom he could appeal for preferential rulings. Jesus gave to man the one great message of all time. He taught the universality of all things in the white light of the universal one of impartial love, from whose rulings there is no appeal, but only a few could faintly understand. Today the world is ready and eagerly awaits the completion of his message. When Jesus said, "I have yet many things to say unto you, but ye cannot bear them now," he referred to his complete knowledge of the universal force. When he further promised, as recorded in the 16th chapter of John, that the Spirit of truth will again come to guide you into all truth, and he will show you things to come, he prophesied the completion from time to time of his unfinished message, as evolving man is able to comprehend that message. The illumination of the immaculate light was complete in Jesus. Those messengers of light who will complete his message to man will comprehend the fullness of his anointing in the light of his words. All things that the Father bath are mine, therefore said I, that he shall take of mine, and shall shew it unto you. Jesus gave to man sufficient unto his day, and wisely withheld that which should be for another day. That which is herein translated from the light, and that which is yet to come, will be for the day of man now dawning. All who desire to know the light of universal thinking can know it when they can but comprehend effects of cause sufficiently well to recollect from within their inner minds the light of cause. When that day comes to man, he will then know that everything that must be of everything else that is, nothing can be of itself alone. There can be no two of anything in the universe, 2 substances, 2 minds, or 2 beings. All things are universal. 1. And now it will be well to pause for a time in the ecstatic work of translating the immaculate light of universal thinking into words for which man has made no words, to the end that man may assimilate that which is herein written down, and thus prepare himself for further revelations of the light. Consider well these words. For by knowledge of universal cause alone can man hope to comprehend universal effect. Faith and belief will in no wise open the doors of heaven to man. They but point out the path which leads to them. Through comprehension alone can man hope to know the language of light. And when that day comes to waiting man, then will he know that truth, beauty and love and equilibrium are the very foundations of universal existence. When he acquires the stability of perfect balance in his thinking, then will he be ready for the light, and for the ecstasy of universal thinking, in the knowledge of all things, and for all power within universal limitations, and for all presence in unity with the One. New laws and principles. 1. The material substance of mind cannot evade its materialization into the form desired by man. 2. The whole idea of all things is in the seed of all things. 3. All thinking is created that which is thinking. 4. All idea and all forms of idea are the result of union between equal and unequal opposite actions and reactions of force. 5. Unions of opposed actions and reactions are possible only within certain limitations. When union does not take place, there can be no reproduction. 6. Equal and opposite actions and reactions, when united, are satisfied in their unions and will remain united. 7. Stable unions will always reproduce true to species. 8. Unequal and opposite actions and reactions, when united, are unsatisfied in their unions and will always seek their true tonal mates. 9. Unstable unions never reproduce true to species. 10. Unstable unions tend to return to their separate tonal states. 11. If either mate in an unstable union finds a more equal mate, it will always leave the former and go to the latter. 12. No idea of mind has place or position in time or space. All idea is universal. 13. All mass is regenerated by absorption of the impacting radioactive energy of all other mass. 14. All mass is degenerated by its own radiation. 15. All mass is generated by accumulation of the universal constant of energy into higher potential. 16. That which is generated must be radiated. 17. All opposite effects of motion are simultaneous in their expression. 18. The coefficient of cold for an expanded volume of mass of low pressure and potential becomes the coefficient of heat for the same mass in a contracted volume of higher pressure and higher potential. 19. In any wave, the induction current seeks the high pressure at the apex of its cone of energy, and the conductive current seeks the low pressure at its base. 20. Everything that is of everything else that is. Nothing is of itself alone. All created things are indissolubly united. 21. There are no unconditioned facts of matter in a universe of motion. There are but appearances of facts. 22. The greater the pressure, the higher the freezing point. 23. The lesser the pressure, the lower the freezing point. 24. No state of motion ever began or ever ended. 25. All mass is both electric and magnetic. 26. All mass simultaneously expresses both opposites of all effects of motion, and each opposite is cumulatively preponderant in sequence. 27. All electromagnetic mass forms into systems of units which revolve in spiral orbits, both centripetally toward and centrifugally away from nuclear centres. 28. All preponderantly charging systems are positive systems. 29. All preponderantly discharging systems are negative systems. 30. All preponderantly contracting systems are positive systems. 31. All preponderantly expanding systems are negative systems. 32. All systems whose spirals are preponderantly closing spirals are positive systems. 33. All systems whose spirals are preponderantly opening spirals are negative systems. 34. All systems preponderantly lessening volume are positive systems. 35. All systems of preponderantly increasing volume are negative systems. 36. All systems of preponderantly increasing potential are positive systems. 37. All systems of preponderantly lowering potential are negative systems. 38. All preponderantly integrating systems are positive systems. 39. All preponderantly disintegrating systems are negative systems. 40. All preponderantly generating systems are positive systems. 41. All preponderantly radiating systems are negative systems. 42. All preponderantly heating systems are positive systems. 43. All preponderantly cooling systems are negative systems. 44. Electricity attracts, magnetism repels. 45. Electricity and magnetism move in opposite directions, their departure from each other being at 180 degrees. 46. Electric lines of force approach each other at 180 degrees. 47. Magnetic lines of force depart from the line of direction of electric force and also of magnetic force at 180 degrees. 48. Electric energy reproduces itself by induction and dissipates itself by conduction at an angle of 90 degrees to the lines of direction of induction and conduction. 49. All mass is potential out of place, and all mass constantly seeks the proper pressure zone for its constantly changing potential. 50. Positive charge attracts positive charge and expels negative discharge. 51. Negative discharge repels both negative discharge and positive charge. 52. The union of an action with its reaction is always followed by the reproduction of separate actions and reactions. 53. All mass is generated and regenerated by a contractive pressure exerted in the direction of its gravitative centre. Its minimum of generative pressure is exerted from its equatorial plane and its maximum pressure from its pole. 54. All mass is radiated and diffused by an expansive pressure exerted in the direction of its surface. Its minimum and radiative pressure is exerted from its pole and its maximum from its equatorial plane. 55. The generation of all energy is accomplished only through the resistance exerted against the direction of the force of any established motion. 56. X in power-time dimension is the square root of x in speed-time-distance-area dimension, and its cube root in volume. 57. The radiation of all energy is accomplished only by the assistance exerted in the direction of the force of any established motion. 58. High potential is generated from low potential against an accumulating pressure resistance equal in inverse ratio to the cube of the equilibrium pressure of the low potential, and is degenerated by equal pressure assistance in direct ratio. 59. All motion begins in the plus contractive endothermic impulse of thinking and ends in the succeeding minus expansive exothermic impulse. 60. In any mass, a change in temperature is in inverse ratio to a change in volume. 61. The greater the positive charge, the greater the pressure of contraction. 62. The greater the pressure of contraction, the less the volume. 63. The greater the negative discharge, the greater the pressure of expansion. 64. The greater the pressure of expansion, the less the volume. 65. Every pressure develops an exactly equal and opposite resisting pressure. 66. In every mass, the attraction of the accumulating pressure and the repulsion of the distributing pressure exert their forces in opposite directions. 67. In any mass, the lifting capacity in relation to high potential is equal to the compression capacity in relation to the low potential. 68. The degeneration of any mass is exactly balanced by the regeneration of another mass. 69. Every mass has the relative apparent ability to attract and to repel every other mass, its relative ability depending on its relative potential. 70. Every body attracts and repels every other body with a force which increases and decreases in the universal ratios in accordance with its potential position and according to whether the direction of the mass is toward the north or toward the south. 71. Any compound mass of varying plane will eventually separate into the constituents, each of which will find its true position in its own plane and pressure zone. 72. In any mass, its constant of centripetal force is its constant of power to attract. 73. In any mass, its constant of centrifugal force is its constant of power to repel. 74. Increase in density means decrease in axial of speed-time dimension and increase of orbital of power time. 75. Activity never lessens and inactivity never increases because of any change of dimension. 76. Every expression of motion has its equal and opposite expression. 77. There can be no increase or decrease in any effect of motion without a balancing increase or decrease in its opposite effect. 78. The power to attract lessens as volume increases. 79. The power to repel also lessens as volume increases. 80. In any mass, the decrease in volume is in exact proportion to its increase in its potential. 81. In any mass, the decrease in volume is in exact proportion to the increase in positive charge, contraction pressure and temperature. 82. In any mass, the greater its speed of revolution, the greater its power to attract and to repel. 83. In any mass, the greater its speed of rotation, the less its power to attract and to repel. 84. All mass is simultaneously electric and magnetic, but preponderantly one or the other, cumulatively in endless repeative sequence. 85. All mass simultaneously revolves and rotates, though one effect is always preponderant, while the other one is preparing for its right of preponderance. 86. All opposite effects of motion are simultaneous in the expression of their sex opposition, but preponderant in sequence in each sex expression. 87. All idea is repeative, and no effect of motion once started ever ends. 88. The relative ability of a substance to attract and to repel is in the same ratio as the increase or decrease of the opposing pressures and other dimensions which determine the potential of a charging and discharging system. 89. In any mass, the apparent ability to attract increases with increase of positive charge and decrease of volume. Also, the apparent ability to repel increases with increase of negative discharge and decrease of volume. 90. In any mass, the preponderance of the apparent ability to attract or to repel is proportionate to its preponderance of positive charge or negative discharge. 91. In any mass, increase of positive charge is accompanied by increase of negative discharge in universal ratio until the conductivity of negative discharge exceeds the inductivity of positive charge, in accordance with the universal law of sequential preponderance of all opposite effects of motion. 92. All mass constantly runs the entire gamut of every dimension of the wave of energy of which it is a swirling part, until it has run the entire cycle represented by that wave. 93. No mass can remain fixed in position, not even that which has apparently arrested in its motion. 94. There is a true position of every potential. 95. Every change of dimension in a mass changes all the dimensions in the mass. 96. Accelerated revolution charges, charging bodies attract. 97. Accelerated rotation discharges, discharging bodies repel. 98. The ability of one mass to attract another depends upon the relative positive charge of each and its relative position in respect to other masses. 99. The ability of one mass to repel another depends upon the relative negative discharge of each and its relative position in respect to the other masses. 100. The cycle of a wave is an orderly progression in the universal direction from south to north by the way of east and back again to south by the way of west. 101. All masses revolve from the west toward the east around the nuclear centres of their systems throughout the entire cycle of their waves. 102. All masses rotate upon axes throughout the entire cycle of their waves from the west toward the east of their masses. 103. Form in motion is a reflection of concept in inertia. 104. All direction is an effect of gravitation and radiation. 105. All gravitative effects are electrically dominated. 106. All gravitative effects are the result of inhalation. 107. All radiative effects are magnetically dominated. 108. All radiative effects are the result of exhalation. 109. Electricity moves always in the direction of north by the way of east. 110. Magnetism moves always south by the way of west. 111. In every mass, the maximum exertion of the easterly force of contraction is within the charging areas of the generative cones, of which the pole of rotation is the axis. 112. In every mass, the maximum exertion of the westerly force of expansion is within the discharging areas of the radiative cones, of which the equator is the base. 113. Contraction is centripetal and expansion is centrifugal. 114. The increase of centripetal force of any mass is in the direction of generation, and the increase of centrifugal force is in the direction of radiation. 115. Centripetal force accumulates and centrifugal force dissipates. 116. Mass is accumulated in the direction of its generation and dissipated in the direction of its radiation. 117. Centripetal force decelerates rotation and accelerates revolution. 118. Centrifugal force accelerates rotation and decelerates revolution. 119. The deceleration of rotation is in the direction of generation, and deceleration of revolution is in the direction of radiation. 120. All vortices turn from west to east, and the apices point to north. 121. All dimensions contract in the direction of electric force and expand in the direction of magnetic force in universal ratio. 122. Every effort of motion which is added to must be equally subtracted from. 123. Every plus pressure total must be balanced by a minus one to maintain a system in equilibrium. 124. All temperature dimensions of expanding mass increase in their expansion dimension, registering greater cold, and decrease in their contraction dimension, registering greater heat. 125. The 7 tones of the universal constant are consecutively removed one from the other, the square of the distance to the next highest potential. The energy of each of the 4 units is exactly equal to that of each of the others. 126. All dimensions are pressure dimensions. 127. All dimensions simultaneously expand and contract in opposite directions of the same ratio. 128. Expansion pressure is in direct ratio to the square of the distance, area, plane, orbital time unit, and to the cube of the volume. 129. Contraction pressure is inverse ratio to the square of the distance, area, plane, orbit, or time unit, and to the cube of the volume. 130. Every mass in the universe occupies a measurable potential position. 131. Every particle of matter in this universe is connected with every other particle of matter by electric charging poles, which are the controls of opposing electromagnetic cones of energy. 132. The nearer to the axis and to the apex of the cone, the greater the density, temperature, pressure, potential, power time, and all effects of electropositive preponderance. 133. The nearer the base of the cone, the greater the tenuity, the speed time, and the tendency to ionize, and the lower the temperature, pressure, potential, and all effects of electronegative preponderance. 134. The apparent relative ability of mass to attract and to repel is governed by the contraction of its polar magnetic bases and the expansion of its ecliptic. 135. The greater the expansion of the ecliptic and the greater the diameters of precessional orbits, the less the ability of a mass to attract and to repel. 136. The less the expansion of the ecliptic, the less the diameters of the precessional orbits, the greater the ability of a mass to attract and to repel. 137. In any mass, the diameters of its polar magnetic bases and of its axial precessional orbits increase as mass recedes from and decrease as it approaches its nuclear sun's equatorial plane. 138. In any mass, the expansion of its ecliptic, the diameters of its equatorial precessional orbits, and of its polar magnetic bases increase as the mass recedes from and decrease as it approaches its nuclear sun's equatorial plane. 139. In any mass, north is the gravitative radiative centre where the apparent ability to attract and to repel is at its maximum. 140. South is an extension of the equatorial plane which divides any mass. It is that part of mass where radiative emanations are at their maximum. 141. In any mass, the area of its ecliptic expansion, the areas of its polar magnetic bases, and the positions of its charging poles are governed by the oblateness of the mass. 142. In any mass, as oblateness decreases, polar magnetic bases and ecliptic expansion decrease their areas, and charging poles draw closer to its poles of rotation. 143. All motion appears in mass and disappears in plane. 144. The evolution of mass from plane to sphere and its diffusion back to plane are by the way of the cone. 145. The greater the complexity of any state of motion, the greater the interval of reproduction of that state of motion. 146. The reproductive speed of genero-active light decreases in lowering octaves in inverse universal ratio, and radioactive speed increases in lowering octaves in direct ratio. 147. The lower the potential, the greater the speed of reproduction. 148. Every effect of motion in any octave is repeated in sequence in various speeds of every other octave. 149. Every effect of motion is cumulative and repetitive within its accumulation. 150. Displacement and replacement are universally simultaneous. 151. An action calculated to displace is simultaneously accompanied by a reaction to replace. 152. All gravitational and radiational expressions are simultaneous in their opposition. 153. All effects of motion are simultaneously opposed, but their repetitive actions are sequential. 154. Contracting, generating bodies decelerate the speed of rotation of inner planets by proximity. 155. Deceleration of rotation of the planets of a system increases the surface tension pressure of a system. 156. The greater the deceleration of rotation, the greater the centripetal force of contraction pressure. 157. Acceleration of rotation of the planets of a system decreases the surface tension pressure of a system. 158. The opposites of all effects of motion vary in the opposites of their several dimensions in the direct and inverse of the universal ratios. 159. Time and power appear by lengthening the day and shortening the year, and disappear by reversing these effects. 160. Heating bodies approach each other and recede from cooling bodies. 161. Expanding bodies recede from expanding and from contracting bodies. 162. Cooling bodies recede from cooling and from heating bodies. 163. Expanding bodies seek lower pressure equilibriums. 164. Contracting bodies seek higher pressure equilibriums. 165. Heating bodies charge. Charging bodies raise potential. 166. Cooling bodies discharge. Discharging bodies lower potential. 167. Radiating and radiated bodies seek equilibrium positions in lower pressure zones appropriate to their lowered potentials. 168. The greater the resistance of opposing pressures, the higher the melting point of a mass. 169. The less the resistance of opposing pressures, the lower the melting point of a mass. 170. Every effect of motion is cumulative and repeated within its accumulation. 171. Every effect of motion in any octave is repeated in sequence in the various speeds of every other octave. 172. In every wave, the constant of its cone volume in inertia is the constant of the volume of all masses in motion within the wave. 173. In any mass, the speed of rotation of bound energy increases in the direct universal ratio from the gravitative centre of force. 174. In any system, the speed of revolution of separated equal masses of bound energy revolving in the same plane decreases in the inverse universal ratio from the centre of force. 175. In any system, accelerated revolution increases power time dimension, and accelerated rotation increases speed time dimension. 176. In any mass, decelerated rotation increases power time dimension, and decelerated revolution increases speed time dimension. 177. In any mass or system, the decrease in rotation or revolution is in inverse universal ratio and is balanced by a corresponding increase of the opposite effect of direct ratio. 178. The greater the resistance, the greater the generation of power, and the less its dissipation in speed. 179. The less the resistance, the less the generation of power, and the greater its dissipation in speed. 180. The greater the resistance to an action of force, the greater the genero activity. 181. The greater the genero activity, the greater the power of mass to absorb heat. 182. The less the resistance to the reaction of force, the greater the radioactivity. 183. The greater the radioactivity, the greater the power of mass to give out its heat. 184. All mass rolls along the floors of space, upon that part of its surface where radiation is at a maximum. 185. Every equal area of the orbit of any mass must be covered in an equal interval of time. 186. The greater the inclination of any conic section to the base of the cone, the greater the eccentricity of an orbit. 187. The acceleration of attraction is always toward the perihelion of an orbit, and the deceleration of repulsion is always toward its aphelion. 188. In any mass, the aphelion of every orbit is the point of maximum exhalation and the beginning of inhalation. 189. In any mass, the perihelion of every orbit is the point of maximum inhalation and the beginning of exhalation. 190. The interval of time between one exhalation-inhalation of any mass is the standard unit year of that mass. 191. The greater the angle of the reflecting plane of forming mass to the plane of concept in inertia, the greater the positive charge and negative discharge of that mass, and consequently the greater its ability to appear to attract and to repel. 192. Preponderance of power of mass to appear to attract increases as the reflecting plane progresses through the tonal positions of 1+, 2+, and 3+ to its maximum at 4++. 193. Preponderance of power of mass to appear to repel increases as the reflecting plane progresses through the tonal positions of 1-, 2-, and 3- to its maximum at 4++. 194. The greater the expansion of the ecliptic plane area of forming mass, the less the positive charge and negative discharge of that mass, and consequently the less its ability to appear to attract and repel. 195. Preponderance of power of mass to appear to attract and to repel increases as expansion of ecliptic plane area decreases. 196. In any mass, the lower the octave, the higher the potential and the slower the speed of reproduction of any effect of motion. 197. In any mass, the higher the octave, the lower the potential and the greater the speed of reproduction of any effect of motion. 198. In any mass, the lower the octave, the greater the wave dimension, and the lower its tonal registration in sound. 199. In any mass, the higher the octave, the smaller the wave dimension, and the higher its tonal registration in sound. I hope you enjoyed that. Thank you for watching.